Hello, welcome to the monthly tournament 23. Trying to wait for a game between Freeman and PaperBaG. It actually reminds me I need to turn up the volume on this game because I actually had it muted for the preview bit. Now I'm in the lobby with Freeman, waiting for PaperBaG to jump in, and we'll see if he actually turns up. He didn't actually turn up to the previous one, but I think a lot of you want to see PaperBaG versus Freeman, given that they did have that grudge match that one time a while ago, and now this is the time to, or for Freeman to get the revenge against PaperBaG, since PaperBaG did win that grudge match against him. But players do have 10 to 15 minutes roughly to actually turn up after the tournament does start, so we will see if people do come in, or if PaperBaG comes in, and if not, then we will have to jump into a different game. So let's have a look at the brackets actually, let's load them up so you guys can actually see what's going on. So very first, or the very top match is going to be Vindicare X versus Phoenix Reborn. For some reason I can't actually read this properly. But Vindicare X did come in second place in the last monthly Rumble tournament. Number 22 did go, or did lose 3-0 to Riku. In fact, he actually gave up the third game, to be honest, because he had to go for a different tournament, a Company of Heroes 2 tournament. So we'll see how Vindicare does this time, if he'll make it to the finals once again, or if he's going to get knocked out by Phoenix or knocked out by a different player. The second match as well going on is PaperBaG versus Freeman, or the second match down on the bracket. PaperBaG and Freeman just talked about did have that grudge match, and we'll see if Freeman is going to get the revenge against him. Meanwhile, we have Tex versus Adila. Let me bring up the brackets on my primary screen because right now it's very small on my secondary screen and I actually can't read it properly, so let me just bear with me for a second here. Let's bring up those brackets. So Tex versus Adila as well. There was actually a game between Tex and Adila yesterday which I spectated on stream, and then I think Adeptus also spectated afterwards as well. And that'll be quite a good matchup. Edger versus Zevargel as well. Edger is quite an old school player from what I've heard, and is going to be appearing in this tournament as well. We also have Element versus Yaay. I don't actually know much about Elements. I know Yaay, though Yaay has won multiple, or at least one monthly Rumble tournament in the past. So we'll see how he does. In fact, today's cast was also with Yaay, even though it says Bombastic. Well, his name was Bombastic in game, his name's actually Yaay. We have Andrea, Snake, and Farzo together. I think Farzo, someone told me that he was actually a retail player and has started to come over now to the Elite mod. A very good retail player, in fact. I've seen him play the Chaos Sorcerer once, but I've not actually seen him other than that. Andrea Snake, as well as part of the Warhammer Italian community, or WIC. You see Dark Hero and both Andrea as well with brackets WIC at the end of the name, both part of that Warhammer Italia clan. We also have Ogweed and Big Mathis as well. I'm not sure about Ogweed, but Big Mathis, known him or seen him go for that triple slugger build quite a bit, but he's also picked the Hive Tyrant and I think the Warlock as well in this tournament, and Page as well versus Dark Riku at the very bottom. Page known for going for that APO with those double shotgun scouts, double fully upgraded scouts in multiple games, and Riku known for winning monthly Rumble tournaments as well with that Chaos Lord, in fact winning the last monthly Rumble tournament with the Chaos Lord himself. So still waiting for PaperBaG to show, and if not then I'll just have to go for a different game, but hopefully PaperBaG does turn up fairly soon. And I don't think that this is PaperBaG. This is Dr. Baldhead, who is definitely not PaperBaG. And since Alice has just reminded the chat, players do need to be running the ESR report. I might as well run it myself since it works in the observer mode as well. Actually find the file on my desktop, and I've got it to open it up. And in the meantime, still waiting for that game, I might actually leave the lobby and see if there's just any other games on the go that I actually want to watch. So Adeptus is going to be casted, Adila versus Tex. I really want to cast though Freeman versus PaperBaG. There's also Big Mathis and Ogweed, and those are the only tournament games, or only tournament lobbies that are currently open right now. And if not, then Freeman's going to have to play against someone from the reserves, which is the Atlas talking about in chat as well. So we'll have to see if Freeman does have to play against a reserve. So, where is PaperBaG? If anyone actually has PaperBaG on their friends list, then please message him and tell him that he's actually got a game starting, and you know, I'd actually like to cast it. And if not, then I might just have a look back out in the lobbies and see who else there is. Things will be a bit easier later on when you know, the first 15 minutes of the tournament's always kind of like annoying because people don't turn up and you've got to fill in those gaps and whatnot. So after the first 15 minutes, guys, it'll be smooth sailing from there on out, okay? Just that the first 15 minutes of a tournament can be a bit annoying. But sit tight, and I guarantee, you know, I guarantee some decent games later on. Otherwise, for now, check out the brackets, check out the tournament information, and I will kind of just be moving around in the game, seeing if I can find PaperBaG. Not that I'm going to find him in the game, but maybe someone else on their friends list does have him. a lot of stuff being said about PaperBaG in the chat, and also hello Cornerfox, I've just seen your hello message. He's here. I did just like my desk. No, but PaperBaG is actually here. He has just entered for chat. He is online, guys. This is going to be it. This is going to be the grudge match, round 2. And I don't know why I just hit my desk. I'm kind of just excited. So, again, there was a grudge match between PaperBaG and Freeman. I actually got Freeman to tell me the story just so I could actually relay it to you in the chat, because some of you maybe don't know about the grudge match between them. So Freeman told me it's because that they were playing Freeze together and Freeman beat PaperBaG multiple times, mega hard, his words, Freeze 4 times, and PaperBaG said to Freeman, "You noob, you don't beat me in 1v1. Probably not those exact words, but you know the gist of it. And then so Freeman played against PaperBaG in 2 1v1s, and PaperBaG went 2-0 against Freeman in those 1v1s. So today we're going to see if Freeman can get revenge on PaperBaG and actually go 2-0 himself, or if it's going to be a close series, going to be a 2-1 series, or if PaperBaG is going to win the series again. So I'm taking breaks between me speaking just because I've got some tea here as well. Right. Oh wait, this was a... Alright, so let's have a look at the chat because PaperBaG was there a second ago. PaperBag's still not in-game yet, but he is online on Steam, he is in the chat. So we just wait for him to load up his game, come into the game, play the game, and I'll just talk over the game and, you know, maybe some stuff will get said in the chat, I don't know, between both players. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. Assuming PaperBaG is going to load up his game. It just says that he's online on Steam, and I can see him in the chat right now. So, the sooner he gets into the game, the better. And again, let's have a look at the brackets, because I feel like you guys might be a little bit bored of just seeing the empty lobby here. It looks like Freeman... Wait, what did Freeman pick? Let's actually have a look what Freeman picked, because I do have the players list up with me as well. Freeman has picked Lord Commissar, Brother Captain, and Tech Marine. Meanwhile, PaperBaG has picked Warlock, BbBoS, and Brother Captain. Honestly doubts we'll see a Brother Captain mirror between both players, even though they both picked him. I think what's more likely to happen is PaperBaG is going to be playing mainly the BbBoS or the Warlock. I think he's going to go towards the Warlock though, and Freeman I think is going to be sticking with the Lord Commissar throughout the series. That's my guess, my prediction. And PaperBaG is now loading into game as we speak. So guys, get ready, because we're going to have the grudge match. We're going to have the series. I also don't have a link to the pick percentages Riku, that was just a little video I made, but I believe it was Warlock who was the most picked with 8 picks out of 48, if you include Edge's random as being free. And also, what else was it? There was Force Commander, I think, who was the second most popular pick at 6 picks total, and there was some other picks that were 4 picks total, which I believe was the BbBoS, and there was something else as well. Brother Captain and BbBoS I think were the third or joint third most picked commanders at 4 apiece. And PaperBaG going to go for the Warlock, and looks like we are going to be ready to go once PaperBaG goes to the bathroom. You know, gotta make sure, you know, you're ready to play. Gotta vacate your system in preparation for this series. This is going to be a best of 3 series, by the way. The finals are a best of 5. Hopefully I'm getting that right. I'm sure if I'm not getting it right, then Atlas will be streaming at me through the Twitch chat himself. Meanwhile, we just wait. So, before the game begins, go get yourself some food, go get yourself something to drink, go get yourself some tea, beer, lemonade. I don't know what you guys drink, to be honest. But, you know, go get yourself something to enjoy this game with. while we wait for PaperBaG to finish up and ready up. And also a big thank you to those who actually organise the tournaments as well, because tournaments are fun. They're very fun. Yep, cider will do, cash. Right. Any minute now. I'm getting impatient. I don't know about you guys. I really shouldn't be getting impatient, but I just kinda am. At the same time, let me... Okay, PaperBaG is ready. I'm ready as well. And Freeman, if you are here, then we are good to go. Let me give Freeman a message. Tell him that PaperBaG is ready to go. And will be in game any second. Wait, is Calderas Refinery the first map? Let me grab the brackets. It is the first map, okay. Round of 16, you can see at the top the first map is actually fixed. And it's going to be Calderas Refinery for the round of 16, which this game is. And welcome to the first game of the monthly Rumble tournament. Going to be 3 men on the top side playing as the Lord Commissar, going to be on the blue side map, and on the red side map we have PaperBaG playing as the Warlock with this kind of green skin. I've seen PaperBaG actually have used like multiple of these green skins. It's really like a weird, it's like a really weird green as well, just because it's, I don't know, it's like one of those greens that like kind of looks different depending on the light. But Freeman going to be starting off here with triple guardsman. Don't know if he's going to go for a sentinel or not. Could go for a sentinel following up his third guardsman. It's got a very requisition heavy build, but I have seen other players do it. In fact, I recently saw Tex do it yesterday, but I'm not sure if Freeman is going to do that himself or if he's just going to stick with the triple guardsman. Triple guardsman in general with the Lord Commissar going to be extremely strong come tier 2, given that you can get the stubbornness. Stubbornness becomes, or boosts or buffs your Warlock, not Warlock, sorry, Lord Commissar by giving him extra health, or giving him lots of health regen, giving him lots of damage increase as well. And it gets at its strongest when you have 30 or more units surrounding your Commissar. PaperBaG meanwhile going to go for a very light tier 1 build, putting down very quick generators here as well, going to go for a fast Guardian Weapons team, probably going to go for 2 Guardian Weapons teams at the same time on his Warlock, most likely going to be purchasing an Immolator as well, and Freeman is going to get the Sentinel to follow up that triple Guardsman squad as well. Meanwhile, the Warlock going in for a very quick decap here onto the requisition point, not even matured at all right now, it's only on plus 10 in requisition income here. Meanwhile, Banshees coming in here, and Guardsmen going to be engaging here. The Lord Commissar is going to go into Banshees, not behind any green cover whatsoever. The Guardsmen are going to try and focus them down first, since they are more exposed compared to the Dire Avengers, which are behind green cover. That Lord Commissar sidearm doing 18 DPS, should be able to pick off a Banshee model if these Banshees are so unlucky, but they're going to retreat away before the Commissar is able to take down any models. But these Guardsmen though, getting very low. Dire Avengers have been able to bleed down a couple of models, one squad down to just 2 out of 6 models. Does not have the Sergeant upgrade yet. The Sergeant upgrade is going to come in a little bit later here, but given that the Sentinels come out as well, means that Sergeants will be delayed. And here's the first Guardian Weapons team here for PaperBaG, the first tier 1.5 unit on its way to go defend the requisition point. These Guardsmen here could actually force melee to defend the other Guardsmen. The Sentinel also on the scene does have that stomp, going to act as a melee deterrent against those Banshees. Also very nice if you can get a flank on the Guardian Weapons team later on as well to stomp it and stun it. The Commissar going to be moving out the area. Freeman still with no generators because he's spending so much requisition on these Guardsmen, on the Sentinel as well. And Sentinel and Guardsmen going to be grouping up in mid, going to be taking on this Warlock, who should be backing away after getting this victory points as well. Warlock going to be casting the Destructor, going to be retreating away since he isn't going to be able to do too much. Even if he did run away, there's nothing that he could really do since Freeman would chase him around the map. Might as well go back to base and remain on full health so you can get the Warlock back out of base a bit quicker. And on the Banshees as well, going to be upgraded with their aspect of strength very early on. I would have thought that PaperBaG would have gone for a second Guardian Weapons team here. And Banshee's going to be fleeting in as well. The Guardian Weapons team is going to be set up, protecting that central VP as well, forcing the Guardsmen off. And Banshees without their fleet's ability going to be a little bit slower getting into combat in the next engagement, but the Guardsmen here going to get caught out the top side of the map, do need to retreat away. If the Banshees do land a special on these Guardsmen, they would be dead, but the Guardsmen already retreating away are going to be fine overall. Meanwhile, it's going to be a power node bash here onto the contested power at the bottom side of the map here for Freeman. No flamers on his Guardsmen, but still will be able to take down that power node fairly quickly with just piercing damage. But the Banshee is going to come in for a power bash of their own. That second generator is currently building, but Freeman is on his way back. Does have the Sentinel and Guardsmen making their way over. Meanwhile, PaperBaG going for 3 generators now. Does have that free generator, or does have that full generator farm. Generator has now been completed. Freeman cannot cancel it, but this generator is most likely going to go down here to the Banshees. Freeman does have the requisition to replace the generators or buy even more generators if needed. But looks like he's going to get for some more Sergeant upgrades instead. Banshee is going to be backing away here after taking down a single generator farm. Meanwhile, the Guardian Weapons team going to be set up to protect this area. Guardsmen going to get executed here for a 100% damage boost. I think they started to retreat away, and that's why the Commissar actually executed them though. And Lord Commissar already upgraded with the Power Sword and the Carapace Arm. The Carapace Armor does reduce the cooldown of the execution, also reduces the energy cost of the execution as well. So the execution standard would cost 50 energy and does have quite a long cooldown. With the Carapace Armor, the cooldown is shorter and only costs 25 energy. Execution does provide a 100% damage boost and does allow units to break retreats if you execute them. At the same time, the Carapace Armor giving extra health and health regen to the Lord Commissar, allowing him to be a bit more tankier. And Commissar could get a flank here onto the Guardian Weapons team just outside the Arc of Fire here. Going to be able to skirt along it, and that Guardian Weapons team going to get uninterrupted here, or interrupted here. Going to get forced off, but PaperBaG with a very quick tier 2 here. Freeman on only 55 power himself. A fast Falcon for PaperBaG could be really devastating here for him. Meanwhile, Dire Avengers here upgraded with a Warlock to lead the squad. Sentinel going to be going in here. Does need to be careful since it is only on 540 HP. Does have the Stomp available and can use the Stomp as well. We'll catch out 3 models, including the Exarch leading the squad. Meanwhile, Guardsmen coming in here onto the retreat path. Guardsmen not doing the most damage on melee, so won't be able to finish off this Guardian squad, or this Dire Avenger squad in particular. But going to reclaim that requisition point that was lost earlier, and going to bash that power node as well.
I trained for this day.
Meanwhile, the Commissar going to be running around here, is on full health. That Carapace Armor giving health regen, going to be very useful for keeping that Commissar on the field. Meanwhile, Freeman still only on 97 power. PaperBaG with enough requisition and power to actually get a Falcon is starting to build a Falcon right away here, and Freeman will need to tech up as quickly as possible and get a counter out to that Falcon. Meanwhile, Guardian Weapons team and Banshees going to be coming in here. This Guardsman squad is going to get forced up here. Guardian Weapons team is setting up Banshees fleeting around from behind here. Won't be able to take down many models on these Guardsmen, but might be able to take down a couple here and get a little bit of XP for the Banshees from it. In fact, it looks like it won't be able to get down a single model here. And the second Guardsman squad is going to be running towards mid as well. Sentinel going to be trying to fight the Warlock, or going to try and fight the Warlock. The Power Sword on that Lord Commissar is going to be absolutely devastating to that Warlock. Power melee is effective against Commander Armor, or more effective against than melee, I believe. But even still, the Power Sword does more damage in comparison to the default Commissar's weapon. And now that the Banshee Exarch has been spotted here by Freeman, he should know that PaperBaG is now tier 2. Banshee's going to go in for a power bash as well. Meanwhile, the Falcon has also been spotted. The Guardsman going to get a decapitator requisition, and it's really needed here. Freeman really needs to do something about PaperBaG's economy right now, since it is spiraling out of control, since PaperBaG is so far ahead in terms of tech. This Sentinel, though, getting very low, is going to get chased down by the Falcon. The Falcon doing multiple types of damage here. The Exarch might even get sniped here. The Exarch will go down, or unless the Banshees actually go inside the Falcon. I can't tell. There is a dead model on the ground. I'm going to assume that, yep, the Exarch did go down. Guardsman executed. Freeman is going to engage this. The Falcon can only do so much to support these Banshees. The Falcon, oh my, the Banshees are going to go down here as well before they're able to enter the Falcon. That's a big loss there for PaperBaG. They were fully upgraded as well with both the aspect of strength and the Exarch. We're going to be losing them to a tier 1 army here. Should have just let the Falcon do all the work, since the Falcon is absolutely uncontested right now. Freeman is getting a heavy weapons team to actually counter this Falcon. Going to get an autocannon most likely. Autocannon, when executed, will be able to kill the Falcon in 2 salvos, I believe. Meanwhile, Flare is going to get placed down. More executions going to go down here. The missile launcher onto the Sentinel going to be very effective at trying to fight that Falcon here. Rear armor hits with the missile launch. That Guardian Weapons team may even go down here. It's so low, just 25 HP. The Falcon as well is going to go down. The Sentinel is going to chase. The Lord Commissar is very low right now. And one more missile hit. The Falcon is going to go down here. PaperBaG down to just Dire Avengers and the Guardian Weapons team. A grenade could get thrown here from these Dire Avengers, but is on cooldown. They do have enough energy now for it. An Autarch drop is going to come in as well. Grenade is thrown down, but is unable to actually finish off this Guardsman squad here. And the Heavy Weapons team is coming out of base as well, and can just stay with its default weapon for now until it knows if there's going to be another vehicle or if there's going to be more infantry. Autarch is going to jump onto this Heavy Weapons team as well. This Heavy Weapons team should be a bit careful. Meanwhile, the Sentinel going in very aggressively here against the VP. Still no upgrades onto the Warlock here. I'm surprised to have not seen an Immolator. Might even see an Immolator now. Might even see the Warp Throw upgrade now, but there is a Heavy Weapons team out on the field here. Sentinel will be able to get a decap onto that VP. Will stomp on that Warlock as well before backing out of the area. And the Autarch, I'm not sure what the Autarch is going to be able to do, to be honest, because Autarch does go well with Banshees to support them, but the Autarch by herself isn't going to be much of a melee army along with the Warlock. Could see Banshees get replaced with PaperBaG, could even see him just take up to tier 3 because he does actually have enough for any tier 2 units that he wants right now. Instead is going to go for Wraithguard. Wraithguard going to be extremely effective against the masses of infantry here by Freeman. But the Lord Commissar though, with that power sword and stubbornness bonus, is going to be doing so much damage. The Autarch dodging the stomp there, but is still forced to retreat away as she gets inside the arc of that Heavy Weapons team. Meanwhile, Dire Avenger is going to be coming in through mid here, not behind any green cover whatsoever. The Guardsmen are going to do so much damage to them, and Guardian Weapons team are going to be setting up here as well, but the Flare is going to get dropped down, and the Guardsmen will be able to force it off as well. Doing so much damage per burst here. The Warlock has even taken a lot of damage as well. That Lord Commissar does have an extra 30%, not 30%, an extra 75% damage in melee combat because of that stubbornness bonus. You can see the multiple rings around him, and there are more than 30 Guardsmen here since the Commissar upgrades have come in. The Commissars on the Guardsmen squads also do quite a lot of range damage, about 20 DPS I think in range. And that Commissar with an extra, the Lord Commissar himself, sorry, with an extra 75% damage. Need to be very careful about letting him get into melee, and some executions going off. The Wraithguard are coming in. The Warlock is not in this engagement whatsoever. These Wraithguard do have an X-Arc leading them for the extra movement speed, and that Guardian Weapons team is going to be setting up, and that Commissar will be forced to back away here. More executions going to go down, and that Autarch will need to be careful, even though she's landed multiple specials there against that Lord Commissar. We'll need to be careful here because the Guardsmen are going to burst her down if she's not careful. The Wraithguard though are devastating these Guardsmen, multiple models getting taken down. Commissar going to try and run in here for an execution perhaps. Freeman might decide to just back out of the fights for now. Autarch is going to get forced off here. Meanwhile, the Wraithguard are going to try and keep on pushing in here. Going to try and focus down that Sentinel, using the ground attack as well to try and predict where the Sentinel is going to go, but unsuccessful at taking down any models here. Guardsmen even upgraded with the plasma guns. Wraithguard are heavy infantry, and plasma guns going to be very effective against the heavy infantry of those Wraithguards, even effective actually against the Shuriken Cannon itself if the Guardsmen do hit it with their plasma guns, since the Shuriken Cannon itself is heavy infantry. Commissar going to be backing away. Guardsmen with the Commissar upgrade can also execute themselves as well to break retreat, or the Lord Commissar himself can execute if needed. Dire Avengers going to be pushing in, Wraithguard pushing in through mid, and autocannon has been purchased for the heavy weapons team. I'm not sure if the refractor shield has also been purchased, and Spotter's also coming out here for Freeman, which is an interesting choice in tier 2. But the Spotter's going to be very useful at interrupting the guarded weapons team, especially when Freeman maybe wants to save his red for other uses other than flares. Autocannon now executes is going to be doing double damage here to this Autarch. If the Wraithguard get inside the arc here, they will take double damage from that autocannon. Lord Commissar going to be going in here. That guarded weapons team unable to actually suppress the Commissar. The Commissar has gone in very quickly there, and will be knocking over all of these Dire Avengers. The Power Sword ability, very similar to the Force Commander's Battle Cry, and Warp Spider is going to be coming out for PaperBaG, which is a bit of an interesting choice. A flare is getting placed down to stop those Warp Spiders from focusing the Commissar. Freeman wants to keep the Commissar in the fights throughout this, and the Autarch is so low right now, she may even go down here. There's a lot of range damage from that autocannon here. Wraithguard going to get tied up here. The Autarch is going to be able to barely scrape away with 1 HP. 1 HP is all she got away with. The Commissar has been forced off that autocannon, going to be doing a lot of damage to Wraithguard. These Wraithguard are suppressing these Guardsmen, and the Guardsmen can't run away quick enough from those Wraith cannons. Wraithguard going to be pushing in even further, going to be focusing down the heavy weapons team. The lead model does take a reduced 50% damage because of that refractor shield. Guardsmen are also going to get forced off here in the end as the Guardian weapons team does set up and suppresses the remainder of the squads as well. The spotters are now out for Freeman as well, going to be jumping into the next engagement. Meanwhile, Sentinel has actually gone around and decapped the victory point, the requisition points, and also the contested power at the top side of the map. PaperBaG going to be setting up in the mid now. Guardian weapons team going to go back to base, get some healing. Currently no gates on the map here for PaperBaG. Looks like the only abilities he's used is the swift movement ability, or the swift movement global on the Warlock. But Warp Spider is going to be coming in. Do have the aspect of Warp Spider, and now having the leader as well, the Exarch, to guide them. The Exarch does provide energy regen, and with the aspect of the Warp Spider, the Exarch is armed with a twin Death Gauge spinner rather than the single Death Gauge spinner which the other models are currently armed with. Also gives the leader power melee in the form of Power Blade weaponry. But the Guardsman blob is coming towards mid. The heavy weapons team is also setting up quite far away, in fact only just about covering that victory point. Execution going to go down here. Still no way for Freeman to actually reinforce on the field. No Chimera or anything like that. Warp Throw is going to toss away this Commissar into some combat here. Also even going to leap in as well, but the Commissar with that stubbornness bone is going to be so tanky to deal with. A flare going to go down. This Guardian weapons team is just running in and it's forced off almost instantly. The Commissar can go in now onto these Wraithguard. These Wraithguard going to take so much damage. A grenade is going to get thrown down, but thrown, and it's going to destroy these Guardsmen here, killing 5 models in the backline. These Wraithguard though going to take an insane amount of damage here. I'm surprised they didn't lose a single model though on retreat. I think the Commissar could have chased down this Wraithguard squad and taken a model there with his power sword. But the Warp Spider is going to be going around the map now, going to be on capping duty, since they are too fragile now to take on any parts of Freeman's army because he is so grouped up in mid, and even a bunker is going down here. There's going to be upgraded to a medical bunker. Highly doubt it's going to be an upgrade to a repair bunker, obviously, because there's no vehicles on the map for Freeman, and Freeman looks like he may even go towards tier 3 fairly soon as well. These Warp Spiders need to be careful trying to go in for the capture here. Going to lose a model there before retreating away, and unable to actually get that requisition points at the same time. Meanwhile, in mid, the Autarch is upgraded with an Executioner as well, doing 64.3 power melee DPS. The Autarch is going to be engaging this autocannon though. Could even try and go inside the bunker, even going to land that 360 special, and the Guardian weapons team is also set up here as well. The Commissar is going to be coming in for a flank, sprinting in here. That Autarch is still taking quite a lot of damage now. The Guardsmen are no longer suppressed. The Autarch will need to be careful here. That Guardian weapons team is definitely going to go down here. The Plasma Guardsman along with the Commissar on retreat is going to be enough to actually take it down here. Meanwhile, the other Guardsman here for Freeman going to be retreating away here. Could get executed by the Commissar, or the Commissar within the squad could execute these Guardsmen. And that's exactly what's going to happen, and they will remain on the field going towards this medical bunker to reinforce back up to full models here. Warlock has also been repurchased as well, does have an Immolator as well as the Warp Throw in fact. And Freeman going to be taking up now 2 tier 3 grenade, going to get thrown, going to get dodged out though by Freeman, and Freeman is going to go in for a push of his own. The power has still been unbashed though for PaperBaG, but that might actually change now, or Freeman might even just go in for the VP and try and hold outside the base and try and focus more on the requisition points of PaperBaG. These Warp Spiders going in a little bit aggressively. The Exarch has just gone down as well. The Exarch is definitely not cheap to replace. But PaperBaG is going to concede for game, and Freeman going to be taking game 1 against PaperBaG. And Freeman getting a little bit of revenge there for losing that grudge match against PaperBaG in the past there. Going to be a 17-minute game. All these games are going to be on the ESL ladder. Should you want to watch the replays for yourself, you can have a look at dawnofwar.info and have a look. If you click on the ESL and have a look at match history, you should be able to find it there. Freeman going to be hosting another game. I'm going to jump into the observer slot and wait for PaperBaG to return. In the meantime, PaperBaG will be the one to choose the map now, since he was the loser of the previous game. The loser always picks the map after losing. So we'll see. All observer slots have now been closed. Everyone plays Lord Commissar now, even though there is 2 Lord Commissars total for this tournament, I believe. So PaperBaG still has not given his map choice yet. And you can see the chat on your screen here. I'll have a look at the brackets real quick, just so you can see if there's any scores that's been updated. So Freeman currently 1-0 against PaperBaG, Zevargel 1-0 against Edger, Yaay is 2-0 against Elements already, Barzo is 2-0 against Snake, and Big Mathis is 1-0 against Ogweed. And back into the game chat now. And Judgment of Karen should be in the map pool as far as I'm aware. Let's have a look on the forums real quick. And it is. And this has also sent me a copy of it as well. Nice. So yeah, Judgment of Karen is a map available in this map pool. But let me maximize the chat because I think you guys are more interested in this little chat between Freeman and Paper rather than the picture of Judgment of Karen. I'm sure many of you have played on this map. I'll set myself as ready. PaperBaG did choose this map, and we'll see if things are going to change in this game or if Freeman is going to take game 2. Freeman offering to do a brother captain mirror match against PaperBaG to see who is the ultimate auto Malleus commander, I guess. We'll see if PaperBaG does take him up on the offer of a mirror match, the ultimate balanced match. And PaperBaG has actually agreed to an auto Malleus mirror match as well. Oh no. Why me? I'm not picking the map, but we actually have an auto Malleus mirror. I'm trying to remain like impartial, so I'm not going to pick the map at all between these players. I'm going to let them sort it out. Jalro's Forge is going to be the map picked. And, well, that's Jalro's Forge and auto Malleus mirror. You guys are in for a real treat here. I say treats in the loosest of terms, I guess. Well, Jalro's Forge, Brother Captain v Brother Captain. Who's going to have the cooler skin? Because that's obviously going to decide who wins the game. Freeman is going to be using the standard auto Malleus skin by the looks of things, while PaperBaG is going to be using some green skin with a logo on it as well. WNX Gaming Network. No idea what that is. Maybe someone in chat can enlighten me as to what that is. PaperBaG with the green Brother Captain, Freeman with the grey and red Brother Captain here. Who do you think is going to win? Both players going for a strike squad, coming out at identical timings as well. So far, no one has won, or no one has won the race to get the strike squad out onto the field here. Let's see, Freeman going to go for a second IST squad, PaperBaG not going for such second squad here. This is where the game is going to be decided. We'll see how both of these builds go. The strike squad going to be engaging the strike squad in mid. Both strike squads with 70 melee skill. I mean, they're going to have the same stats, but strike squads with 70 melee skill and also having a special attack, unlike Tactical Marines or CSM, could see one of them special each other for the win here, but Freeman going to be occupying the building here. PaperBaG going to be forced to go behind some yellow cover, and Freeman now exiting the building. Does need to be careful because PaperBaG has got some models behind yellow cover. And the Brother Captain is on the scene here, where the hammer is not used yet. But Brother Captain going to be engaged. Meanwhile, another Brother Captain going to be coming in. PaperBaG is now used with the hammer himself. Strike Squad models will be on full models here. These IST though getting very low. Brother Captain going to be retreating away, and the IC squad is going to go down for PaperBaG. Didn't want that squad. It does cost upkeep to actually keep on the field. But Freeman going to be losing his Brother Captain. Meanwhile, PaperBaG going to lose a Strike Squad model. And with the Strike Squad model lost, that means Freeman has still come out on top here, assuming he doesn't bleed any models now. Since the Strike Squad model and IST squad is going to be worth a little bit more than the Commanders, as Commanders only 250 requisition total. But the Brother Captain here for PaperBaG going to be engaging the IST Strike Squad, going to try and kite away here. Brother Captain does do power melee with his default weapon, and PaperBaG going to be coming out with a second Strike Squad out of base here. Meanwhile, Freeman has IST just capping the map while all this is going on. IST now vacating the building, going to try and force off that Brother Captain. He is now forced off, going to run back to base, and Freeman will replace his Brother Captain as well. Still no war gear purchases for either commander, in fact, no power built for either player here, not even a power node for either player. IST going to be engaged here by PaperBaG Strike Squad. These IST will be forced back to base, should just retreat them in fact, because they are quite fragile, only 100 health per model. But the Strike Squad in mid going to be capturing up the requisition point here for PaperBaG. Meanwhile, Freeman has opted for the top and most southern VP here, even has this noded, and also now his natural power noded as well. You know, the Brother Captain going to be going mid. Strike Squad is there, but Freeman does have an IST squad, which is going to get forced off here before they lose any models. You want to try and avoid your IST getting bled as much as possible. Meanwhile, Purgation Squad is going to be the next purchase here for a PaperBaG. Freeman might decide to opt for something else other than Purgation. Might even go for operatives in tier 1. May even just go for some upgrades instead on the squads, but Freeman does have 60 power, could afford some upgrades now, but cannot afford any squads if he wanted. The Strike Squad in mid going to take a lot of damage here. That lead model may even go down here. Brother Captain even going to go in for the swing there, but the lead model had already died mid-swing there. And Purgation Squad getting buffed by Weird the Hammer here. Meanwhile, Freeman's Brother Captain is going to be backing away here. The second IST squad is going to regroup with the initial IST squad. And Strike Squad in mid will need to be careful here, trying to capture this VP. Could even try and force melee here. The Brother Captain is going to be the one forcing melee onto that Purgation Squad. Meanwhile, second Strike Squad coming in here for PaperBaG. Brother Captain of PaperBaG going to be knocking over Freeman's Strike Squad here. And Freeman really needing another squad here. I don't think these double IST are really casting it against the double Strike Squad here. And wow, a model actually taken down here at 620 HP. That is very unfortunate there for Freeman, in fact. Now the Purgation coming in, going to try and bash down this generator farm. Freeman going to go for some operatives here. PaperBaG only putting down 2 generators here himself now. And the Purgation is going to start working their way down on this node. Purgations were changed in most recent patches. They don't bash power as rapidly as they initially did. Their flamers do about the same amount of damage as TAC flamers, I believe, 2 generator farms from now on. But IST going to try and come out of base. Strike Squad also vacating the base as well. Operatives going to be jumping into the fights as well. Might even upgrade as well so they can actually use the stun bomb in engagements. This IST squad getting very low right now. The Purgation is doing an insane amount of damage here now. Operatives on the field going to be coming in. Operatives were changed slightly, so they're a little bit slower these days and not as rapid as they once were. But everything other than the Brother Captain has now been forced off here for PaperBaG. The operatives are going to be infiltrating here, and the Brother Captain is really trying to chase him down here. Does have that wrist mounted as Storm Bolts, going to be unable to pick off any models here. Now going to be engaging the Strike Squad. Mind Blaze even used onto the Strike Squad here by Freeman, but the Brother Captain is not going to be retreating through the Strike Squad, and even then, with the extra melee skill, they're not going to be able to land any specials against the Brother Captain. But at the same time, by using Mind Blaze on your Strike Squad, the Brother Captain will not land any specials against the Strike Squad because of the melee skill difference. PaperBaG going to be buying a second IST squad. Needs that IST squad for detection. The sergeant on the IST squad, it does detect. The acolyte leader does not detect. So be careful when purchasing one or the other to make sure you get the sergeant if you need that detection. With PaperBaG going to be grouping out of base here. The operatives are going to get a decap on a fully matured requisition point. Very annoying there for PaperBaG, since requisition is definitely needed when both sides are bleeding Strike Squad models. The PaperBaG with a full generator farm up. Meanwhile, Freeman only on a single generator, not even a power node since it did get bashed earlier. Freeman could try and group up, could try and get a stun bomb on these operatives and land a really nice stun bomb onto PaperBaG's army to turn the tide. In a straight up fight, PaperBaG's army is stronger with 2 strike squads and a purgation squad compared to the IST and operatives, which are a bit more fragile here for Freeman. In fact, Freeman's brother Captain getting very low here, trying to go in for a power bash. Don't think he's going to be able to finish it though. Operatives going to be infiltrating here, going to be able to sneak out the area, although they're still partially detected here. Strike squad will try and intercept them, but is going to be unsuccessful in doing so. I might even go for a snipe against these IST here, which I can't click for some reason. There we go. These IST though gained very low, brought down to 250 health with a single salvo from all models. And Freeman is the first person to tier 2 with PaperBaG, going to be the second person to tier 2, and the map is looking extremely blue right now here for Freeman, but Freeman was recently forced off the field, so PaperBaG is going to change that a little bit. IST should force melee onto this purgation squad here just to buy a little bit of extra time here, but going to get forced off in the end. Purgation even trying to force melee themselves. Operatives now without any energy, going to be engaging this purgation squad, going to be forced to retreat away here. And Freeman is coming out base here with his brother Captain and strike squad going to be on their way. In fact, Purgation going to go for this final generator here. Brother Captain will be going in. Will be getting path blocked by his own generator there, but the Purgations in the end will be forced off, and Freeman going to be going for a Rhino here. Don't know if he's going to go for the heavy bolter or if he's going to go for the last Rhino. Might go for the heavy bolter, thinking that he's ahead in terms of power, but might even decide to just not upgrade it whatsoever for now. But I think he should consider getting the heavy bolter upgrade. Problem is, if he goes for the heavy bolter upgrade, he has no AV whatsoever if PaperBaG decides to get out a Rhino himself. In fact, PaperBaG looks like he might even opt for a Dreadnought himself, given the amount of requisition and power he actually has saved up. Mind Blaze getting used onto the strike squad here, going to force melee here. Plasma overcharge from the IST going to be used to suppress that strike squad, and they will retreat in the end. It's going to be the heavy bolter turret here for Freeman, going to be able to take down an IST model. Is going to come in for a power bash. The double plasma gun is going to be very effective against these double strike squads or the masses of heavy infantry that PaperBaG has got. And even though PaperBaG did buy this IST squad to replace the one that he initially lost, he still has not bought a sergeant, still has not bought any detection on them whatsoever here. So I'm not sure why he did go for that IST squad. He is getting a Dreadnought though, so the IST squad can be used to repair that Dreadnought, but the IST squad haven't really done too much until this Dreadnought has now come out of base. Purgation could also consider upgrading 2 Psycannons as well as a source of AV against this Rhino here. Freeman's brother Captain getting very low, still no upgrades for either brother Captain here. IST should use their plasma overcharge. One of the squads does have it off cooldown and should use it right away now to the Purgation squads before they suppress these IST here. Purgation's getting very low. The plasma overcharge, even doing 20 plasma cannon damage, is useful for a little spike in damage during the engagement as well. Strike squad going to be engaging strike squad here. Freeman does have a Justica leading the squad as well, so he will be able to force off PaperBaG squad there. In the meantime, Rhino is going to be jumping up to the top side of the map. IST able to reinforce from that Rhino as well. And operatives could go in for a snipe here against these IST who are very low at just 230 HP, but the IST already cotting on to that operative squad will be backing out the area. Still no upgrades for the IST other than the plasma gun, still no Acolyte leaders. Acolyte leaders might be considered just to give the squad a bit of extra tankiness and a bit of extra staying power, in fact. Mind Blade's used for the 20% damage boost, going to go in for a snipe here. These IST are so low, down to just 8 HP. The operatives do get in the snipe there, and there is no repair support whatsoever now for this Dreadnought. A second Rhino isn't even coming out as well for Freeman. Now be upgraded to the last turret. Plasma overcharge used to suppress the Purgation and strike squad here. The Purgation desperately trying to get in range, but just getting kited out by this Rhino. And the Rhino will be able to drive out there fairly safe with the most of the map belonging to Freeman right now. 398 VPs to 182. Freeman with a massive VP lead for now. But the Dreadnought will buy a little bit of time here for PaperBaG. The problem is with a last Rhino on the way, the Dreadnought will get kited around for the majority of the game until it actually goes down. Especially with no repair support whatsoever here for PaperBaG, will be forced to buy another IST squad. Dreadnought going in, going to be forcing melee here onto the brother Captain of Freeman. Freeman's brother Captain not really able to stand up against that Dreadnought here, but the Purgation are coming in as well to help out that Dreadnought, but the last upgrade is coming in here. Plasma IST, needs to focus down to Purgation Squad before it forces off one of the Rhinos here. Dreadnought is going to go in, is also upgraded now with the Claw as well, does have the Maelstrom ability, does have the Emperor's Fist ability as well. We need to be careful of the Maelstrom ability before it actually knocks over the IST. Cap's going to be tying up the Purgation Squad. Meanwhile, this last Rhino is just going to kite this Dreadnought. The last Rhino doing 130 damage, no, 165 damage in fact per shot. Does not slow, unlike a heavy weapons team last cannon, but does do quite a lot of damage and can fire while on the move. The Dreadnought has already brought it down to 160 HP, where Cap's even gaining a swing there, bring it down by an Ever 7. But the Rhino needs to stay on the move. If that Rhino does go down, that Dreadnought will be much more effective. Strike Squad trying to force melee here onto one of the Rhinos here. Dreadnought is already down to just 492 HP. If this Dreadnought goes down, it's going to be it for PaperBaG. He is going to be struggling to come back into this game here. And yeah, PaperBaG even feeling it himself that the game is over. So he should have conceded 1 minute in instead of wasting time. And Freeman is going to be winning the first series here in the monthly Rumble Tournament 23, although there's other series that have already been won, but this series I've casted, Freeman will be taking it home. And that means I'm going to go find another game to jump into and spectate. What other games do we have? We have Yaay versus Phazo, we have Big Mathis versus Riku, we have Zevargel or Edgeshot versus Tex, we have no one in the top side apparently who's actually finished their game between Vindicare or Phoenix. They must still be in game. So we'll just have to wait and see if there are any other games coming up soon. So Freeman is actually, since he's just hosting the game, saying who's he against. Up against either Vindicare or Phoenix, depending on who wins the next one. So I'm going to message Yaay and ask him if he's in game, because I actually want to, I need to look at the brackets again, I forgot. I want to see if Yaay versus Phazo is going to happen anytime soon. And if I don't get to watch Yaay versus Phazo, what other games were there that I saw? I'm not going to bore you with the brackets once again. So Yaay is currently in game. So let me have a look at the brackets. I'm actually having a look at the wrong area on the website. Let's have a look. So non-com tournament brackets. So Yaay versus Phazo, and if Zevargel goes 2-0 against Edgeshot, I might cast him versus Tex. And Vindicare and Phoenix are apparently going to be done fairly soon, according to Atlas here. So we'll just have to wait for the next game to turn up. And so for the meantime, we're going to wait, take a small break before moving on. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look in the chat here. Okay, Edgeshot has now lost 2-0 against Zevargel. Which means I will do Zevargel versus Tex if Yaay doesn't get out of game quick enough. I've already had something to drink, Forest. Right. So Zevargel should now be out of game, so either him or Tex should be hosting the game. Tex is named Man of Faith for some reason today. Let's have a look. This is Tex, isn't it? I'm assuming it's Tex just because it's a picture of a... yeah, it is Tex, okay. Just because it's the same Steam profile picture. It starts closing these chats because I've got a little bit too many open here. And once again, the brackets for your viewing pleasure. So Tex versus Zevargel, yaay versus Fazo, they're currently in game 1, so I'm going to go for Tex versus Zevargel since it's going to be a fresh series, kind of like to cast like the series from the very beginning if you like. So I'm just waiting for that to come up, and still no word on Vindicare versus Phoenix Reborn. But I know that they are in game together. Back up to the lobby list while waiting. So yeah, it's a shame that there's no Commander Knobs or Commander Knob players in this tournament. Commander Knob was not picked even once throughout this tournament, which I'm quite surprised about. There's 4 War Bosses, 1 Mech Boy, but no Commando Knobs. Whereas Tyranids was also very low in picks as well, with only a single Hive Tyrant pick, I believe it was, and also IG with only 1 Inquisitor pick, 2 Lord Commissar picks, and that's it. And then Auto Malleus, which is a bit different since there's only 1 commander to choose from, so it's going to be a bit different, I guess. Space Marines was a bit more popular than I thought, and Eldar in particular as well, with 8 Warlock picks total, being the most picked commander throughout the tournament. In the meantime, just waiting again for the new game or for another lobby to get hosted. Let me just message Tex or something. Zevargel. I've got Zevargel on my friends list. I have no idea. Okay, so it looks like they're not in game yet, so waiting for Tex and Zevargel to get lobby hosted so I can actually start casting. In the meantime, there is a FDHDFDF game for anyone else who wants to join, but it's already full and already in game. I'm still waiting for a game for myself to actually be able to jump into. And Phoenix has got a game up. It's going to be between Phoenix and Vindicare. Maybe I should just jump into that and wait. So the winner of Phoenix and Vindicare will go on to face Freeman in the top side of the map. Dr. Baldhead going to be hosting that 2v2 low mid game as well, since he jumped into Freeman's lobby earlier today. Okay, Zevargel's ready, so I'm going to go and jump into Tex and Zevargel, since I want to, you know, jump into a fresh series where they're not already played a game or two. So in the meantime, I'll just wait for a lobby. When one comes up, I will jump in. The bracket link should be working, Forest. Wait, is bracket link really not working? I wanted to come up because I missed it in the chat. Okay, Tex got a game up. Yeah, he's also out. So is this Tex? Because Tex is... On Steam it shows one name, or in game it shows another, but okay. And first map is Ashes of Typhon, check the brackets. Yes. Well, we're in game. Well, not in game. We're in lobby. Tex has picked. What did Tex pick, actually? Let's have a look at the player list. Tex's picks are Farseer, Lord Commissar, and Commander Nob. Tex didn't pick Commander Nob, did he? Okay. Farseer, Lord Commissar, and Commander Nob for Tex. Meanwhile, Zevargel has picked Chaos Lord, BbBoS, and Force Commander. I may have made a mistake then in the very beginning statistics page, although hopefully not many of you saw that anyway. And Tex is almost ready to go, needs to put some socks on for some reason, you know. Got to be dressed up for your tournament game. Zevargel, I think, will be sticking with mostly the Chaos Lord and the BbBoS. It won't be picking the Force Commander too much. And Tex, I think, will be sticking with the Lord Commissar and Farseer, since that is what he has been practicing the most of recent. Or seen him play at the most of recent as well. Let's get some more to drink before the series starts because my throat's a bit dry. And I'm ready. Just waiting for the players now to ready up themselves. So, while this is waiting, actually, I could just do a poll, couldn't I, and see who you guys think is going to win. Right, let's see if I can do this properly, because it's a rival. Alright, there's a poll. Go and vote in it, and I can actually see the results on my screen. I can't actually put them on the screen, though, myself, because I'm not really prepared for that. So go and vote. Already some votes coming in. 3 votes here for Tex, 1 vote here for Zevargel for a total of 4 votes. Another vote here for Tex, so it's now 4-1. I would try and bring it up on the screen, but I've actually tried to do this with straw poll before, and the problem is actually, like, it has adverts on it. When I actually put it on the stream, it shows adverts, which I don't really want in particular. Still waiting then for our Tex to get those socks on. Apparently needs to hand make them or something. But still, currently 7 votes in total. I'll just read out the results when the game is about to begin instead. Tex is now back. Zevargel, I am assuming, is here. And I think they just need to source out what commanders they're going to pick now. Okay. Well, where's Zevargel ready enough actually? So Tex is the top of the bracket, so I believe he's the first pick, in fact. I'm not that rehearsed in the rules with I should be, to be honest. So currently 13 votes total. Get some more votes, and guys, there's 80 of you watching from what I can see, so let me have a look at the rules actually. You know what, actually, instead of doing that, while they're sourcing out the rules, let me see if I can bring up this straw poll. So I think this is how I do it. You ready for this, like, sick on-screen poll? I can't even see it. Okay, this is why I don't do it, because it just shows adverts. But I can actually just read out the results to you now anyway. I can't type it in properly for some reason. Give me a second, sorry. Okay, we're back. So both players still sourcing out. Let me read the results of that straw poll since I've actually got them open with me right now. It's currently 10 votes for Tex and 4 for Zevargel, meaning that 71% of you think that Tex is going to win and 29% of you think Zevargel is going to win, although one of those votes, Chorris did say that he voted for Zevargel just to troll the chat. And I can see Grudge Match flying around in the chat right now. The score is 0-0 between both players, and I think players are now ready to go. Tex is going to go with the Farseer pick, Zevargel going to go with the Chaos Lord. Observers are ready, and we're now going to go into game 1 of this series. Map is going to be Ashes of Typhon. The winner, or the loser, sorry, of this map will be the one to pick the next map choice, but for now, let's get into game 1, get that over and done with. As we now jump in, starting off on the bottom side map, we have Tex playing as the Farseer with the Sanheim Elite Mod custom color scheme, and we have Zevargel on the top side of the map playing as the Chaos Lord. I was going to say Chaos Lord, what's the skin that he's using? I'm not actually sure, but it looks like some sort of Chaos Undivided color scheme, which is also blue. It looks like a blue version actually of the Black Legion color scheme, which I don't know if I'm right or wrong about that. Tex going to go for triple Dire Avengers, Zevargel going to go for double Heretics with a CSM squad as well. And Chaos Lord going to go straight for that aggressive victory point capture. Still not captured his natural power yet, but has some CSM on the way to do so anyways. And Dire Avengers going to be capping up all the natural points, while the Farseer does spot that the Chaos Lord is on that contested VP. Going to go for this power points instead. And already a power node getting placed down. I imagine Zevargel will place down a power node as soon as the CSM are done capping up that VP, or capping up that power point, since he should have enough requisition to actually purchase it. Meanwhile, Chaos Lord is going to go around, or go behind actually, and capture up this requisition point. Meanwhile, Dire Avengers are pushing in onto the contested VP side. Dire Avengers still on the left hand side as well to cap up that left hand side. We need to be careful of Heretics engaging into melee combat. We need to try and kite them for as much as possible. Farseer is going to be engaging in here. Going to be fighting those CSM. CSM going to be backing away here to Farseer. Not doing the most range damage here with her sidearm, but does have the chance to special quite often given that she has a very fast melee attack. But Heretics is going to be engaging her. Farseer is going to carry on chasing down a CSM squad, can land specials against the CSM but cannot land specials against the Heretics, since Heretics do have that higher melee skill. Dire Avengers are going to get tied up here. We're able to get a decap onto the VP here, but might even lose a model down to Heretics or the Chaos Lord with his Storm Bolter. Heretics though not going to be engaging these Heretics just yet, and Heretics on this other side are going to go down here. It looks like they went down to either a plasma grenade, or if they went down to range fire, or even both. Probably both at this point. But Zevargel going to be getting out a Havoc squad. Meanwhile, Tex still has not actually purchased anything yet in terms of power, power units, sorry. But does actually have the aspects of the Avenger upgrade onto this Dire Avenger squad in particular, who will need to back away now. But the CSM are coming in. Still no other upgrades other than that one aspect of the Avenger upgrade. Probably going to go for a Guardian Weapons team to follow up, although it does have 300 requisition, 40 power right now, so I'm not sure what he's going to purchase. Is going to go for that Guardian Weapons team, which is coming in a little bit later. You know, Dire Avenger is going to be pushing in here against the Chaos Lord. Also going to be putting down an energy shield as well with this aspect of the Dire Avenger squad. And Zevargel is going to replace the heretics that he did lose earlier. 190 requisition to repurchase those heretics here. Going to delay his generators ever so slightly. Farseer fleeting in here is getting that Doombringer upgrade, going to get suppressed though by those Havocs. Is trying to get outside the arc, but the Chaos Lord landing a special, they're going to force her to stay inside that arc, and she'll be forced off along with these Dire Avengers as well. And Zevargel will be able to push in himself. The Guardian Weapons team is also pushing up, going to have to set up and defend the power here. Still only a single generator here for Tex. Meanwhile, Dire Avengers with only 10 energy away from getting another plasma grenade. Could see another plasma grenade come in onto either these heretics or these CSM. The Heretic's going to be engaging here in melee combat. Dire Avenger's going to run away here. Grenade is available now if the cooldown has also run out as well. Grenade is going to get thrown at the feet. Oh wow, it's doing more damage to these Dire Avengers I think than the Heretics itself. Dire Avengers down so low here, but surprisingly on 4 models out of 5. The CSM going to get forced off as well. The Heretics as well gaining Aspiring Champion as well. This is the fresh Heretic squad that has recently come out of base. The replacement for the initial squad that did die. The Heretic's going to get forced off here. We're going to go in for a flank against that Guardian Weapons team, but forced off by the Dire Avengers that are coming out of base once again here for Tex. And Heretic's going to be bled down to just 4 out of 9 models, 3 out of 9 models, including that Aspiring Champion actually. Chaos Lord going to be engaging in here, but the Doom is casted onto that Chaos Lord, taking an extra 40% damage. Grenade even thrown down onto him as well. Does get that combi flame, but comes in a little bit too late as he is forced off anyway. Heretic's also going to get forced off as well. Havoc sets up on that right hand side, do need to be careful of getting flanked by these Dire Avengers. Guardian Weapons team going to go down to that left hand side. Guardian Weapons team can set up in some really annoying places on this left hand side since it's very choke point-ish, and actually hold the VPs and requisition. At the same time, Tex is going to go in for a little bit of a power bash here. Dire Avengers going to poke down this one generator. This is some very unfortunate power placement here for Zevargel. The power is placed in such a way that you can just come in through mid and actually poke it down while still being somewhat in mid. At the same time, the Guardian Weapons team has also joined these Dire Avengers here as well. Havocs are coming up to set up to actually defend this generator farm. At the same time, there is a power node or power generator as well onto the other power point, and Tex is going to be on 4 generators here. Should be able to take up to tier 2 fairly quick. Meanwhile, Zevargel only on 2 generators now after losing that initial one. Heretics on retreat here. No grenades on retreat, no melee on retreat either from either the Farseer or the Dire Avengers here, which I'm quite surprised about. It could have finished off these Heretics, I think, if he forced melee with the Farseer and with the Dire Avengers together. Heretics with the Aspiring Champion going to be upgraded with the grenade launcher here. A bit curious as to why the Aspiring Champion Heretic squad was one to get the grenade launchers rather than the secondary squad. The Aspiring Champion squad would have been better in melee combat, or to use better in melee combat here. They're going to be the ones with that grenade launcher. Chaos Lord going to be going in the grenade barrage onto that Guardian Weapons team here as well, down to just 2 models, sorry. Chaos Lord should be able to poke down a second model there with that combi flamer. Kill the Weak is also available, could use on these retreating Dire Avengers here, and will do so as well. Guardian Weapons team now down to just 1 model. Dire Avengers down to 3 out of 5. The grenade launcher Heretic is going to be engaging these Dire Avengers as well. Doom onto the Chaos Lord and the grenade together, but the Chaos Lord already using his melee weapon, meaning he takes reduced damage from grenades because he's technically in melee combat. And Heretics on this left hand side just going to be on capping duties from now on. Dire Avengers also on capping duties on this right hand side as well. Going to go in for a decap onto the power here. Going to put down an energy shield. Do have 60 energy still because they are level 2, and will be able to throw a grenade if the melee Heretics decide to come in here. Dire Avengers going to go in, going to try and throw a grenade here by the looks of it, but I don't think it's going to be the best choice here. Down to just 3 models here. CSM could force melee on retreat here, could try and finish off this squad here, but CSM don't seem that interested whatsoever, and Dark Reaper's going to be coming out for Tex now that he is tier 2 Zevargel, only signs tech up to tier 2 himself. and does know that this power farm is up, is partially damaged, so Zevargel has damaged it himself, and does know that it's up there. We'll need to do something about it, can't let it just sit there the entire game, otherwise Tex will hit tier 3 way before Zevargel can get anything out. Heretics though, going to be forced off here, trying to run outside the arc of that guided weapons team here, but in the end going to get forced off. Farseer going to be coming in once again, all 3 Dire Avengers upgraded with the aspects of Avenger. Currently no Exarchs leading either squad though. Red Grenade Barrage onto the Dire Avengers here, going to knock back the secondary squad, but the first squad is going to run in here. Do not have enough energy whatsoever for a grenade, only on 47 energy, needing 60 energy to throw that grenade. Taking a lot of damage now. The Chaos Lord is coming in here as well. That one squad is down to just 96 HP, will get forced off here. Grenade does get thrown down onto the Heretics, and Zevargel not dodging it, but the Aspiring Champion is able to tank it like a beast here. Dark Reapers though coming in, but a little bit too late as the engagement has already ended, but that Aspiring Champion actually lived overall. I thought that grenade would wipe those ticks completely, but that Aspiring Champion is a beast. Zevargel now tier 2, going to be going for some Bloodletters. Bloodletters is an excellent choice against the heavy infantry of these Dark Reapers and the heavy infantry of that Shuriken Cannon as well. Only the Shuriken Cannon in particular, the rest of the models are just regular infantry. But Bloodletters will be able to teleport in onto the back lines and actually fight those Dark Reapers, tie them up, and also tie up that Guardian Weapons team at the same time. Heretics getting forced off once again. Dire Avengers not being able to throw grenades since the Dire Avengers are not close enough to those Heretics. Dark Reapers also with an Exarch leading them at the same time, but getting suppressed by these Havocs. Could use the Pinning Fire ability to try and suppress these Havocs. Guardian Weapons team going in, not having vision here. The Havocs are unable to fire back. And a lead model game popped so quickly. Dark Reapers with Inferno damage, extremely effective against heavy infantry here. Going to force them off. Bloodless is going to come in here onto these Dire Avengers, going to force them to retreat away as well. I'm going to go in for the capture onto the VP as well. Meanwhile, Tex is pushing in onto the contested side as well. Nuck Generator Farm still remains up as well. Zevargel gains some Plague Marines here at the same time. Tex getting a Wraith Lord. Wraith Lord is going to be quite effective here, but the Havocs could always upgrade to an autocannon along with that Plague Marine slow on hit. Could be a bit much for that Wraith Lord to handle, especially since it only has 1000 HP. This Chaos Lord is getting extremely low right now, does retreat away, but is going to get even low if that Farseer can land a single melee hit there with a Doombringer down to just 34 HP. Runs over that energy shield like it's nothing on retreat here. Not the best place to upgrade to an autocannon. Zevargel tries to retreat away, but is still stuck in the upgrade process. He's going to lose his autocannon. Not the best place to upgrade, and that autocannon was honestly needed against this Wraith Lord. Plague Marines themselves will not be enough against it, I don't think, unless they can really kite around. Bloodless is going to be engaging these Dark Reapers here. Landing a special hit, these Dark Reapers are going to lose their Exarch here. Exarch is the one that got caught out there. The Exarch does go down to just 2 models here. Another melee hit will take down another model. Meanwhile, the Farseer going in very aggressively here. The Blood Sacrifice getting another Bloodletter squad here. The Farseer down so low. The Plague Marines are spotted as well. Plague Marines with Corn Worship are going to be quite effective at chasing down this Wraith Lord if it gets low, but the Wraith Lord will be able to ignore it for the most part. Farseer does not have Fortune Armor. I think that the Farseer really should get the Fortune Armor though, because you can actually use Fortune on vehicles, including this Wraith Lord here. The 30% damage resistance will come in very useful. Bloodletter is now going to get forced off here as well. Plague Marine is going to be running to that contested VP. Dire Avengers here on top of the CSM. CSM will need to be careful of some grenades. Bloodletters, in fact, are going to be a target though for these grenades. Dire Avengers in position to throw more grenades down, but the grenades are going to be slightly off center there. Heretics are going to turn around and actually stop worshipping and start fighting now. All 3 grenades are on cooldown now for 60 seconds, I believe is what the cooldown is. Plague Marines do need to be careful here. Heretics could use the Corn Worship to get the Plague Marines out of there. And the Fortune Armor is now coming in for Tex. He is going to use the Fortune ability on this Wraith Lord. Really should spam it, in fact, onto this Wraith Lord, so that it does hit that 30% damage resistance, can remain in the fight for a long time. But this Plague Marine squad is getting very low now, already on 600 HP. 440 here. That Shuriken mounted cannon is going to do a lot of damage. The auto cannon is coming in, needs to set up now. It's going in a little bit close, I think, here. Is already very close to these Plague Marines. The Wraith Lord is already going to ignore it and auto drop onto that auto cannon as well. Going to bring it down to just 2 models. Wow, these Plague Marines are still on 2 models, down to just 90 HP. They must lose another model, surely. In fact, they will be able to get away overall on 100 HP. Farseer going to be engaging the Chaos Lord here. The Guardian Weapons team is also pushing in. Doom is used. The Guardian Weapons team unable to fire that Chaos Lord because they were not able to set up in time. Where is the Autarch gone, though? The Autarch has actually gone to the VP, actually, in fact. Going to be fighting some CSM, her default melee weapon, only doing 35 pound melee. We need to get the execution upgrade. Heretic's going to be engaging these Dark Reapers here. Pinging fire is getting used to suppress them before they're able to tie in the gap there. And Bloodlust is going to be fighting that Wraith Lord while under worships. They do get that 10 health regen per model. The Autarch going to be jumping in once again to support this Wraith Lord. Plague Marines are coming in here. Bloodlusters are down to just a single model. Against a phase shift on out of there. Autarch landing a special against this Autarch Cannon squad. The Autarch is going to tie them up. But the Wraith Lord does need to get out of there. It is very low right now. The Autarch are going to go and kill that Chaos Havoc squad if it gets 2 more melee hits, but the Autarch is a little bit slow there. Leaps in a little bit late there. 1 more missile hit, and that is going to take down the Wraith Lord here. Plague Marines doing 140 damage per hit per missile. The Autarch did not tie up that Plague Marine squad in time. Blood Sacrifice going to come in here on these Heretics, going to support these Plague Marines, but the Autarch landing a special there, 360 special, and then leaps on out of there. Meanwhile, the Farseer has caps up that VP as well. The Autarch is going to get some support from this Farseer, but the Autarch is getting a little bit low. Fortune is casted onto her, and luckily she gets a nice retreat path instead of having to retreat through those Bloodletters once again, otherwise she would have gone down regardless of the Fortune on top of her. Pinging fire once again used to prevent these Heretics from tying up these Dark Reapers in melee combat here. Plague Marine is going to be pushing forward. But Tex with a lot of resources in the bank right now could go tier 3 since he is only 20 power away from tier 3. 20 requisition, sorry, not power. In fact, does have enough requisition now to actually take up to tier 3. Farseer also gained the Runes of Reaping, gives her 1 energy regen per second, also reduces the cooldown of her abilities as well by 25%, so she can spam Doom and Guide and all those good abilities like that. Dark Reaper's going to use 2 models there, 2 of these Bloodletters. They are level 2, halfway to level 3. Meanwhile, the Dark Reapers also with the same amount of experience as these Bloodletters as well. And a Power Bash coming in now, triple Dire Avengers on the scene. Still no Warlock upgrades though for either of these squads, just still aspects of the Avengers. Tex does have a lot of power right now, could easily go for the triple upgrades in fact. But in fact he is not buying anything, might even go for a second Wraith Lord at this point. The vehicle, or the first Wraith Lord, was actually quite effective. Just got caught out though by those Plague Marines and Autocannon squad. Heretics though, with the grenade launchers, going to try and do what they can. Dire Avengers down to just 4 out of 5 models, retreating back to base. CSM are still currently unupgraded, could even go for the Marker Corn upgrade given that there are no Banshees on the field. Blood Sacrifice onto these Heretics meanwhile to force the Autarch off. The Autarch going to be unable to defend her natural VP there. Grenade launcher Heretics needs to use that grenade barrage. In fact, they're not using it whatsoever. The Autocannon sets up in such an aggressive manner. Grenade is getting thrown down. These Heretics are most likely going to die down to just 29 HP. But the grenade friendly fire though is going to prevent that Farseer from tying up those Heretics in melee, and they will live overall. Dire Avengers also forced off at the same time. That's very unfortunate. Their Tex could have wiped those Heretics if that grenade did not knock over the Farseer. Fortune is casted onto herself, but it's not going to be enough for her to remain in this engagement here. Chaos Lord going to be engaging. Do need to be careful of that damage over time from the Plague Marines or with the Farseer. With the Fortune armor does have a loss of health regen and should be able to remain in the fight. The Autarch even having the shield as well on her, so she can actually remain in combat for a little bit longer. The thing is with the shield that she won't be able to leap into combat to support units, but she'll be very good as a side capping unit since she can easily fight off those Heretics. Did she just sky leap as well? No, she went inside the gates. Tex though, with so much resources, he could actually save up for an avatar fairly soon if he wasn't tier 2. Is currently on 700 requisition, 300 power. But still has not purchased anything yet, and he is on 76 out of 100 population, and that's with the Wraith Lord coming in now, so decides to spend up that cash. 166 VPs, 165 sorry, to 240 here. Zevargel still ahead in VPs right now, is set up on this contested VP and should be able to defend it. The Autarch is going to fleet in here. That energy shield though not lasting very long here. Going to tie that Autocannon squad. Plague Marines able to take a lot of damage. In fact, that Autarch could go down right now. She is so low right now, 36 HP. Bloodless is going to come in 3 HP. She will go down, and she was fully upgraded with both the shield and the Executioner weapon upgrade. Dire Avengers as well, gained very low. The Bloodlesses could phase shift and teleport even further to try and finish off those Dire Avengers, but won't be doing so. Wraithlord is now coming out of base once again, could upgrade with that Shuriken Cannon. Dark Reaper's still on that left hand side there. Webway Gate is going to get torn down. Bloodless getting worshipped though. Level 3 Bloodlesses. But Farseer will not be able to take down any models here, and Plague Marine is going to tear down this Generator Farm, or the single Plague Marine. In fact, with a missile launch, going to tear down that Generator Farm as well. Second Shuriken Cannon coming in onto this Wraithlord, and Tex has now managed to spend the majority of his requisition here. And Heretics will be forced off back to base. Meanwhile, Zevargel is remaining set up here with the autocannon to defend. And Dark Reaper is going to get forced off that left hand side. Zevargel still on a 1-0 or 2-1 cap in Tex's favour, but will be recapping his natural VP soon, and the autocannon going to reposition into a more defensive way. Plague Marine squad is also forced off as well, so this Wraithlord should be able to remain or move around freely without getting slowed down. So yes, I'm going to force melee here into this Guided Weapons team, taking a lot of damage. Doom even getting used here as well. They will definitely lose a model here. That one model at the end took the brunt of the fire here, and Texgun's going for a capture onto the VP. Meanwhile, this autocannon, because it was forced to reposition, unable to defend the VP. Meanwhile, Bloodletters are capping up the area once again. Zevargel on 72 pop, Tex on 78. Bloodcrusher coming out for Zevargel here. Bloodcrusher would be quite good actually to force Tex into gain some AV. The Wraithlord, as much as it does heavy melee damage, is not really a proper source of AV, since Wraithlord can't chase down a Bloodcrusher, especially if it's getting Corn Worship. These Bloodless getting very low, forced to phase shift away, then we'll go back to base and reinforce. They are level 4 as well, in fact, so they've done quite a lot of work throughout this game. Plague Marine's going to be able to land a shot onto this Wraithlord. Plague Marines needs to be careful not to get a little bit too close here. The Bloodless is going to get forced off. The autocannon is on the way, but the Farseer is following up that following up the Farseer even. Chaos Lord is forced off. The autocannon getting tied up by the Farseer, while the Plague Marines get tied up here by the Wraithlord. The Bloodcrusher coming out of base now should be able to tie up that Wraithlord a little bit, get away from the Plague Marine squad. Bloodlesses need to come out of base as well to try and fight these Dire Avengers, but the Farseer landing a sync kill there onto the Chaos Lord as he retreats away, as he got a little bit low there from fighting the Guided Weapons team and Dark Reapers. This Bloodcrusher though does need to be careful, in fact, has already taken so much damage. Fortune now used onto the Wraithlord here. Plague Marine missile going to slow down that Wraithlord down to just half health at 550. Bloodless is going to come in another missile hit, but there's triple repairs in the area. The Bloodlesses will need to work hard and try and kill these Dire Avengers. Bloodless is going to phase shift while they get casted by Doom as well. Need to be careful. Doom increasing the amount of damage taken to that unit by 40%. These Plague Marines are getting so low. Forced off at the very end here, and the Webway Gate is even placed in mid, and Dark Reapers coming out of base as well. And at the same time, Tex holding that contested VP, now ahead in VPs against Zevargel. And Zevargel needs to make a push fairly soon. Second Wraithlord is on the way, and the second Wraithlord is going to force Zevargel to actually get a Mark of Tzeentch Havoc squad. Wraithlord now back up to full health. Zevargel saying that he has a huge delay with retreat. Tex telling him to go host the next game. In a nicer way, I may have made it sound a bit harsh. The autocannon though going to get obliterated there. Bloodcrusher going to be engaging as well, and I think that this is probably going to be it. It's a triple cap against Zevargel. He's unable to actually push outside of his base right now. The blood sacrifice for some reason failed. I saw a Heretic get lifted up, but that has failed. Zevargel was able to cap the contested VP, but unable to actually cap his own natural here. 49 VPs now for Zevargel. Plague Marines unable to actually do much against this Wraithlord when it has a triple repairs and Farseer support. Harmony Inferno going to knock down some models. Dire Avengers fleeting away here, but still getting knocked over or still getting caught out by it. But the Farseer can always put Fortune onto that Wraithlord, and with the triple repairs, Wraithlord is going to be so tanky. A third Wraithlord is getting built. A second Wraithlord goes to the contested side. Zevargel calls GG, and that's going to be game. .21-minute game there. Level 5 Farseer versus level 3 Chaos Lord. Chaos Lord did die twice that game, but Farseer with 2 kills of her own. So those 10 votes there for Tex You guys are correct. Meanwhile, the 4 votes for Zevargel, you guys are unfortunately wrong so far. But I did say that it was for the entire series and not for that not just for that first game. So we'll wait for either Zevargel or Tex to now host this next game and see what happens. There is also some interesting stuff being said in the group chat. I don't want to copy this chat and show it to you because I don't know, you guys might enjoy it. I won't, I'll leave it. But yeah, I'm waiting for either Tex or Zevargel now to host this next game so I can jump in and cast. But neither player has hosted the game so far. So, in the meantime, let me message Zev and see if he's getting another game up. Well, in the meantime, let's have a look at the brackets, see if they've changed at all. Twala Lee was originally going to play in the tournament Toxic Wasted, but he was unable to actually make it because he thought it was a Saturday instead of a Sunday. Unfortunately, he didn't play today, so Yaay was 2-0 against Farzo. Riku is currently 1-0 against Big Mathis, Tex is 1-0 against Zevargel, and at the same time Phoenix versus Freeman is also going on as well. And Zevargel has now got his game hosted, so let me just jump into this. And Zevargel will now be the one to pick the map, and Tex will have to kind of enjoy the map. If you actually don't like the map that your opponent picks, you can veto it as well. So you're only allowed 1 veto throughout the series as far as I'm aware, but you can always veto in case you really hate a map. But you know, like I say, if someone picked Leviathan Hive against me, I'd veto that because no one wants to play on Leviathan Hive. That's just ugh. Anyways, Tex is now telling Zevargel is going to be picking Greentooth Gorge, which I'm kind of surprised about. I really don't. I mean, I think there's better maps for the Chaos Lord than Greentooth Gorge, such as Jiralo's Forge or Quest Heresy. But Greentooth Gorge is a nice map. It's just that buildings can be annoying on this map, especially against, say, Space Marines who can get scouts to just rush in, because Heretics unable to do anything really, and so you get a grenade launcher upgrade, and that means that you don't have a melee squad in tier 1 because you have to upgrade 2 grenade launchers instead. So that's why I personally don't like this map as Chaos. And Zevargel going to be sticking there with that Chaos Lord as well. So Tex, I think he'll be sticking with the Farseer. I don't think he'll play Lord Commissar on this map or against the Chaos Lord in particular. He could always go to Commando Nob. Possibly the Commando Nob. In fact, Commando Nob is also very annoying because you can just use the buildings once again, but Tex has been practicing quite a bit of Farseer of recent, is going to go for Farseer. and Noise Marines, you know, yeah, but you can use Noise Marines, but what I'm saying is, at the very beginning of the game, you can't put your heretics inside a building and expect them to have the same amounts of pressure as, like, say, some scouts or some Dire Avengers. It's just very annoying at the very beginning, which is why I find it annoying playing against Space Marines on this map. Okay, now we're into game, although it looks like my stream has dropped. Okay, my stream just dropped there for a second, so those watching it from record, you should be okay, but... So Tex going to go for double Dire Avengers this game, going to go for Banshees as well to follow up. Zevargel going to go for double Heretics like he did in the previous game with a CSM squad, but Tex is going to change up the build though with the Banshees instead. Chaos Lord going to be capping that mid VP, meanwhile Farseer going to be running around here. Farseer, I believe, does actually have quite a lot of vision range at 55, since she is a support commander after all. Farseer going to be running around though into mid, going to get a decap onto that central VP here. Zevargel with the slight VP lead of 9. Not really going to matter too much at this point in the game though. The Chaos Lord though going to interrupt these Dire Avengers here. Dire Avengers can just enter the building. I'll gain the aspect of the Avenger upgrade very quickly here. Instead of entering the building, instead going to run away. The Chaos Lord cannot get the combi flamer this quickly, so Dire Avengers should just use the building instead and try and force them off that way, or maybe with the second Dire Avenger squad try and kite them around, but that Storm Bolster on the Chaos Lord is going to be very efficient at kiting away. Luckily for Tex, he did not lose a single model there, not losing any Banshees here as they engage Heretics and CSM as well. And Tex going to be going for a very quick energy shield in mid to hold the VP against the CSM as well. Meanwhile, Heretics are still on the side, capping. Havoc's going to be coming out here for Zevargel. Tex's tier 1.5 unit of either Rangers or a Guardian Weapons team going to be slightly late because of this quick aspect of the Avenger as well. But I think it's most likely going to be a Guardian Weapons team. I don't think that Tex is going to go for Rangers. Chaos Lord has nothing to infiltrate whatsoever, and Rangers I don't think are going to have as much of an impact as compared to a Guardian Weapons team, and the Guardian Weapons team is also 60 requisition cheaper. Already 2 generators here for Tex, meanwhile no generators here for Zevargel. But Farseer going to be engaging these Heretics here. Heretics with 75 melee skill, not going to get specialed here by the Farseer, and Dire Avengers going to come in here with the retreat grenade onto these Heretics as well. Guide even getting used here, but the Dire Avengers cancel their grenade and throw it a little bit too late there. That is very unfortunate though for Tex. He did throw the grenade to see the energy bar drop a little bit and then it cancelled. So Tex was unable to actually finish off that Heretic squad. And while this was going on, while he tried to come in to wipe this Heretic squad, CSM have moved in mid with the Havocs to actually cap up the VP, and he's now lost his energy shield. The CSM could actually use this energy shield themselves if they wanted, and Heretics have just been capping throughout this entire game as well. Tex not having a capping unit like these Heretics as well. Is getting a Guardian Weapons team out now though, so we'll see how this is going to change the game. Still no upgrades other than the single aspect of the Avenger upgrade. Banshees still without their aspects, and the secondary Avenger squad without their aspects as well. But I'll gain that aspect of strength as I said that. Heretics so going to get forced off here by the Farseer. Dire Avenger should now cap up the VP and cap up the requisition point. Banshee's going to be engaging the Chaos Lord here. Do need to be a bit careful since Kill the Weak is available for this Chaos Lord. The Chaos Lord going to run around here. Banshee model is going to go down. The Chaos Lord is going to re-engage. Is getting that combi flamer as well. The Guardian Weapons team is unsetting up because it's not facing the correct way there. Kill the Weak just went down. The Chaos Lord is going to interrupt that Guardian Weapons team, and the Heretics with the Aspiring Champion and the CSM will be able to force melee now on these Dire Avengers. A grenade could get thrown down. A grenade looks like it wants to get thrown down here, but it will miss overall. Chaos Lord there with his 39 power melee, I believe, or 36 power melee. I think it's 36 power melee DPS that he does with his default sword, which doesn't do anything really to infantry, nothing special, but against heavy infantry it does do a little bit of bonus damage. And Farseer are going to be capping that left hand side very slowly. 458 VPs to 418 here, nothing much happening in tier 1 other than these small skirmishes here and there. Neither player really wanting to commit to a full-on fight to the death. The Tex is going to be making his way towards mid now with his entire army. The Farseer is going to rejoin as well. The Farseer could actually tie up these Havocs with the rest of the army pushing in even further. And again, Zevargel going for the grenade launchers with his aspiring champion squad here. The Farseer landing a special against these Havocs. The guided weapons team is set up, unable to actually suppress the CSM in time. The Farseer still tying up those Havocs. A grenade barrage onto these Dire Avengers here, going to miss a lot of them here. And Farseer really needs to guide these Banshees. The Farseer has not used any energy whatsoever throughout this engagement. Really needs to guide these Banshees so they can actually start destroying the CSM. Farseer does retreat away before she's unable to actually do that. Grenade is going to get thrown down here on retreats here, going to miss. And the second grenade could get thrown down by these Dire Avengers, but it looks like they're not going to use the grenade whatsoever. And these Banshees are doing so much work here in the backline, killing multiple heretics here, and even killing a CSM model. The Chaos Lord is also still in this engagement here, going to force off that guided weapons team. He himself, though, will need to back out. Does have Kill the Weak available, but it's not going to be used here at all. Tex getting in position to throw a grenade. The grenade will not do enough damage, since that Chaos Lord is a bit too healthy there. Grenade only doing 30 damage. Only 30 damage actually, I'm kind of surprised about that. Grenades do 260 damage. I'm not sure what the multiplier is against Commander Armor. I think it's 1-to-1. I'd be surprised if it wasn't 1-to-1, but I think it's actually 90% on retreats anyway. But the energy shields are getting set up here, but wow, these Dire Avengers though, so grouped up, placing down that energy shield. I've nearly lost a model there to those grenade launcher heretics. Meanwhile, Banshee's going to be engaging these melee heretics here. These heretics without an aspiring champion have no business fighting this Banshee squad. Going to be bled down to just 2 models, and the Banshees are going to get forced off here. Banshees really need to retreat away fairly soon. They're down to just 200 HP. The Chaos Lord coming in here as well. I think the Havoc should actually unset up and maybe try and force melee, but actually Banshees are a little bit too healthy to actually wipe completely. But getting down very low here. 31 HP. The Banshees are actually going to go down here with the Havocs unset up, with them set up, sorry. That's quite a big loss there for Tex, losing his Banshees to try and get some heretic models. Farseer, still no upgrades on her. Could see in tier 2 her gain the Gravity Blade instead of the Doombringer this game. Gravity Blade might be quite useful if Zevargel does go for Bloodletters or if he goes for Plague Marines. Gravity Blade just to lift them up and be really annoying. This guided weapons team going to get forced off here as well, down to just 3 out of 4 models. Those grenade launcher heretics doing a lot of damage, but I'm surprised that Zevargel does keep buying both the aspiring champion and grenade launcher upgrade. I think he's just very worried about his grenade launchers getting wiped. But both players are going to hit tier 2 simultaneously here as well. It's be interesting to see what both their first purchases are going to be. I think for Zevargel, okay, Zevargel's going to go for Plague Marines. I was going to say I think Zevargel should go for a Blood Crusher to force some AV here from Tex, but that is not the case whatsoever. Plague Marines, the blind choice. Plague Marines are very effective against Elder, don't get me wrong, but Tex is most likely now going to be not getting a Falcon whatsoever, given that there are Plague Marines, especially under Corn Worshipper. Falcon is going to struggle against that. But Dark Reaper is going to be a very nice choice here for Tex. Dark Reaper is very effective against the Havocs, very effective against the CSM, and even good for stopping heretics from getting into melee combat because of the Pinion Fire ability, which suppresses squads that they focus down. Dire Avengers are going to be working their way down on these heretics here. These heretics do run away before these Dire Avengers are able to get a retreat grenade. Dire Avengers realize a little bit too late, are trying to fleet in there, unable to do too much about it though. And already the Exarch has been purchased on the Dark Reaper squad to lead the squad, giving them extra damage. Plague Marines have now been spotted here as well. We're going to follow up the Plague Marines with some Bloodletters here. Bloodletters, their power melee, very effective against those Dark Reapers, and also very nice because you can teleport them in so you can interrupt that Guardian Weapons team that is also set up against Tex. Meanwhile, Farseer is actually going for that Gravity Blade as well that I mentioned. Grenade does get thrown. That is a long range throw there. The Gravity Blade doing 65 melee DPS, also has the ability to lift up units while dealing 50 power melee damage to them when they're lifted in the air, which 50 power melee damage isn't much to most of these units, but if it's a heretic squad that you catch out and they don't have the aspiring champion, 50 damage to each model is actually quite a bit to them. The Farseer going to be running now to the VP. I think she should get some armor as well at the same time. I think that the Fortune armor is probably going to be the better choice. Given that she's got the Gravity Blade, she needs to run into combat, and she will struggle to do so without that extra health. A very nice grenade gain throw. Woo! The Heretic squad is nearly wiped. 6 HP if this Dire Avenger squad did not retreat away. They would have had the range damage to easily wipe that Heretic squad. That very nice grenade though from Tex. Dark Reapers in mid here. Bloodletters are missing a little bit of energy, only having enough to phase shift or to teleport, depending on which one they want to go for. And because they are demonic infantry, they do not get suppressed whatsoever by this Guardian Weapons team. Going to use the phase shift in the end though, and Heretics coming in to push up to get that worship onto the Bloodletters so they can actually regenerate their health and also get that speed boost from the Khorne worship in general. At the same time, Harmony Inferno though going to be knocking over these Dire Avengers, and Tex is forced to retreat now from the center of the map. The Farseer is still on the scene, but she cannot really do much by herself, and a Wraith Lord is coming out, so the Fortune armor should definitely get purchased here onto the Farseer. The Fortune armor is needed actually to give this Wraith Lord the tankiness it needs to stand up against an autocannon and against a Plague Marine squad. Even though this is not an autocannon yet, it will most likely be upgraded to an autocannon given that it's going to be a Wraith Lord. Or even upgrade to a Mark of Tzeentch if Zevargel is really that scared of it. Zevargel's even going tier 3 as well actually. I think that Zevargel should stay tier 2 and try and end the game with a tier 2 overload here. Should consider going for a Chaos Dreadnought instead of going for tier 3. But if he goes tier 3, he could always try and get some Terminators out. Their piercing damage going to be very effective against Tex's composition since it's mainly infantry based. You know, Bloodless is going to come in, going to wipe that Guardian Weapons team. Dire Avengers getting caught out here. The Chaos Lord will go down. The Gravity Blade going to be lifting up some units. That Chaos Lord is definitely going to go down. The Blood Sacrifices are going down. At the same time, the CSM squad will live overall. That Farseer down very low at 63 HP, and auto drop coming in here as well for Tex. Going to be landing onto that Plague Marine squad. But the autocannon going to be a bit too much along with these Plague Marines. This Wraith Lord is definitely going to go down here. Bloodletters, or these other sacrifice Bloodletters, it doesn't matter if they go down. The Wraith Lord has gone down. The Ortug is in engagement here, trying to force off that Havoc squad. That overall, that engagement did go worse for Tex, losing that Wraith Lord, losing the Guardian Weapons team here, and Zevargel not losing a single squad here, other than his Chaos Lord actually, who has just been repurchased. So things are not looking up for Tex, especially with the VP deficit that he is at, 446 to 218 here. And now with Zevargel going to be now being tier 3, could get out a Chaos Predator here. Chaos Predator with the Mark of Khorne upgrade could be quite devastating. Does not have the red to get Terminators, so it's most likely going to be a Predator. I don't think he'll go as far as getting a Land Raider Phobos unless he really wants to make a show of this game. That Mark of Khorne Predator should be more than enough given that Tex has no AV whatsoever, and Tex getting a Warp Spider squad as well. Even with the Warp Spiders alone, that wouldn't be enough AV, because it's only a Haywire grenade. The Dark Reaper is going to take down the CSM model there, the pinging fire, suppressing that CSM squad, allowing them to not get into melee combat, well, not allowing them to get into melee combat rather. And the Ortug going to try and fight some Banshees, fight some Heretics here. The Ortug with her default weapon only doing 34 DPS, not very effective. Bring needs that Executioner if she wants to shine with her damage, which increases it by an extra 30. Essentially, nearly doubling it in fact. Dire Avengers taking quite a bit of damage there, and that Combi Flame on the Chaos Lord is so good at bleeding models. Combi Flame doing about 31 DPS, and also having 100% fire on the move accuracy. I believe the Farseer could go in here with the Gravity Blade and lift up these units though, and will do so. The Bloodless is going to get caught out. Dark Reap's going to fire onto those Aspiring Champion Heretics as well. Grenade does get thrown down, but the Bloodless is able to phase shift when getting lifted up though. Heretics will get forced off though. Bloodletters will be remaining on the field though without any worship support whatsoever, and the Chaos Lord is also taking an insane amount of damage here, is able to force off the Dark Reapers and Warp Spiders, in fact doing a lot of damage to these Warp Spiders even though they retreated instantly. And the Chaos Lord will be going back to base for some healing. Meanwhile the Ortug going to be a capping unit now for Tex on that left hand side, but Tex unable to push in through mid here. Zevargel with only 300 and Requisition does not have enough to get a Predator out or anything like that in tier 3. There's no tier 3 war gear for him to actually purchase, so we'll need to be very patient for that Predator or for that Land Raider Phobos. Or even a Great Unclean one, but I don't think that he's got enough time to get a Great Unclean one out, assuming that the VPs keep going down the way that they are. Zevargel on 75 population compared to Tex who's on 66. 10 population doesn't seem like much, but it's just an extra unit or so. At the same time, this Autarch though trying to fight this heretic squad by them loadsome, but getting joined though by the blood sacrifice, even worshipping these bloodletters as well here. The Autarch without the energy shield going to be unable to actually tank these bloodletters and may even go down here. Will be able to run out very quickly. She does it quite fast. I think she has 6.5 movement speed in fact. Farseer going to go in here, going to get knocked over though by that grenade barrage. Havoc's going to be able to get away there with a single model. My game is now stopped. In fact, I have lagged out once again. And OBS is restarting again. Because, Gravity Blade going to be lifting up that Chaos Lord. Warp Spider's trying to do what they can as well. Guide is not used on them. In fact, Farseer does not have enough energy to guide this Chaos Lord, and the Chaos Lord is going to get thrown aside. Warp Spiders could try and force melee here, but they don't actually have the melee damage ready to kill that Chaos Lord. But the Farseer does with her 65 melee DPS, but she has taken so much damage here, getting specialed by the Bloodletters here. Damage over time from the Plague Marines is going to be enough to get her killed in the end. 446 VPs to 86. The Farseer does fall down there. And Bloodletters going to engage these Warp Spiders. They're going to teleport away, but the Bloodletters in phase shift mode going to be immune to damage here. And the Autarch trying to do what she can against these heretics here. One more melee hit will be enough to finish off this particular model here. Really trying to get in here. In fact, it's not enough. The heretics will survive at 21 HP. Not sure what the Plague Marines are actually currently facing right now. But Warp Spider's going to lose their X-Arcs for a lone CSM there, firing away. Autarch going to come in for a flank against this Havoc squad, not going to be able to do too much by herself for the Plague Marines in the area as well. CSM now getting forced off the Autarch. They're trying to engage this Havoc squad, getting surrounded though by Bloodletters. Damage over time from the Plague Marines will also come into effect there. She will need to retreat away before she takes too much damage. Going to buff the entire army, buffing these Warp Spiders, buffing these Dire Avengers here as well. And she goes in once again. These Bloodletters taking so much range damage here, unable to even survive the amount of damage, even with this worship going on. The Armor and the Inferno, they're going to be knocking over those Warp Spiders. Plague Marines still firing away there. Their missiles haven't really hit any infantry so far this game. Warp Spiders teleporting to safety here, going to try and kite that Chaos Lord as Bloodletters. These Blood Sacrifice Bloodletters going to be engaging these Dire Avengers here. Fiend's getting a little bit desperate here for Tex at 41 VPs compared to 446 there. That's going to be that Land Raider Phobos as well instead of the Predator for Zevargel. Dire Avenger's going to get forced off. Dark Reaper's also forced off. Dire Avenger's trying to go in for a desperate capture onto the natural of Zevargel here. The Autarch also lived as well throughout an engagement. Warp Spiders remain on the field. The Farseer has been repurchased as well, but it's not going to be enough, as Tex is going to lose his natural VP as much as he is also getting a decap on Zevargel's. The VPs are too low here for Tex, and it's going to be very difficult should he want to make a comeback. And now with the Land Raider Phobos here, Tex having no AV whatsoever is going to struggle against his Land Raider Phobos. It can park at a VP and defend it completely. Dire Avengers are able to get a cap here. Warp Spiders moving in onto that left hand side, but at this point Zevargel could just park the Land Raider Phobos in this area, defend this one VP and defend the central VP with the rest of his army and slowly bleed Tex down. If Zevargel manages to throw this game, I'd be quite surprised. Farseer is going to be pushing in through mid. But Zevargel just needs to move his army out of base now, and also recapture his natural. In fact, he's going to send Land Raider Phobos to that side, which is fine as long as he has some units to defend this VP, and he just needs to slowly win here against Tex, and now bring the series to 1-1. Now Land Raider Phobos has been spotted here by Tex. The Autarch is going to be engaging some Plague Marines here. Plague Marines desperately going to go in for a capture here, although not that desperate since the Autarch isn't going to do too much damage to the Plague Marines, given that they have a massive health pool. Dark Reapers also in the scene, do not have their X-Arc leading them, but Bloodless is going to be teleporting on top of the Dark Reapers here. The Autarch going to buff all the units and knock them back as well, and Plague Marines will be able to get the capture, or the Chaos Lord is going to get the capture instead. Heretics on that left hand side getting absolutely shredded though by this Warp Spider squad though. And it doesn't really matter too much, as Zevargel was now going to be on a 2-to-1 cap, with Tex only on 24 VPs total. Tex now only on 20 VPs. It will not be long before he runs out and bleeds the VPs dry. He is getting a Guardian Weapons team most likely upgraded to a Bright Lance Weapons team. But the Bright Lance combined with the Haywire Grenade from the Warp Spiders is going to not be enough really to handle a Land Raider Phobos with 2000 vehicle armor health. Dire Avengers on that right hand side. Grenade Launcher Heresy is going to be engaging these Dire Avengers here. Bloodlet is going to land a special here. Not going to kill them in time. The decap is had, but the Dire Avengers though should end up going down, or should end up dying overall. In fact, the Dire Reapers, Dire Avengers, sorry, why am I getting my words so muddled up here? The Dire Avengers are going to be able to get away overall. Tex on 5 VPs. I can't believe I actually managed to mess up the name that many times in a row. But the Bloodletters is going to be engaging the Farseer here, going to be lifting up those Bloodletters, going to be lifting them in the air. This is game 2 for that person who just asked the question in chat. Game 2 is going to be 1-1 here. Zevargel wins game 2 after losing game 1. Right, Lance Weapons team is set up here. Looks like it could be guided here by the Farseer. For the extra range, extra damage, but Farseer is retreating away, I believe. I can't actually tell because of the health bar missing from the top of her head. The Orsak though getting very low here. Should go down to the Chaos Lord's Combi Flamer here. 3 HP will get pops in the end. Chaos Lord does have Kill the Weak available, so he will heal himself in the engagement. Dark Reapers getting very low. Zevargel and Tex now calling GG both. It's 5 VPs. Tex is not going to win this game. Chaos Lord going to get 4 stuff here. The Bright Lance, the Weapons team will live. But again, it doesn't matter too much. Malignant Blindness getting used as well, and that Guardian Weapons team will be going down. And it's going to be games. Zevargel will be winning game 2, taking it to a 3rd game series. And it's going to be our first series that goes to a game 3, or first one that I know about anyway. But Tex trying to hang in there in the end. Going to be unable to pursue. Going to be unable to. Not pursue, what's the word I'm looking for? Going to be unable to overcome. Yeah, overcome the VP deficit. Let's use the word overcome. And we'll just wait for one of them to now host the game. And for some reason my internet has dropped twice so far today, so I do apologise for that. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. And now that Tex did lose game 2, it will now be Tex's map choice for game 3. So let's have a drink while waiting. And I'm back. Not that I really went anywhere, to be honest. Let me bring the brackets on screen so you can all see. So Yaay advanced against Farzo, is waiting for Big Mathis and Riku to finish their game before Yaay can play once again. Big Mathis is now evening the score against Riku, since Riku was 1-0 before this game, now 1-1. And Freeman also 1-1 against Phoenix Reborn. And Tex vs Zevargel also 1-1 as well. And I will most likely be covering the winner of this game versus the winner of Freeman and Phoenix, while Adeptus is going to be casting the lower side of the bracket, I believe, between Yaay and the winner between Big Mathis and Riku. So we're also having to wait 2 minutes as well, because Son of Malice does have a co-caster on the way. Son of Malice, I believe, is casting in Russian, so I wouldn't understand it because I don't speak Russian, but I don't know. If there are some Russian viewers out there, there is a Russian stream. And we'll just sit back and wait. It's really hot today in the UK, so it's like quite warm in my room. Not that anyone cares, but it's just so warm today. KAF, is that going to be the co-caster of Son of Malice? And it is also Tex's map choice, and he still has not picked a map yet. Tex is asking if Zevargel's going to go for the Chaos Lord again, but I believe the map needs to get picked before the heroes are picked. That'll be up to them to decide anyway. Also, the brackets command, it can't be used every so often. It's like if you try to use it twice within 15 seconds, it doesn't get linked because someone used it just before you fish. So if it doesn't come up, that means someone else has already used it and you need to wait like 15 seconds, because that's the lowest amount of time I can have on Nightbot. It's still there, Atlas, you just need to try harder. I believe it's still there. Let me check Nightbot real quick. Mines. Yeah, it should work. Okay, so Tex actually picked this map while I'm busy typing in chat. So Tex is after Fedrid Folly as his map choice. Fedrid Folly is quite an annoying map, I guess, for playing against Eldar, just because there's a lot of places where you can actually hide webway gates and whatnot. And on the high ground, it can be annoying playing against Chaos because Chaos can group up onto that high ground and secure 2 VPs, which are quite close together. And Tex is also going to be switching up from the Farseer to the Commander Knob, so ignore what I said about playing against Eldar on Fedrid Folly, because the Commander Knob is going to be coming in here for Tex by the looks of things. The Commander Knob with his 100 damage per burst should be able to take down heretic models with a single burst, allowing the Commander Knob to gain quite a bit of XP and also bleed Zevargel a little bit of requisition. I think what's going on here basically is because Zevargel's playing the game in a different language. The map names are not the same, so Zevargel's having to cycle through them because I don't think there's anything called Fedrid Folly on his list. I'm assuming that's why, or maybe Zevargel skimmed through and didn't read it. Ah, it did have the English name. Anyway, Tex is ready, I'm ready. Someone is not ready. I'm gonna blame CAF, or KAF on this one. I was gonna move my microphone, so sorry if there's a weird noise. But anyway, Tex is going to be playing the Commander Knob. Zevargel going to be sticking with that Chaos Lord, which he has been doing for the entire tournament, I think. I don't know if he played the War Boss in the first round, round of 16. There's some Chaos Lord versus Orc action here. And once players are into the game, I'll start talking about the game. That Tex is quite strong with Orcs. I've not actually played against Tex's Orcs before. I played against his IG and Eldar. I have yet to play against his Orcs myself. Let's start off at the top side of the map. We have Zevargel playing as the Chaos Lord, going to be running down the center there with that Chaos Lord, or running off to the right hand side even. Taking a bit of a weird path. And Tex at the bottom side, playing as the Commander Knob, going to be on the right hand side of the map. Can use the garrisons to his advantage on that right hand side, since he does have a ranged starting weapon, Chaos Lord. Unable to actually do that if he does go down to the lower ground of the map here, since there are 4 garrisons here. One can see the white outlines. I don't know if I can select all of them. No. The Chaos Lord is actually going to be running straight down here, going to let the Heretics cap up the power instead. And Zevargel thought that he would meet Tex's Chaos Lord, or not Chaos Lord, Lord Commissar. Tex also going to be opting for double sluggers here, which is quite interesting. I think that Tex should have just committed fully and gone for triple sluggers, but anyway. Double sluggers will be quite nice on the high ground just to build banners here. You can already see one banner has gone up, and this is why this map is actually quite annoying, I suppose, against orcs, because orcs grouping up together, getting the increased war bonus because there's so many of them all together with the war banners, and they're able to hold the upper ground quite well when the VPs come down to the games come down to VPs. You know, they can hold this top area quite well with the insane buffs that they all give to each other. Heretics going to be engaging these sluggers here. This is a bit ill-advised though for these heretics here, and they're going to get forced off here without taking down a single model. Going to be losing 3 themselves. These CSM are going to be the next target here. Sluggers could land specials on them, especially while these CSM are trying to run away here when on the move. I believe you do lose melee skills, so you're most likely to be special there. And there's a special. Sluggers going to be surrounding now. These CSM going to be losing 1 model, and these sluggers should just retreat here before they lose any models themselves. In fact, going to be engaging these heretics here. Try to come in for a flank. The base turrets are doing quite a bit of damage. It's going to be a dead heretic squad. Wow. And the second set of heretics is coming back out of base once again. The sluggers on losing 1 model for wiping a heretic squad and for wiping a CSM. Okay, 2 models. Losing 2 models to wipe heretics and to wipe a CSM model. Chaos Lord on that lower side of the ground though. Going to run off to the corner there, going to recapture that requisition point, and shooters on the high ground. There's also a second set of shooters as well in mid. Shooters as well, going to be taking down multiple of these heretic models down to just 5 out of 8. But these shooters are going to lose a model or 2 if they don't retreat or if they don't get out of range of these heretics. At the same time, the Commander Nob going to be engaging that Chaos Lord. The Commander Nob should just run away. Like Chaos Lord with a combi flame, it will be able to immolate a building should the Commander Nob actually enter it as well. And a triple cap as well for Tex, going to give him a VP advantage fairly early on. Heretics running away, CSM in mid, double shooters or double sluggers 3 grouped up under the war banner. The double shooters, or one's at the base, and the second one is on that lower ground. Tex, I doubt is going to get any tier 1.5 units given that he's already got 4 squads as it is. The double sluggers coming in from behind these heretics will need to be careful here. They are getting the aspiring champion upgrade, but I don't think that's going to be enough to handle these double sluggers. If they do retreat, they need to run down to this path over here so they don't have to retreat through both slugger squads at the same time. Some CSM are on the way here. These heretics getting so low down to just the aspiring champion himself here. Now the CSM are going to be the ones who get focused down here. These sluggers are so rapid here. The frazzle from the banner plus the war ability getting used on both squads, giving them extra speed, giving them extra damage as well. Zevargel really needing some havocs here or something to try and control these sluggers. Even using the Chaos Lord to actually control these sluggers would kill the weak. And sluggers going to be engaging these heretics. Standard sluggers should be able to beat standard heretics here, especially when they've still buffed. You can see the yellow circles on the sluggers, meaning that they do have the buff enabled here. These heretics getting the aspiring champion at the very last second here, going to come in just in time here, and the sluggers going to get forced off, but still on 3 out of 4 models, or 3 out of 6 models, sorry. Sluggers now need to move in here to go fight the CSM squad. At the same time, the map is looking incredibly red right now. The Commander Nob on that lower ground. Tex in control of the high ground as well. In fact, it's only mid ground that he is not in control of, since that does belong to Zevargel. And also in control of the contested power point off to that side. But still no burner upgrades here for Tex. He does opt to go for looters instead here, which will be able to hold the higher ground. But Zevargel still sticking with only 4 units total, including his commander, or 3 squads total rather. We'll need to be careful. 344 VPs to 480. Zevargel is falling behind in VPs. Heretics going to be engaging these shooter boys here. We'll be able to get in there. Stun bomb is going to go down. Is going to catch out those heretics. Also catching out the shooter boys as well. They're forced to retreat away. Commander Nob with the better combat kit, getting free health regen per second. Also getting extra health, extra energy. Going to be able to stay on the field for much longer, assuming he doesn't go into an engagement like this. And looters set up under this banner here. Going to be running somewhere. It looks like they might go down to the low ground. No, they're going to be setting up to defend the VP instead. And the Chaos Lord is on his way down to that lower ground. And double sluggers are going to, or shouldn't follow him, but they're going to be making their way towards mid instead. Well, looters are still set up here, but they're not infiltrated for some reason. I know there is detection in the field, but it'd be better to keep the looters infiltrated rather than keeping them out in the open, I think. So that if heretics do get inside the arc and then detect your looters, you can at least suppress the heretics before they're able to run away and cause them to maybe retreat or cause them to lose a model instead. Meanwhile, the Commander Nob down onto this lower ground here, double aspiring champion Heretics here for Zevargel. Quite expensive, 50 power on Heretics, especially given that Heretics are not as good in melee combat anymore after the most recent patch where their melee damage was reduced from 24 to 20, giving the squad quite a big loss to their damage. Loose is going to be set up on that lower ground. Zevargel really needs to take up to tier 2, does have the resources to do so as well. And Loose is going to be able to take down a CSM model. That CSM model was very unfortunate to actually die, given that the squad has so much HP there. Heretics going to be engaging these Looses here. They're going to be forced off and they will be on full model still. Double sluggers on retreat path. These Heretics here. These Heretics will need to be very careful right now. Going to start retreating away now. But in fact, the squad might die. The aspiring champion is on 70 HP here though. In fact, there's still multiple models alive here. Down to just 3 out of 9 models. I'm surprised they didn't lose all their models. The Chaos Lord trying to immolate this generator farm as well. The Heretics unable to melee it down until the immolator effect has finished though. The immolator not doing too much damage to generator farms, only bringing them all down to 2/3 HP, which is I suppose quite a bit considering, but it doesn't, you know, insta-kill them. It's not like a flamer on any attack squad. But Loose is going to get interrupted here. The Heretics going to be engaging there with the Doom Blast. Chaos Lord also using his ranged weapon to attack the generator farms, but decides to jump into the combat instead. Heretics going to get forced off in the end here. The Commander, I'm trying to do what he can here. Stun Bomb is available, I believe, for Tex, and has not used it yet, but the Chaos Lord and Heretics going to be backing away. Meanwhile, at the same time, Tex going to get a decap onto the natural requisition here of Tex, but still no burner upgrades on either of these sluggers yet. Instead, going for the double Nob Leader first. Should follow this up with the double burner upgrade, or should follow this up with a truck instead. That Heretic squad is most likely going to go down here. Being so low, 30 HP, will actually live overall 20 HP. The Chaos Lord also going to get focused down. The Nob Leader on that Slugger squad doing 65 power melee DPS, so brutal against heavy infantry. The aspiring champion on Heretic squads are heavy infantry as well. And Tex really needs to get a truck out now so he can keep these sluggers on the field, and should also get a reinforced arm placing, given that there are now Plague Marines on the field. These Blood Sacrifice Bloodlessers getting absolutely mauled here by the sluggers, although it doesn't really matter if you lose that particular squad in general, but it's just the amounts of fighting power that these double sluggers actually have. And now the generator farm is in risk of going down here. For Zevargel does have the Chaos Lord on the way. Plague Marine's going to start firing away. Now Tex has seen that. Might not even opt for a war truck in the end, might just opt for even more infantry. Does get the burner upgrades on these sluggers as well. But the burner's going to help out as well, since they do provide a 20% health bonus to the entire squad. The Nob Leader as well providing a 10% health bonus, and that's why slugs become so tanky come tier 2. As well as the Nob Leader having quite a lot of health to begin with. It does have about 300 HP. 400 HP I believe. But Zevargel in tier 2, I really think they should get a Blood Crusher out at this point. He does have the resources to get one, might even go for a Marker Corn Dreadnought, or just a Dreadnought in general. A Dreadnought or any kind of vehicle right now would be really good, and the Blood Crusher is going to be the choice here. The double sluggers will struggle against a Blood Crusher, and the Blood Crusher will force Tex to actually go for some AV, which is either in the form of these beamy looters or in the form of some tank busters. The looters currently with their Death Gun could be forced to upgrade to the beamy Death Gun, which will get rid of any suppression on the map or get rid of any anti-infantry damage on the map as such, which will come in quite handy. CSM though getting caught out by some looters. Yeah, that's CSM, sorry. Heretics also trying to run up as well. These double shooters upgraded with the big shooters, but without their Nob Leader. Nob Leader does provide a 15% damage boost to the squad come tier 2, so it might be something for Tex to consider, but you might just try and keep him without it since it's not necessarily needed, since these sluggers are doing so much of the work throughout this game. Plague Marine's going to be fighting the Commander Nob here. The Commander Nob is a little bit low here. The Chaos Lord actually going down though to the sluggers. The power melee is just insane from the Nob Leader and from the two models with the burners as well. And now going to come in for a power bash once again. Zevargel with only one generator remaining. Bloodletters are going to be the choice here for Zevargel, and I don't think Bloodletters are going to be the right choice here. Where's the Blood Crusher? The Blood Crusher would have been so much of a better choice here. Bloodlessers will go down to these sluggers, especially without worship. These Bloodlessers are going to try and engage these sluggers now, and they don't actually have any worship support next to them right now. The sluggers even forcing off the CSM for his engagement is even begun between the Bloodletters and the Sluggers. The Sluggers are actually backing away here. There's no worship support for these Bloodletters. I think the Sluggers could have actually just killed them outright, or at least forced them to phase shift and walk back to base instead. But Tex in control of so much of the map right now, on 451 VPs compared to Zevargel's 162 here. Things are looking pretty one-sided in favour of Tex, and I really think that the Blood Crusher would have been so much of a better choice here for Zevargel compared to a Bloodletter squad. Bloodletters would have been fine to follow up the Blood Crusher in fact, but the Blood Crusher was needed to have some sort of hard-hitting impact against Tex at this time. Bloodletters though getting forced off here, losing 2 models. Chaos Lord is going to tie up those looters now. Is going to land a special, going to be pushing them into that wall there. Heretics are on their way as well, and the double shooters might get forced off here in the end. Going to try and go in for that Chaos Lord immolate, going down with Heretics engaging in melee combat though. But the suppression from the Heretics was not enough, and the Chaos Lord is going to go down instead. Commandant also arming himself with booby traps. I'm surprised that Tex has also gone for this upgrade, not that it matters too much at this point in the game, given that there are double aspiring champion Heretics out on the field. There's a lot of detection here, but the booby traps are quite tanky at 250 HP though. Warp Vomit going to be knocking over that CSM squad. Zevargel's actually struggling to kill that booby trap, just Plague Marines and Heretics here. And the Weird Boy going to be very annoying here, uses Zap onto the CSM before the Weird Boy decides to back away. Meanwhile, double CSM, well, not double CSM, double Slug is going to be dumpstering on these Heretics here. Bloodletters are coming in here, Blood Sacrifice is going to go down. These Sluggers should just focus down the real Bloodletters, or the proper Bloodletter squad now, and force them to phase shift or teleport away. They're now forced to phase shift, and even landing a special there as well against the Sluggers. But the phase shift won't last for too long, and these Bloodletters will be forced off. The Bloodletters should back away. Zevargel calls GG anyway, and Bloodletters would have gone down anyway. And Tex is going to be advancing now to the semi-finals. I think he's up against Freeman now, I believe, since Freeman did go 2-1 against Phoenix Reborn. No, Phoenix Reborn won, sorry. Misread the chat when Freeman came in earlier. So it's going to be Tex versus Phoenix Reborn now at the bottom side of the bracket. Still waiting on who won between Big Mathis and Riku as well before they enter their game. So Phoenix Reborn versus Tex. Assuming Tex does not want to break, we can get started right away. And we'll wait for the game to get hosted by either one of the players. And in the meantime, I'm going to have some water to drink since my throat is getting a little bit dry. And back. So, waiting for Tex or Phoenix to actually host the game here. So, maybe we should have another poll then, since we did have a poll for Zevargel, between Zevargel and Tex. Let's actually have a poll between Phoenix Reborn and Tex. So poll open. Got to do this now. Winner of series, Tex or Phoenix. So have a look at that. And random message from Atlas, even though it's not for me. Right, so all the votes are starting to come in as well. here we go. Let's just rush into this game before anyone else can join. So, what's the map that's going to be played? It's going to be Quest Heresy for game 1 between both players. I believe it's Quest Heresy. Let me open this back up. I'm sorry, I keep changing the scenes on here, but yeah, Quest Heresy. And be sure to vote as well, because there is a straw poll in the chat, or a poll of some sort. So be sure to get in your votes now on who you think is going to win the series between Tex and between Phoenix Reborn. And already we've had 19 votes here, there's 106 of you watching. Hopefully we can break that 147 record that was set in Monthly Rumble Tournament 22, or at least a record for me personally anyway. I'm sure there's been other streamers that have had, like, other Dawn of War 2 streamers that have had more viewers, but my personal record though, 147 last tournament was really nice to hit. So let's hit 150 this time, in the finals. I think we can do that, guys. Anyway, 22 votes total. I will say what the votes are a little bit later, although the people who vote can actually see live anyway, you know what the votes are. But we're just waiting now for Tex to come into this game, and we'll get the game underway. What is Phoenix picked? Let's have a look. I've got the list open when I find the tab. Alright, Phoenix Reborn. He has the Lord Commissar, Warlock, and Plague Champion picked. Meanwhile, Tex, I've mentioned before, but I'm going to say again, the Farseer, Lord Commissar, and Commando Nob. We've already seen the Farseer and Commando Nob from Tex. We've not seen Phoenix play today, but I think that Phoenix... Actually, I don't know what Phoenix is going to play, to be honest. I think that he might go for the Lord Commissar or the Plague Champion, and Tex is going to be sticking with the Farseer and Commando Nob himself, out of, like, the more likely 2 out of 3, I guess. And having a look at the votes now, 25 votes total. I don't think many other people are going to vote here, so I'm just going to say what the results are. 18 votes for Tex and 7 votes for Phoenix. A 72% of you think Tex is going to win, and a 28% of you think that Phoenix is going to win. Sorry, Phoenix, but you are outvoted here. So we'll see if the people who voted for Tex are right, so if the people who voted for Phoenix are correct. I'm not sure who Voice in Mind is, but he is just going to be an observer. And we're just waiting for Tex to jump into the lobby. He might be taking a 5 to 10 minute break. Players are allowed to do that between series because it's, you know, well, people need breaks in the game anyway. I think you can all understand that. But good point for us, the Plague Champion on this map could be quite brutal. It'll be interesting to see if Phoenix does opt for that Plague Champion, or if he opts for something else like the Lord Commissar. Let's have a look at what's going to be cut now. No, forgotten. Might as well have a look at the chat, see if Tex has mentioned anything like that. Actually, you know what, I'm going to take like a 2 minute break, so I'll be back in 2 minutes, and we're going to leave like a message. Let's add text. I'll be right back. We'll make it like quite big. And we'll also move it so it's like not blocking anything else. I'll put it next to my name as well. Alright then, we'll be right back. And I'm back. I'm still waiting for Tex to actually jump back into the game. And for now, actually, I'm going to remove this stupid BR back icon because it's really annoying me now. So, Tex has still not made an appearance, so hopefully he does arrive soon, because it would kind of be annoying if he didn't show up. But anyway, here's the brackets once again between all the players, just in case you wanted to see them. So, I don't know who I think is going to win between yaay and Dark Riku. I think that it's going to be quite a close series between the two of them. It'll be interesting to see who gets in the finals. Also, later on, me and Adeptus will be co-casting the finals, I believe. We'll be joining forces to bring you the legendary co-casting team of the Beast 1 and the Beast 2. In all seriousness, actually, we should get the actual Beast to come on to join with the casting, but I think he's not online. No, he's in line actually, he's playing some game. The Beast. For those who don't know who the Beast is, it's Ven. Right. Wait, no, this isn't Tex. This is some one who has an insanely high win-loss. It was Para. Well, that's quite an interesting history of names. I'm not even going to read that out. Okay, I'm going to message Tex because I don't know where he is. How long's it been since the last game? It's been like 5 minutes now. Alright, we'll give him like 2 more minutes, okay? Actually, wait, when did I join this lobby? Because it actually has a timestamp here, so I joined at 16 past. When it goes to 26 past, I'll give Tex a message and find out where he is, because hopefully we don't have to replace Tex this late in the tournament. BbBoS, hey, I've just seen your newest vid, what job have you gotten? I am a junior IT technician. Well, that's the job title anyway. BbBoS is working as a bouncer at a nightclub. That would be a job that I would actually do, to be fair. But I'm not very tall, I'm actually quite short, so people would kind of like loom over me. That's... you know, I'm pretty wide, so like my wideness makes up for my height, I guess. Okay, so Tex has just said that he went 2-1 against Zev, although almost know that, so I think he's going to be joining the game fairly soon. So yeah, I think he also needs to be like properly licensed in the UK as well to be a bouncer. Like, I think there's like a special certificate, it's like called SIA. And you got to wear like this green armband as well, with a, you know, ID of you being a bouncer. And then you, I don't know, you just tell people to get lost, check their IDs, and throw out drunk people. I don't really throw out drunk people, you can't be that harsh. Someone put a leash onto BbBoS, he's been labelled as too wild. I'm not that wild. I talk a lot bigger than like what I'd actually do in real life. Probably like most people. Oh yeah, let me message Phoenix actually because Tex is now in the lobby. And some other people are joining as well. I mean, it's only meant to be casters, but it's up to Phoenix to remove them, to bounce them out of the game. You know, Phoenix can be the bouncer of this game by being the host. He can tell people that they're not on the list and kick the people in red team out, since only people on the blue team are ones who are meant to be in the game or in the lobby. And also thank you to the followers. At the end of the stream, you know what, I'm just going to read out the followers, or if I do it at the end of this series, just read out all the people who followed me today, because I have not kept track. Well, I've kept track, but I've not, you know, read them out as they come along like I normally would. So at the end of this game, or at the end of the series, then I will read them out, although neither player seems to be here right now. They're just both sitting AFK, not saying a word to each other, so why don't I just do that now while they're sourcing, because they need to source out their commander picks and stuff, so let me open up and have a look. Can't remember. Well, I have not opened up Twitch alerts in a long time. Where was I up to? I think I'll just read backwards, so thank you to Asmund Diaz, Gamer for Life 87, Paradox F, Obi Fuckanoki, Real Brexter, Sombrabas, Big Mathis, Good Charlotte, 1986, Bloody Chiroptera, Vandep, QQ_W, MRP Proxy, Davian992, Ink Phogos, Pumps on Parts, bought the follows, and I think that's ones that have been roughly today or close to today that I've just read out. So let me go back into the game. Let's say it's Alt Tab again. Oh, why is this game doing this to me? Okay, here we go. And still no one's wrote anything. Are they both in chat? Or are they both just messaging each other somewhere else, or what? He's been... Am I disconnected from this game by mistake, or what? No, not disconnected, since Son of Malice is also replying, wondering if we're going to start. You know, maybe we should play some dramatic music while waiting for this series to start, because neither player seems to be here. They seem to have, like, Tex seems to have just joined the lobby and gone off somewhere else. And Phoenix did say, I did tell him that Tex is in the lobby and he said okay, but nothing's been said. My stream is also starting to drop frames for some reason. I don't know why my internet's playing up today. Good old British internet. Oh, this is the semi-finals Show Me Magic. Even though it's already been answered in chat anyway, so I'm late. Who is top of the ladder? Phoenix is top of the ladder. I'm sorry, what? Tex eats poo-poo. Okay. So it'll be interesting to see what Phoenix goes for. I think you should go for the Plague Champion. Problem will be, for the Plague Champ, be, say, the Farseer or Commander Nob's kind of mobility. Well, not Commander Nob's mobility, but, you know, the fact that he can just infiltrate and sneak around the map. But Phoenix is going to go for the Lord Commissar himself. Phoenix did pick the Lord Commissar Plague Champion. And BbBoS, I believe. Was it BbBoS? No, Warlock, sorry. Warlock he picked. And Tex is going to go for the Farseer. Calling it now, Farseer. Unless he's going to pick a Lord Commissar Mirror, but... Ah, got a prediction wrong, he's picked Commander Nob. Okay, so Tex still needs some time. We've been in lobby now for quite some time. We've been in lobby now for nearly 20 minutes. But the game's about to start soon. I will play some dramatic music even though... Which is a tab, which I shouldn't have done. Some dramatic music. Same dramatic music that I played at the very beginning of the stream today. Honestly, that could not have been timed any better.
I trained for this day.
That was the perfect timing. But anyway, starting off on the bottom side, we have Phoenix playing as the Lord Commissar, and at the top side we have Tex playing as the Commando Nob. And I honestly can't go with that music timing. As soon as we get into the game, the music ends, ready for the cast. But anyway, Phoenix going to go for double guardsman, getting the sentinel as well. Tex going for the double slugger build once again, and still not capping his power. Capping his power very late here, going to cap it with the second shooter boy squad. And Commander Nob going to go in and very aggressively here as well against these guardsmen. Going to try and force melee as well. The Commander Nob doing 100 damage per burst. It's not actually able to take down a guardsman model even though guardsmen have 100 HP. It's because, you know, guardsmen have like a small amount of health regen, and that small amount of health regen means that the Commander Nob can't instantly kill it with a single burst. It does take multiple bursts to actually kill a guardsman model. And Tex going to go for the very late power cap here with his shooters, also capping the center power quite early on there with his sluggers. Commander Nob going to be engaging these guardsmen here into melee combat, going to be throwing down stun bomb onto himself and onto the Lord Commissar, while the sluggers are now making their way into melee combat. Guardsmen are going to get forced off here. The sentinel is definitely going to get the stump upgrade, given that there are double sluggers on the map. You can only see the stump upgrade coming in already, and the stump upgrade will be able to stop these double sluggers in their tracks. Come tier 2 though, the slugger Nob leaders though will be quite strong, but at the same time they will still struggle to actually fight a guardsman blob or get close enough to a guardsman blob to actually do anything about it. Lord Commissar going to be engaging these sluggers into melee combat. Lord Commissar with higher melee skill compared to the sluggers could have landed a special there, as it was, and might have landed a special there. Not really, he could have landed one. But the sluggers going to get kited away here by the sentinel. The guardsman also getting a little bit trapped here. The sluggers landing a special though against the guardsman, landing a second one as well, but the sluggers getting very low themselves are going to get forced off here in the end. They are down to just 70 HP, and the sentinel will lose against these double shooters. We'll be able to take down an extra model, but we'll need to back away or need to be a bit careful about the shooters playing in a little bit aggressively. Second Shooter Boy squad going to go behind green cover. The Sentinel is going to go up very aggressively here, could run over the cover since these pipes are easily crushed by the Sentinel, and now these shooters with a lack of cover are going to struggle to remain in this engagement here, even getting stumped. That one model getting stumped as well. The shooters are going to try and engage these guardsmen in melee. The shooters will win in melee, especially with the Nob Leader here. The Nob Leader actually does 23 melee DPS, which is a really random stat, I know, but the Nob Leader really does help the Shooter Boys win melee engagements against other ranged squads. Shooter's also going to try and chase down the Sentinel. Phoenix will need to be careful with the Sentinel. We need to get some repairs here onto the guardsmen, and the slugs with the burn upgrade will be able to damage these guardsmen quite well. Therefore they're able to tie in into melee combat. The Sentinel's stomp should be off cooldown in a second, so should be able to go in and stomp these sluggers before they're able to tie up these guardsmen here, and the Sentinel was getting prepared to do that, but did not do it in the end because the sluggers already retreated. At the same time, Lord Commissar capping that right hand side. His requisition point remains uncapped here for Phoenix, and Tex is only in control of his natural points as well on that right hand side and on this left hand side as well. 488 VPs, 496 VPs haven't really been touched throughout this game yet, so there's been a 1-to-1 cap for the majority of the game. Some catechins coming out here for Phoenix will be very effective against these double sluggers with the shotgun blast, very effective against the ranged units with the unreliable as well. Commissar going to get hit there with a stun bomb. Doesn't really matter too much since the Commissar isn't going to get focused down or anything like that whatsoever. He comes here too. Could even see the Bionic Eye come in for Phoenix as well. The Bionic Eye with the catechins is incredibly strong, giving the catechins +3 movement speed, giving them suppression immunity, giving them 100% damage increase, and also healing all other models other than the one that was executed, since that one doesn't die. Shooters though going to be grouping up together. Sluggers also coming in on that right hand side at the same time. There's some hide the boys sluggers here. They do not have their burners, so they will not be going for the generator farm. Instead they will be coming in for a flank against Phoenix instead. In fact, they will be going in for the generator farm. They don't have their burners upgraded yet, so I'm quite surprised that they actually are going in here. But they still have not been detected and still have not revealed themselves though, so they will be waiting for that upgrade to finish. But the heavy uppers team here is going to get caught out by these hide the boy sluggers, going to be revealing themselves now, going to get hit by the base turret a little bit. Phoenix needs to pay attention to his heavy uppers team, instead is paying attention to mid. Probably isn't aware or isn't bothering too much, is aware now the heavy uppers team will be backing away now, but they do have 6 models instead of 4, who will easily be able to tank that Slugger's Voice squad as they go in and start using their ground attack to bash down the generator farm. I think the catechins should remain mid and actually remain on the retreat path of these sluggers, because I think the catechins, their power melee damage should be enough to actually wipe these sluggers if they take too much damage here. Sentinel needs to stomp at the very last second, is unable to save that one generator farm, is able to save the second one, which is on 13 HP. But overall, if the catechins were to remain mid, I think they might have been able to kill off these sluggers with the unreliable, and with them forcing melee, since they do 120 power melee damage, 20 power melee per model. The Lord Commissar going to force off this Commander Knob. Going to be forced back to base here. Commander Knob not infiltrating though. Sentinel even trying to jump in here. Both commanders going to retreat at the same time. And catechins on that right hand side. Phoenix is going to gain control of mid for now. Tex is getting some looters. Double generators here for Tex. Meanwhile, triple generators still for Phoenix. Did replace that one generator that was lost earlier. Catechins going to be using the unreliable. Going to be missing the slugger, or the shooter boy Knob, sorry. I think the catechins should just maybe retreat here and then come back to mid instead. Instead they're going to lose a model if they're not careful. Do retreat away now. And Slugger's trying to chase down that Sentinel, but the Sentinel with the stomp available, I would imagine, does need to be careful. In fact, it doesn't look like stomp is available, others would use it by now. Going to bait these slugs into the heavy uppers team. That Slugger Boy squad is so low. If the stomp was available, that Slugger Boy squad would definitely be dead. In fact, it still is dead. Going to die to that amount of ranged fire from Double Guardsman and the Sentinel together. Heavy weapons team going to be falling back ever so slightly. Catechins need to come mid. They need a detection here because Phoenix is pretty worried that there are some hide the boy sluggers or the Commander Knob in the area with a stun bomb ready, and so he should, because there are some sluggers on the retreat path here. That one generator is definitely going to be a target for these sluggers since it is on a sliver of health. The heavy weapons team, I would imagine, is more likely to target here. Going to get focused down here, going to retreat away, going to lose a couple of models here. But in the end, we'll be able to survive overall down to just 260 HP. Slug's going to burn down the generator farm now. The power node is also in risk of going down as well. Looters are set up in mid to actually protect the area. Slugger's taking an insane amount of damage there actually. I don't think it would take so much. If that was an executed catching squad, that might even come close to wiping this Slugger Boy squad because of how much damage they took there. But the Commissar on that right hand side, not in a position to be executing Castrations for that damage boost. But come tier 2, I do think that the Lord Commissar though should go for that Bionic Eye. The Reliable in combination with the Bionic Eye upgrade, or Castrations in general, the Bionic Eye upgrade is quite insane. These looters here, going to try and run away, Stun Bomb is getting thrown down, going to force the Castrations away from the looters here, but the looters still taking quite a bit of damage. Another Reliable onto the looters, going to knock them down. These guardsmen though are not actually jumping into a fight, they're just capping while all this is going on. Castrations going to be pushing forward with the Sentinel, these guardsmen still not carrying whatsoever, and the Commissar forced off that right hand side by the double shooters in the end. The looters will be able to set up here though, and the Reliable, or the Shotgun Blast, sorry, knocking that Commando Knob through the walls, actually managed to crush it. Normally you can't crush it with Sentinels or anything like that. Normally you need a heavy walker such as a Death Dread or a Dreadnought, that type of thing, to crush down the wall, but able to crush the wall as well by shotgun blasting enemy units into it as well. The Sluggers coming in once again for a power bash, might go for the heavy weapons team, will go for the heavy weapons team instead here. The heavy weapons team is going to try and retreat away as well, but we'll lose a couple of models, and shooters are going to be the ones coming in for a power bash instead. The Phoenix going to lose his entire generator farm here in fact. Lord Commissar is going to try and tie up those shooters, and some units are coming in from behind as well. But the generator farm has already gone down. Commissar going to be retreating away. And Phoenix will need to be careful here because of these sluggers on a retreat path are going to be quite devastating to these guardsmen, and the Sentinel as well is in risk of going down. Sentinel does have Stomp available to protect itself against the sluggers, but the shooter boys are going to continue firing away at that Sentinel. If Wire is used, Wire is actually getting used. You can see the orange boost around all the units here. And the Sentinel gets away though with 20 HP, that's insane. I actually was able to live. The Lord Commissar does need to be careful going in a little bit prematurely there. But in the end we'll get forced off. The Castrations are going to go in for a cap onto the natural VP there of Tex. Tex getting a truck out. Meanwhile Phoenix has not bought anything in tier 2 yet. Is on 920 requisition, 100 power, could easily get something. He decides to go for some Stormtroopers instead. Could even go for a fast tier 3 at this point, since Stormtroopers do not cost power to actually purchase. And Sluggers with a Knob Leader going to be even more effective at bleeding off models here. These Castrations are in risk of dying. In fact, these Castrations are definitely going to die here. If everything forces melee, which it is, these Castrations are extremely dead. Not that there's different levels of being dead, but extremely dead is probably a good adjective to use here. Castrations straight away getting replaced as well. But these Sluggers are hidden with Hide the Boys as well. Lucer's going to try and do what they can, but the missile launcher does have quite a lot of range and does do full damage at maximum range, obviously. And the war truck is coming in as well. The heavy weapons team should consider upgrading to an also cannon here. A stun bomb is going to catch out 2 squads at the very least here, catching out guards. In fact, catching out both guardsman squads and catching out heavy weapons team. You need to stun one model of the squad to stun the entire squad, which is what makes the Commando Knob stun bomb so effective throughout the game. But the missile launcher on the Sentinel. Ooh, the Commando Knob is going to go down there, gets stomped on by that Sentinel. Sentinel with the missile launcher going to be very effective at stopping this war truck as well. 2 more missile hits and this will go down. Getting a rear armor hit. The Sluggers will not be able to repair it in time. The also cannon upgrade has come in as well. The Sentinel could chase down this war truck right away here. The Commissar is even given vision of the truck at the same time, but the truck just needs to carry on backing away. Does not need to pick up the Sluggers whatsoever. The truck needs to carry on moving. The Sentinel might even be able to come in to actually cut it off here. That truck is definitely going to go down here. That Sentinel is rapid, is on the move. The Sluggers are coming in to try and stop it, trying to path block it. And the Sentinel is actually going to leave the truck alone. I think that Phoenix should have used a flare to actually gain vision of this truck and gone in with the Sentinel to finish it off, killing the truck. That truck is fairly cheap, but killing the truck is still always worth it. And they wouldn't have lost the Sentinel because the Sentinel did have Stomp as well to protect against those guardsmen. Looter is going to be set up here, going to stop these guardsmen from going in for a push. Castrations are in the area, will be able to see that truck, but the Castrations are unable to do anything about it. Do have the Sergeant with the Melter gun coming in, but the Melter Sergeant is not going to be enough to actually fight both the truck and the Sluggers here in the area. Melter Sergeant focusing down the Sluggers instead of the truck itself. The truck will take 3 hits from that Melter gun to actually go down, but it's not going to be worth it for these Castrations to go in, do the shotgun blast and decide to retreat away instead, which is the safer choice. Meanwhile, these guardsmen taking quite a lot of damage. There's a medical bunker in mid. Heavy weapons team needs to come into the area to actually defend. The heavy weapons team is in fact already in the area. Could use the ground target here to do some damage to the shooters, even though the shooters aren't in range. You can just use the AoE damage. That weird boy shot though, landing square onto the guardsman, zap now onto the guardsman, and it's spread everywhere. And the Weird Boy going to go in here. The Weird Boy is infantry armor, doesn't need to be careful. Goes going in for a warp vomit, but instead is actually going to go down completely here. Weird Boy loss is quite huge there for Tex, getting a little bit too aggressive there, and you also can always shooting its barrage. Weird Boy going to go after these guardsmen hit, and then going to explode. But loses down to just 2 out of 3 models there, groups up so close together. In fact, they are going to go down as well, and the sluggers are coming into the area. The Sentinel did stomp as well to protect against it. The autocannon is inside this bunker here. I'm not sure about being inside the bunker when sluggers are in the area. They could actually burn the house down, but the autocannon squad is going to remain inside that building. The Sentinel will take down the truck. There's no reinforcement on the field now for these sluggers. Commander Nob is also out of the area as well, so you can't use Call the Boys, and the Nob leader on the slugger squad is going to go down, and Tex is going to call GG here, and Phoenix will be able to take game 1 in this series. I'm assuming Tex has given up since he did say well played.
Good show, sir.
And there we go. Phoenix is going to win game 1 in this series in the semi-finals between Tex and Phoenix. Phoenix will be able to win. Command levels didn't really take much effect in that game. Neither commander really done too much work, to be honest. And Phoenix has got the next game hosted, so let's jump in here and watch. So according to the brackets, Yaay has actually won his first game against Dark Riku as well. For those who are curious about the other side of the semi-finals, in fact, I'll bring the brackets up for you so you can actually see for yourself. Yaay did take game 1 against Dark Riku. And I believe I still have the straw poll up from earlier, so there was 28 votes total. 71% of you voted for Tex and 29% of you voted for Phoenix Reborn for the winner of the series, and so far the 71% of you look like you are in the wrong, since Phoenix did win in that very first game. And Tex is going to go for Fedrid Folly once again, which means he's going to be sticking with the Commando mod, I believe. They picked Fedrid Folly against Zevargel earlier on today, and was able to take this, or take the game, and then take the series in that game with the Commando mod against the Chaos Lord. Phoenix, I think, is going to be sticking with the Lord Commissar. And also because Phoenix was the one who picked his commander first in the previous game, it's now Tex's turn to pick his commander first, and then Phoenix can always try and counter pick his commander as such. And it's going to be a Lord Commissar versus Commando Nob game once again. I need to actually ready up. Not that it matters because neither some of the observers are not ready anyways. So we'll see if Tex is going to take this game, if he's going to go for that double slugger build once again, or if he's going to go for a bit of a different build where he goes double shooters into looters rather than double shooters into looters. I think that he should stick with just a single slugger squad for now. I don't think the 2 sluggers had too much of an impact in that game. The hide the boys though with the burners was always a nice idea and was having quite a bit of an impact, but in the end I don't think it was enough. But anyway, we're into game 2 now between Phoenix at the bottom side as Lord Commissar and Tex as the Commander Nob on the top side of the map. Straight away, the Commander Nob is running towards the mid side of the map, meanwhile the Commissar is running to the left side of the map onto the high ground to go straight for that VP. The Commander Nob is probably going to go and harass some guardsmen with his shooter. What is it called? It's just a shooter, isn't it? Twin link shooter, I might add. Going to infiltrate in and going to go over the guardsmen here that are capturing up this requisition. Phoenix is going to be sticking with the same build. In fact, Tex is also sticking with the same build with the double sluggers, so let's see how this goes for him. Commander Nob is trying to burst down guardsmen. He's already taken down 1 model. Going to even force melee on the squad as well. I'm not sure what kind of damage the Commander Nob does in melee. I believe it's about 20 DPS, which isn't too much. It's mainly the burst from his gun that is the selling point of the Commander Nob, if you like. We're already nearly halfway up to level 2 from taking down 3 guardsmen here, but taking quite a bit of damage here from the Sentinel and Commissar chasing him down. The Commissar with an 18 piercing DPS pistol, and the Sentinel doing about 30 itself. Commander going to throw a stun bomb on himself, going to land onto the Commissar, and shooters are in the area. Slugger's also going to be surrounding the Sentinel, and the Stomp upgrade is not available here for the Sentinel just yet. It is getting purchased right now, but the Sentinel will be able to kite these Sluggers away. This is a very open map, so the Sentinel will have no problems pathing around the map and being able to kite these Sluggers all day, all long. Sentinel going to go in for a Stomp here, going to catch out a single Slugger model here. And the Sentinel and Guardsman are going to try and pick off as many models as possible. In fact, the Guardsman is still unable to actually capture the natural requisition here because of Tex's aggressiveness down the center of the map, but at the same time Phoenix has been uncontested on the lower ground of the map, and these Guardsmen have been able to take the VP and been able to take the requisition points as well. Phoenix most likely going to go for Catechins once again, given it's the commander of the Catechins did work out well for him in the previous game until he lost them. The Catechins with their detection, with their own reliable, going to be very useful, and with the shotgun blast as well as an extra melee deterrent against the double slugger threats on the map. Tex meanwhile going to go for loot, is going to be sticking with that same build from the previous game. Phoenix Reborn is still yet to get his Catechin squad out on the field. I don't know if he's spent, other than the Sentinel Stomp, he's not spent any power whatsoever this game. And these Sluggers should lose the Lord Commissar. They are down to just 333 HP as well. Attacks on lots of units right now with looters, double sluggers, double shooters. Quite a large army in comparison to Phoenix at the moment. But Phoenix with nearly enough requisition to get these Catechins out now. I imagine that he will be going for Catechins, given that he's got 300 requisitions saved up. Obviously he would have started to build his next unit. But yeah, here come the Catechins anyway. Looters going to set up in the face of this Commissar, going to force him away, and already some Hide the Boys action. Hide the Boys does cost 75 red. The Commando, Nob, or Orcs in general do generate red anyway. They're the only race who generates red. On top of losing models, bleeding models, they do just generate passively reds, which allows them to spam their abilities a little bit more, especially considering that a lot of their abilities do cost red, even War and other stuff such as, like, well, most of their abilities. A lot of their abilities do cost red instead of energy. And already one generator going to go down the oral library from the Catechins, is going to be knocking away these sluggers, and they're going to be forced to retreats here. The Sentinel might even go for a stomp on retreat just to get a bit of extra damage or to try and take down an extra model here. But in the end it won't, and the looters still set up on the high ground. Double shooters making their way to the high ground as well. Meanwhile, Catechins is going to go down to the lower ground and recapture that up for Phoenix. Sentinel in need of a little bit of repairs here. There's going to be a bit too much DACA for the Sentinel to handle. Sentinel will need to back away. Wa is getting used here onto the shooters. You can see them glowing yellow on the circles underneath them, which does mean Wa is activated, giving him small damage boost, speed boost, and other boosts as well. But Loot is going to be setting up here as well, and it's going to force Phoenix to actually fall back even further. Don't want their Guardsmen getting suppressed here. Sentinel is going to get focused down by these Looters, but Looters not doing too much at maximum range. Looters do an insane amount of damage if you get close to their maximum range. They, I think, have the least damage out of all suppression squads. Lord Commissar running around with his refractor shield on. Since he has full energy, you can just leave your refractor shield on without having to worry about it so much. But the Lord Commissar though take quite a bit of damage here. It's surrounded by sluggers, taking a lot of range damage. In fact, is going to get quite low, but shouldn't be going down here by any means necessary. And the shooters even ignoring him to a certain extent. Commander throwing a stun bomb down onto the Guardsmen here. The Guardsmen are going to get hit directly by it. Both Guardsmen squads getting caught out right now. And it's now going to be a power bash coming in here for Phoenix. Does also have a heavy weapons team coming out of base, which is actually going to be left to defend his natural power farm. But if Tex uses Hide the Boys on these burner slugs, are going to go in for a counter power bash, then the heavy weapons team will need to be careful. Unreliable use onto the looters here to allow for an escape down towards the lower side of the ground here. The power node has been taken out, but still two generators available here for Tex. Hide the Boys is even getting used here, so the heavy weapons team will need to be careful. I don't think the base turret has enough reach. No, it does not have enough reach. Looters going to get stomped on by the Sentinel Guardsmen, going to be pushing in, but the double shooters and the looters might be a bit too much here for just double Guardsmen to actually fight by themselves here. The weapons team is getting caught out though by these slugs, able to just retreat away though. It's quite tanky with 900 HP, making it the tankiest heavy weapons team or heaviest suppression squad in the game, I believe. Unless you include warriors actually, who also have 900 HP of heavy infantry, but they're a little bit different. They're not a long range suppression team, they're a close range one. Sluggers trying to do what they can in melee, nearly finishing off that Guardsman squad. They're getting away with just 40 HP. Gonna resume trying to bash power here, but the Catchins and Sentinel are on the scene. Will be unable to actually bash the power here. Sentinel is going to stomp both the burner models, and Catchins could even try and do an all-reliable on retreats here, but I don't think they actually have it off cooldown and might want to use it onto the Shooter Boys instead of the Sluggers anyway. Looters and Shooters going to be coming into the area. Double Guardsman going to be repairing that Sentinel, and the Commissar has been on that left hand side capping for the entire duration. Unreliable did get used, but it's actually missed the Looters here, and the Flare is going to get dropped here with this one Shooter Boy squad getting a little bit low. It is getting the Nob Leader in the midst of this engagement here, but even with the Nob Leader it's going to be quite a low health squad. Catchins could go in for a shotgun blast here to interrupt these Looters, but they're getting destroyed by these Looters before they're able to get a shotgun blast off, and the Catchins will be forced off. A heavy weapons team is still set up in the area, but unable to actually focus down those Looters as they're just outside the arc. A second generator has gone down. Heavy weapons team is going to unset up and push up the Looters down to just one model at 88 HP. The Sentinel will be able to take it down. Looters going to retreat at the very last second here. The heavy weapons team is also setting up here. The Looter squad might go down here, but the Guardsman and the heavy weapons team unable to actually focus it down in time. And Sentinel going to go for a massive stomp here onto the double shooters, catching out both squads, including their Nob leaders. At the same time, Lord Commissar is about to get caught out. Phoenix is going to be the first person to tier 2 with 37 power, still in the bank. Tex only on 80 power right now, is going to be a little bit away from tier 2 for now. Sentinel is going to push in as well onto the low ground, and Phoenix is going to recap the low ground. Meanwhile, the heavy weapons team is going to secure Phoenix the mid ground. At the same time though, the double sluggers here for Tex going to secure him the high ground with the 2 VPs. So Phoenix going to be tier 2 quicker than Tex. Could get out a quick Chimera and actually transport his Guardsmen and Catchins over to the power here and try and bash it down and stop Tex from having such a power heavy tier 2.
Sir, reporting tech upgrade complete.
We're ready here, sir. Go ahead.
Catchin's going to go for a decap here onto the VP. Commissar is also going to push in as well. The Sluggers still set up in the area, but the Commissar and Sentinel are on their way here and should be able to do quite well against these Sluggers, especially since they don't have their Nob leaders to give the extra tankiness or extra damage against the Lord Commissar himself. At the same time, the ranged parts of Tex's army going to go down to that lower side. Both shooters and looters are down there. Commander Nob still without any upgrades so far this game. These sluggers as well without any upgrade as well. But Tex is already quite far behind in terms of technology. Phoenix already tier 2. Has not actually got anything yet. Catchin's in fact going to be the first person to get the upgrade. Going to get the Melter Sergeant upgrade, which gives them a lot of extra tankiness as well. It gives them a Melter gun, gives them an extra model. And looters are going to be set up here, set up very close to the power. The closer the looters are, the more damage they're going to do, but the heavy weapons team is also getting set up as well at the same time, and I think this heavy weapons team should also consider getting an Orsa cannon later, but I think that a quick Chimera or some stormtroopers would be a really nice purchase at this point. Guardsmen even upgrading to the flamers as well to try and bash down this journey to farm a bit quicker. But I'm not too sure if they should have gone for flames. I think they should have just stayed as they were and just bashed as a group together. Shotgun blast onto the looters here. These looters are probably going to go down here. The Catchins trying to force melee here on retreat. The looters down so low, 28-2 HP. The Catchins are not stopping, so they're not using their shotguns whatsoever. If Unreliable is available, it needs to get used right now. 2 HP on the looters, and they will be able to get out the area in time. And the Chimera is going to be coming out here for Phoenix. Could even follow up with Stormtroopers, given that Phoenix does have quite a lot of requisition. He might decide to keep his requisition saved so he can actually reinforce on the field. Could also go for the Commissar upgrades on both of his Guardsman squads as well, to give them a bit of extra range damage and to reinforce 3 at a time from the Chimera, allowing them to be cheaper to reinforce as such if you lose more models. But Guardsman going to be forced off here in the end. The Sentinel is also getting a little bit low here as well. The Sentinel does need to back out the area. The Chimera is now out in the field. The Sentinel is getting a little bit too close there to these double shooters, but does get out of there in the end. And Chimera will be uncontested for now since Tex has no AV whatsoever, but straight away onto the looters. The Beamy Death Gun upgrade is going to come in here, and that's going to be doing quite a bit of damage to the Chimera. The Beamy Death Gun doing 240 damage per shot. Will be quite scary actually for the Chimera to handle, especially if he gets a rear armor shot. It will take 2 shots in the rear or 3 shots overall for the Chimera to die, but the Guardsmen should be surrounding Chimera full stop. and should prevent it from going down. Sentinel though is going to go down here. The shooter should easily be able to finish this off. Now the Sentinel did overextend that 21 HP, and the flare gets dropped down at the very last second. At the same time, the power is getting bashed here, and Phoenix looking like he's in a really good position right now, not losing a single squad, not losing that Sentinel there when he nearly did, and at the same time bashing the entire power of Tex, even getting a decap here with the Catechins. The Chimera is going to have such an effect in this game, and I do think they should go for an autocannon on his heavy weapons team at this point. I don't think that he needs to keep the heavy bolter as such. I think the autocannon would be better, especially given that Tex is grouping up with his double shooters and double sluggers together, although with the double sluggers, if he uses Catechins next to his heavy weapons team, he doesn't need the suppression to actually stop these sluggers in their tracks, since he'll have a shotgun blast, he'll have the stomp on the Sentinel to actually counter those double sluggers. Homicide though going in for a decap against these shooters. The Chimera is now coming up to the top of the guardsmen, are still not in this engagement just yet. Catechins should shotgun blast now, but getting tied up there by the sluggers. In fact, won't use their shotgun blast, not even needed, as the heavy weapons team will just suppress the slugger boy squad instead. Now going to go after these double shooters, but I still think there should have been an autocannon upgrade onto this heavy weapons team in particular. And Phoenix with quite a shotgun blast onto the guardsmen there, bringing them down extremely low, down to just 69 HP. Commissar going to be engaging these slugs here. These are currently unupgraded slugs, but the Commissar himself is also unupgraded and is going to take a lot of damage here. Might even go down 28 HP. The slugger's not able to melee in or melee them enough, and the slugger squad should go down here. The Catechins, if they have their own reliable, should easily be able to take down that one squad. The Sentinel will go down as well, so the Beamy looters, if it's not careful, over the Catechins able to kill the lead model with the Beamy Death Gun in time before that Sentinel went down, and now Phoenix going to be gaining control of the top side of the map as well. And now Tex is forced back to base, gained the Weird Boy. Once again did lose the Weird Boy in that previous game, which did force him to concede, or did cause him to concede the game. So it'll be interesting to see if he makes use of the Weird Boy, how he makes use of the Weird Boy this time. And should be careful if he decides to go in for a Warp Vomit, since it is a not a short range ability, but it's not exactly a long range ability. It's more of a melee counter, as someone did mention in the chat earlier. Trying to use it on a ranged blob is quite risky, just because it's a shorter range ability than what the guardsman range is, so they're able to actually focus down the Weird Boy fairly quick. But Catechin's going to be falling back here. There is an IED on the top side, but because Tex has got two shooter knob leaders, he's able to actually detect it, and they're both detectors as well. And also thank you Adeptus for hosting my stream, I've just seen it. But Catechin is going to be infiltrated here, but the shooters will be able to detect them, so the Catechin decides to back away. Going to take quite a bit of damage, and the Lord Commissar is now fully, well, nearly fully upgraded. Does have the Xenos Power Claw, does have the Stubbornness upgraded as well. No armor for him just yet. Could even go for the Carapace arm to give him extra health, making the Stubbornness even more effective when it does actually heal him, since it heals by a percentage of your maximum health rather than by a fixed amount of health. Flaming Guardsman going to be leading the charge in. That Weird Boy is going to get caught out by the Commissar here. He's getting suppressed right now, but I'm not sure what he's getting suppressed by. It must be getting suppressed by the shooters, by the Daka or stat ability. That Weird Boy getting chased around here. The shooter boy is going to suppress the Lord Commissar once again. The Warp Vomit onto the Lord Commissar as well is going to stun him. And Catechins with the Oran Reliable going to be knocking over those Beamy Looters, allowing the Chimera to push in forward. And that Weird Boy has gone down as well at the same time. And Beamy Looters as well, taking a lot of damage, getting shotgun blasted over. In fact, these Beamy Looters might go down. The Lord Commissar is running in there with that Xenos Power Claw, and might even be able to finish him off. The shooter, well, the pistol, sorry, on the Lord Commissar, doing extra damage as well because of that Stubbornness bonus, but he actually misses those last few shots, and the Beamy Looters will be able to escape away. Heavy weapons team as well, getting very low here from the Commando Knob shotgun. Commando Knob with that shotgun blast doing 115 rending damage, which is an insane amount actually. You compare it to other shotgun blasts, which only do like 7.5. So the shotgun blast able to nearly wipe a squad here. There are some sluggers bashing power, but without that burner upgrade, going to be very slow and ineffective at bashing the power. And now the Chimera is on the way, and looks like yaay is going to be the one in the finals as well. Slugger's going to get forced off. The Sentinel could try and stomp on retreat, but the stomp is not going to be enough to finish it off. And the Commissar gained forced off here without the guardsman nearby. Does not have the healing regen that he does when he is surrounded by it. You can already see that he's going to heal up quite a bit there on retreat from just being near those Catechins. And Tex is going to be grouping up here. 310 VPs to 315. Phoenix is slightly behind on VPs, but I do think that Phoenix has the stronger army here overall. At the same time, Tex does not actually have his natural power. Did get bashed earlier, so I do think that Phoenix is in the lead right now, not just in VPs now since he is now 10 VPs ahead, but just in general. Stormtroopers also coming out for Phoenix as well. The Chimera is in the top side. The beamy looters are going to set up, and that's going to force the Chimera to reverse out of there. Wait for that Commissar to get onto the field. The Commissar is going to be essential to winning these engagements. He does have the Carapace armor now with 800 HP, 830, sorry, because he's level 2. And with that stubbornness healing bonus, it's going to be insanely difficult to actually kill, and we'll be doing an insane amounts of damage. Xenos Power Cord doing 85 heavy melee damage, can be increased up to 75% with the stubbornness if you have enough loyal guardsmen surrounding you. Guardsmen going to be pushing in. The Chimera is a bit too scared to push in here. Those beamy looters are quite scary, doing 240 damage per hit, but the Catachin's now going to be joining into the fight. Now the Chimera should drive in a little bit forward along the Guardsman here, so that Lord Commissar can have that stubbornness bonus. Commissar, in fact, is actually going to go down. The Slugger's Knob is absolutely destroying him in that engagement here. The Chimera just went down. The Catachins are also going to take a lot of damage here, but they should remain in the engagement. No energy whatsoever for Owen Reliable, but that's two big losses there for Phoenix, the Chimera, and the Stormtroopers at the same time. Not the Stormtroopers, sorry, the Commissar and the Chimera. Stick Bombers, though, trying to fight these Stormtroopers. Stormtroopers going to get forced off, and the Stick Bombers are very low themselves. And I still think that Phoenix should go for the Auto Cannon onto the heavy weapons team. It would be a much better choice against these double shooters who are grouped up so much together. And the Commander Knob onto that lower side of the ground with some Sluggers. These Sluggers now upgrade with the Knob Leader, but still no Burner upgrade on them yet. And I think that they should also go for the Burner upgrade. It does give them 20% health boost, and they are getting it right now as I mention it. At the same time, Phoenix is going to go tier 3, has repurchased his Lord Commissar. Needs to be careful about going onto that lower ground because the Slugger with the Knob Leader and with the Commissar without his stubbornness bonus is going to lose that engagement quite hard. Heavy weapons team, though, is going to hold the fort on this high ground. At the same time, there are some guardsmen nearby to try and support. Shooter Boy squad is going to get forced off here, and Hide the Boys is being used, and there's no detection here on this upper ground just yet. The Catachins are going towards the lower side of the ground, so there's no detection up top, so these Sluggers will be able to engage this heavy weapons team in melee combat. Bunker is going to get placed down. It's going to be upgraded. It's a medical bunker. There's no need for a repair bunker given that there are no vehicles on the map. And Slugger's going to be engaging in, and Shooter Boys are also trying to jump into the fight as well. That heavy weapons team is getting absolutely mauled to death here. 4 HP will be able to get away. Grenade does get thrown down, but the grenade is not going to come in time. The Slugger Boy squad will be able to take down the storm. Will be able to take down the heavy weapons team. The Stormtroopers retreating away. Guardsmen getting forced off here as well. At the same time, the Slugger Boy squad at the bottom side is going to go down here for Tex. In fact, the Guardsman squad nearly died here, 27 HP with only the Sergeant alive, and in fact, Phoenix might even lose this bunker as well. Tex could try and capture it for himself and turn it into a medical bunker for himself, and be really annoying and actually try and hold the upper ground and try and hold this bunker himself. Stormtroopers and Guardsmen are on their way towards the higher side of the ground. Phoenix most likely going to go for a Lehman Russ this late in the game. A second Looter Boy squad is going to be coming out here for Tex. The second Looter is going to be upgraded, or just going to be left alone with the Death Gun. And as much as he's put down the improvised explosive here, these shooters are detectors and have seen that this bunker is now a trap, and that Phoenix and that Tex does not want to enter it whatsoever. Guardsmen going to be pushing up. Stormtroopers trying to do what they can. These Shooter Boys getting a little bit too close to this bunker. You need to be careful because that can be destinated to try and finish off that Shooter Boy squad if they get a little bit too close here. There is this one IED, or there's IEDs spread everywhere here, so you need to be a little bit careful. Stick Bombers going to be engaging these Catachins here, and Stick Bombers with 80 melee skill should be able to land multiple specials here, and are landing multiple specials here, along with the Commander Knob with that shotgun blast, doing insane amounts of rending damage here. Slugger's going to force off these Stormtroopers, force off the Guardsmen as well, going to be engaging once again. The Commissar is going to try and engage as well himself, but the Commissar without any units supporting him does not have that stubbornness bonus and will need to be a bit careful. The Slugs might decide to just retreat away now, and will retreat away. That Commissar with the Xenos Power Claw is just not worth fighting when there's no need. Beamy Looters are set up here, and the top side could try and take down this bunker, and I think they should take down the bunker since he's not going to capture it himself. One shot there, bring it down to below half health. A single shot will be able to finish it off, and he does get it. This Looter Boy is going to go down though, but it's not necessarily needed since there is no vehicles on the map, and Phoenix did take up to tier 3 and is getting an Ogren squad, which is quite surprising, especially given that there's still this one Slugger Boy squad on the field, and these Slugger Boys will be able to fight these Ogrens fairly easily. Ogrens with super heavy infantry taking bonus damage from power melee. Double Guardsmen making their way towards mid. Needs to be careful of that Commander Knob with the shotgun blast. Commander Knob is going to infiltrate here. let's see if we can see how much the shotgun blast is actually going to do to this guardsman squad in particular. But Ogre is coming out of base straight away with the bonehead upgrade. Stormtroopers as well trying to fight that commander with the shotgun blast, knocking them over. And there you go, shotgun blast half health in the stormtrooper squad, and they actually have about 200 health per model. I think it should have been used onto the guardsman squad since it would have done a little bit more, or would have been more devastated to the guardsmen compared to the stormtroopers. Some stick bombs getting thrown down here, going to miss those Catachans. Ogrins now out in the field. Sluggers are ready though to jump into the fight whenever. Catachan's going to use a shotgun blast onto these sluggers to prevent them from getting into melee combat here. The commissar himself is getting a little bit low here at half health, even before he's in melee combat, but the Ogre is going to be enough here to force off those sluggers, and stun bombs going to go down, going to be landed onto the Ogre squad completely. And double shooters going to be backing away here. And that commissar with the stubbornness bonus doing an insane amount of damage with that Xenos power claw is going to force off these double shooters. A little bit of a lag spike there. But Painboy is coming out here for Tex. He does have a truck coming out of base as well, which means, and well, Phoenix doesn't actually have any AV or proper AV to really deal with it. He does have a lot of heavy melee with the Ogrins and Lord Commissar, but the heavy melee might not be enough to actually take down the truck, given that it can just always drive away, and given that the Commander has the shotgun blast available, can always knock away melee units away from that truck. The Ogre is going to be backing away here. These Ogres, super heavy infantry, do not care too much about piercing damage, but do need to be careful of the power melee from these sluggers. Some stick bombs getting thrown to prevent these Ogres from coming down the staircase here. At the same time, Stormtroopers set up here. The Looters also set up here. The Looters are actually going to force melee by the looks of it. The grenade does get thrown down. The Looters are able to dodge that grenade very skillfully. And it's just going to be a melee engagement. And these Looters are actually doing quite well against these Stormtroopers in melee. I don't think I'd ever say that sentence before in this game. At the same time, Tex trying to come up the staircase, unable to actually do so. There's a truck coming in. These Stormtroopers are going to get destroyed. The sluggers are inside that truck, and Tex is buying time over here. Meanwhile, the Stormtroopers actually force away the Looters here. I think the Looters could have remained in that engagement since there was no grenade available for those Stormtroopers, and the truck is desperately trying to chase down these Stormtroopers, and that's why the Looters should have stayed in. Should have been a bit better at baiting out those storms. Stormtroopers should be able to retreat now and be able to avoid these sluggers now. Ogrins as well, half health. You need to be careful about fighting the sluggers. War Truck also needs to be careful of the heavy melee hit from both of these squads put together. 177 VPs to 221. Phoenix is behind in VPs right now. And I think the armies are fairly equal. Both armies are fairly equal in terms of population. 76 population for Phoenix to 84 of Tex. Flare going to go down, but the shotgun blast is going to come in, knocking the Ogrins down. The shooters unable to actually follow up that shotgun blast, but the Ogrins unable to even do anything themselves. The stun bomb does go down, nearly hitting the own commander knob there. Stick bombs can try and throw some retreat sticks here. Ogrins even using their melee charge to actually run out the area quickly. But the sluggers going to come in, but they're actually getting mowed down there, but that charge was still activated. The Painboy also on the field does not have the cyborg implants just yet, but these sluggers are going to be so strong with the Painboy Git source to actually give them extra health and healing during engagements.
They're closing with us.
Heavy weapons team was also upgraded to a last cannon as well as a source of AV against this war truck here. Would have thought that he would have gone for an auto cannon once again, since the war truck is fairly soft, but must really want to kill this war truck. The commissar with the execution can increase the last cannon damage by 100%, and that will definitely scare the truck off. And that's why Tex has actually gone for the reinforced plates on the war truck, so it's able to survive at least one shot against an executed heavy weapons team here. Commissar is definitely going to execute here, and he executed the last cannon. Let's see how much it does. It's even got the bionic eye now as well, compared to the... Oh wow, it took it down in a single hit. Rear armor. Executed the last cannon, taking down a 550 health war truck in one hit. And the commissar has gone down. Things are looking a bit bad here for Tex, losing the war truck, losing the commander knob here in the same engagement. The bionic eye on that commissar lord is going to be so brutal with the Ogrins here. Shooter boys as well going to get forced off as Phoenix pushes in with his guardsmen, with his stormtroopers at the same time. And sluggers and the Painboy trying to come in here, trying to do what they can. Stick bombs also in the area. The Ogre is going to charge in here, going to run over these sluggers and Painboy. A second heavy weapons team is also out in the field. The Git source getting used onto the sluggers to actually give them healing and health regeneration for a few seconds here. At the same time, Shooter Boy is going to be forced off at the top side for Tex, and a second war truck is coming out for him. And Tex unable to push any further here because he is inside Phoenix's base, and Phoenix is going to be defending the area with a heavy weapons team, but stick bombs getting get thrown down here. Going to force off that heavy weapons team, but they don't have far to run anyway. Gonna try and go for a flank here against this heavy weapons team. This heavy weapons team might even go down here. There's an IED on the ground which Phoenix might use to try and bait Tex into running over. This is the IED actually from the bunker that was there much earlier. He's running over the IED but didn't detonate the IED here. Lord Commissar going to be engaging here. Some stick bombs going to get thrown down onto the guardsman here. One stick bomb we have to catch out of 8. The rest will not. The Painboy is getting quite low here. Lord Commissar is definitely trying to chase down that Xenos Power Claw. Stormtroopers trying to do what they can in range. Ogren's coming in as well, only on 3 out of 4 models. No points in executing them just yet. The all-reliable there from the catches, knocking over the friendly Lord Commissar there. And Phoenix in control now of the top side once again. The Commander Knob is in the area. Level 5 is upgraded with that shotgun still, but I don't think he's going to be able to do too much. Might be able to kill his guardsman squad, but decides to use it onto the Stormtroopers instead. A stun bomb is getting thrown down. A truck is coming into the area. I think sluggers are inside this truck here. No, it's going to be the double shooters instead. These shooter boys should force melee onto the Stormtroopers. They might be able to kill them. If they forced melee onto these Stormtroopers, they should have been able to kill them as well, because the shooter boy Knob does actually do quite a bit of power melee, because that Valkyrie just flying right through my screen there. Going to be dropping some mines onto the ground, but the shooter boys inside that truck will be able to detect the mines, so the mines not going to do too much at all. And you can actually drive over the mines or walk over them when you've got detection nearby, because, well, I don't know why you can do it, but when you detect the mines, they don't actually detonate when you walk over them or drive over them, as far as I'm aware. I know for driving though. I know for walking over them they don't. I don't know for driving. I'm assuming it's the same for driving. The Commissar on this high ground needs to be careful about going in alone. A second bunker has gone down here. The Commissar does have that bionic eye, but looked like he was going to try and execute one of the other units here. Need a flak jacket if you want to try and do that. Ogren's probably going to reinforce one model, then probably going to get executed by the Commissar, and then probably going to charge into melee combat there. That's what's most likely going to happen. Stormtroopers onto the low ground. Meanwhile, the heavy weapons team with the last cannon going to come back in once again to try and fight this truck. The truck does not have the reinforced armor placing and will die to a single shot from the last cannon if it does get a single shot. If it is executed, sorry. An executed last cannon shot will one-shot this truck, no matter if it's a rear armor hit or not. Commissar not going to be jumping into this engagement. Ogrins and Catchins going to be engaging here. The Ogrins charge out there, running over the friendly Catchins instead here. And Commissar looks like he's going to go in for an execution perhaps. Nope, he's just going to sit there in range. The Ogrins are going to lose models here. These Sluggers and Painboy are destroying here. The last cannon was not executed but was able to take it down with 2 shots. Ogrins though going to go down into this engagement. The Lord Commissar as well could go down in this engagement. He is surrounded right now by melee units. Painboy needs to use the Git source if he has got it, but he doesn't seem to have it. And the heavy weapons team does remain set up here since it does have that refractor shield, meaning that the lead model is immune to knockback stun bombs though. Going to be very effective here, going to allow the sluggers to actually run in here because the heavy weapons team cannot use its weapon anymore. And that healing bunker could try and get captured here by Phoenix. If he's able to take down this IED, Tex can actually capture this healing bunker away from him. At the same time, Phoenix is going to try and bash power. It is in control of that lower side of the map right now. At the same time, Catchin's back out on the field, going to force off that Slugger Boy squad. The Painboy going to go in and buy him Lonesome is a big of a mistake here. Catchin's doing 140 power melee damage because there are 7 models here. The Painboy is going to go down here for Tex. The bunker is detonated. It is destroyed here. 149 VPs to 115.
Go ahead, sir.
Tex on maximum red. Phoenix is still tier 2 though, 350 red. I thought he actually went tier 3 early, must have actually counted it when he went for the Ogres. And Bionic Eye execution onto the Catchins here, but they're still not forcing melee onto these stick bombers. They forced melee a little bit earlier. All Reliable is also going to miss as well here for Phoenix. Is going to be unable to finish off that stick bomber squad. At the same time, Looters onto the low ground. Stormtroopers and Guardsmen are going to be able to finish it off. The Commander Knob is still in the area here. He's going to throw down a stun bomb. Going to land onto those Stormtroopers though. And the Commander Knob's going to try and do what he can. Going to use that shotgun blast as well. Going to bring down the Stormtroopers down to 3 out of 5, 2 out of 5. Stormtrooper squad might even go down here if it's not careful. The Commander Knob's even going to force melee as well onto the last model, or last 2 models here. It's not going to be enough. A flare even drop down to the high ground. 138 VPs to 115 here. Stormtroopers going to be able to live overall here with a single model. Commander Knob is going to back away here. Going to try and infiltrate since it's unable to fight that one Guardsman squad by him Lonesome. Bionic Eye execution now onto these Guardsmen here, immune to suppression because of the Bionic Eye. There's a force melee onto that Lucifer squad. The Commissar in the squad does actually do quite well in melee, especially with that buff, but the Guardsmen are going to be forced off in the end. The Commissar is going to be taking over the melee fighting duties. Heavy weapons team is also set up in the area. That Lucifer squad is going to go down. The Commissar now going to be switching targets to these sluggers. And Weird Boy has been repurchased once again. The Weird Boy though missing the shot since it's the elevation here on this map. And Commissar is going to get forced off. Stick bombs forcing melee onto the heavy weapons team here as well, and that Commissar is going to be too difficult to kill with that stubbornness bonus from the heavy weapons team supporting him. Commander Nob is level 8 now, Lord Commissar only level 6, and Phoenix is on his way to defend the higher ground. 138 VPs to 80 to Commander Nob, making his way down to the bottom side here to actually capture it up. Meanwhile, he's trying to also push against the natural VP up at the top side for Phoenix. Catchin is going to get caught out there by a couple of stick bombs, brought down to just 690 HP. The Weird Boy trying to fire his shot as well, but actually going to miss. Could even use the zap onto the Catchins or the warp vomit, since Catchins are getting a little bit too close here. More mines onto the retreat path there, but the mines are getting detected by those shooter knobs, so it's not going to do too much anyway. And Ogren squad has also been repurchased as well for Phoenix. Currently does not have the bone upgrade, but will be getting it later on. Those stick bombers though going to go down here. The warp vomit is going to bring those mines so low right now. In fact, Phoenix could try and detonate the mines next to these by throwing a grenade from these stormtroopers instead. But the stick bomber is going to go down here. These stormtroopers should throw a grenade here. The mines are so low that if you threw a grenade, that the grenade would detonate those mines and actually do some decent damage though. At the same time, on that lower ground, these Flamer Guardsmen can get forced off here. 124 VPs to 67. This game is just going on and on. Zap though going to catch out the entire army here. Phoenix Ogrens are back on the field once again. Fresh out of base, some mines are getting detonated at this point right in time. In fact, the Ogrens spreading the zap back to the heavy weapons team here, and Ogrens with no experience whatsoever going to be coming in once again. Probably going to get executed with the Bionic Eye later on, with the Commissar decides to rejoin on the top side, but the Commissar is actually going to go towards the bottom side with these Catchins by the looks of things. At the same time, heavy weapons team moving in here with the last cannon. Gonna get a decap onto the power. Stick bombers making their way back up to the top side as well. These are some fresh stick bombs since the initial ones did die earlier. And Commissar needs to use that Bionic Eye execution on the Catchins so they can actually win this engagement here against the sluggers. And they still haven't used it just yet. How does he switch? Oh, he switched back to the Carapace army. Doesn't have the Bionic Eye anymore. So that's why the Catchins didn't go absolutely insane. Ogren is getting knocked over though by that Weird Boy. Stormtroopers able to run away here. Stormtroopers might go in for a grenade here. Going to throw a grenade, but going to be unable to do so. The Weird Boy landing. Actually, they did throw a grenade in the end, only catching out one model, but the Stormtroopers forced off here. Still on full models. Ogren's a little bit low here, 890 HP. That Weird Boy though doing a lot of work here. The Warp Vomit as well, going to force Phoenix off from the higher ground. 56 VPs to 53. Guardsmen running away here. The heavy weapons team is just set up on a power node that has nothing on it. Phoenix capping the lower side of the ground. These Catchins are very low, but the Commander Nob even lower. Going to get forced off there. Weird Boy trying to do what he can. Hide the boys onto the shooters as well here. I'm not sure if Tex is using that for the range damage resistance, but Tex is going all in now for the VP capture here, but the Guardsmen doing a bit too much damage here. Some shooters capping the natural VP, and the rest of Tex's forces are pushing in out of the VP. Those shooters are actually able to start the decap. They might be able to get a decap here, but they will die overall. And the suppression from Phoenix's own mines is actually going to suppress him there. Guardsmen are going to try and force melee onto that shooter boy squad. Tex is desperately trying to hang on in there. He will lose the shooter boy squad, but stick bomb is going to force melee here. 56 VPs to 11 now. Weird Boy, oh, that Weird Boy shot though, doing a lot of friendly fire damage, detonating mines in the area. The Commissar is going to run in though for this other VP, should easily be able to finish off the Shooter Boy squad if they don't retreat, but Sluggers on the scene, going to engage this Lord Commissar here without that stubbornness moment. The Weird Boy just needs to stop attacking for now, because the Weird Boy is going to ruin things for these Sluggers here. He is going to get his own Shooter Boy squad killed if he is not careful. And Phoenix is coming up top once again. The Commander Nob is making his way down. Should be able to force off the Stormtrooper squad. 56 VPs to 11. Ogren is going to be charging in here onto the Weird Boy. The Warp Vomit is going to be stopping them in their tracks there with that stun. The Commander Nob is going in for a decap here. Stormtroopers are throwing a grenade here. Commander, I'm trying to go in for the decap before even engaging the Stormtroopers, just so that the VPs stop bleeding. 7 VPs here for Tex. Tex should now engage the Stormtroopers at level 10 Commander Knob, but Catchin's on the low ground here. The Commander Knob is going to get forced off here in the end. Stun Bomb is not going to get thrown down. Nothing is going to get thrown down because the Catchin's Shotgun Blast is going to knock the Commander Knob onto his feet, and the Catchins and Stormtroopers are able to finish off that Commander Knob in the end. Hide the boys on the Sluggers. They desperately need to go in for a capture here. The Catchins, if they capture this is going to be game at this point, but the Sluggers are unable to actually get close enough. There are mines on the ground which they are running over that and detonating, revealing themselves. They will be able to kill this heavy weapons team, but the Ogre is actually coming in for a last second save. They're running over these Sluggers here, but the Sluggers unable to get in a decap here. 2-1 cap against Tex right now. Phoenix is going to take this game here, and Phoenix will be advancing to the finals of Monthly Rumble Tournament 23.
Ever onward.
What a game that was. I think that lasted about 30 minutes or so. But Phoenix is going to go 2-0 against Tex here in this series in the semi-finals, and he will now face Yaay in the absolute finals now of the tournament. And no rocks. I don't think Tex was tier 3. I don't think either player was tier 3. They just remained tier 2 the entire time. That was a 36-minute game. Wow. Level 7 Lord Commissar, level 10 Commander Knob, 341 units died in total there. Just insane. 340 units died. Well, what a game. I think Phoenix probably needs a 5-minute break before entering into the finals after that. At that point, in fact, well, it's an ESL replay. You can always watch it on the, if you go to the ESL ladder, you can always download a replay should you want to watch it, should you want to go send it to Indrid or Red Reaper to go cast, etc. So, we were co-casting, well, I'm co-casting with Adeptus now. I think Adeptus has waited quite a while just because of how long that particular game lasted. So I've sent Adeptus a message on Steam. So let me jump onto TeamSpeak right now and join him. Since Adeptus casted like the lower side, if I open up the brackets as well, Adeptus was casting the lower side of the bracket and I was casting the upper side of the bracket, so now it's the finals, it's time to meet up.
Connected. Channel switched.
Go in the private channel just so that no one disturbs us. Adeptus says to give him a minute and we'll be waiting for the finals game to start and there'll be a finals announcement. And in the meantime, I'm just going to shut up and take a break myself. Okay, it's time to unmute the microphone. So yeah, Phoenix is going to get a well-deserved break after that 36-minute game. Was it 36 minutes? Yeah, 36 minutes, wasn't it? 36.5-minute game. One of the longest, one of the ones in ages.
User was moved to your channel.
Wagwan, bro. Have you got the details to give to Codex, or?
You can hear me.
Yes.
War one, bro. Yes, I can give the.
I'll just move him because I've actually forgotten the password to this channel as well.
Okay, I'm gonna give him the server details.
I think what I'll do is I'll change the password again to something we'll remember. Actually, I think it was something to do with the beast.
Yeah, it was. Oh yeah, I remember now. I remember now. How could I have forgotten that password? Like, it's the best password. It was a really awesome game there.
That was long.
I watched the remainder of it on your stream, and that was beautiful.
That's thank you for the post as well.
Yeah,
and
sure.
that's 140 viewers.
I mean, we had some unfortunately very quick semifinals there. Yaay was bringing his top game with Eldar, and
So I picked the right series to cast.
I mean, I had some very interesting games before that as well. There were a lot of very good plays being made.
Yep.
So, we saw that double fire dragons can be countered by quadruple plague marines.
That's a fight that no one should ever see.
Oh yeah, everybody should see that fight. I'm telling you, it was a nail biter. Like, it came down to single-digit VPs.
Why were both players making mass fire dragons versus mass plague marines? Like neither.
No, it was just double fire dragons, but countered by quadruple plague marines.
We went quadruple plague marines then.
Rico.
Wow. Rico, I've lost all respect for you now. Quadruple plague marines are as bad as Freeman.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. That was not.
Was he at least playing the plague champion?
No, he was playing the Chaos Lord.
If you're going to go quadruple plague squads, plague marine squads, you need to go as a plague champion just to fill in like the 5th plague marine squad type thing.
Especially with Nurgle worship, it just becomes so much more fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have like so much more room for more micro because, well, you don't need to micro. No, it was a very, very, very intense match, and first everybody thought that Rico had it, and Mathis actually came back extremely strong, and then, in my opinion, he either shouldn't have gone tier 3 because he didn't get anything in tier 3, or he should have used his global, because that would have definitely won him the game.
Yeah.
But as it stands, Rico prevailed. I've already forgotten all the matches I've casted. Before that, it was... Shit, which matches did I cast? Oh yeah, Adila versus Tex was very unfortunate. The first match went very bad for Adila. The second match, the first try went very, very well for Adila, and then he got steamed, and then he just got screwed over by relic bugs so hard. The no retreat bug, for example, is just not fun to watch.
Yeah. The game is now up. Is Codex joining?
To me, it looks like he's still in Dota. So.
Still can't see him on TeamSpeak, so he's not joined yet.
I have sent him the details though. And it seems more people are these Russian casters or what?
Yeah, Son of Malice and KAF are casting together.
Okay. Untitled Codex.
Did Codex play in the tournament?
Okay, he's coming. No, he didn't.
No.
I know he subscribed to it, but then for some reason he did not take part. Very sad. I was looking forward to it.
Yeah. Who's
Also-
teasing? Is that just some random person, or
Yeah, that's some random person.
shout out to Bremy from Yaay?
Okay, he's coming. It seems Yaay and Bremy are friends of old.
Fair enough. Didn't Bremy sign up to the tournament? I saw him in the Steam chat, the group chat. I think he signed up at the very last second. Or I didn't see him sign up on the forum, so I'm assuming he signed up on the just by joining the group. Also, doesn't Phoenix go first because he's at the very top of the bracket?
You mean with the hero pick?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this is Codex then.
Yeah, he's called Ro16. So we now only need him to be on TeamSpeak as well.
Yeah, he's now on TeamSpeak, move him down.
Okie dokie. Sweet.
User was moved to your channel.
What?
Hello.
And this worked. Perfect.
Yay.
Yeah.
Go on.
Can you somehow boost your mic? You're a little bit
Mine?
low for me.
Yeah, I should be able to.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So just check. You need me to boost my mic.
No, it's fine now.
Okay,
fine.
cool. Awesome. Are we live?
Yes.
We are live, yes.
Oh. Well, thanks for welcoming onto the stream. This is the final, I imagine.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I think it's best of 5.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
How's the tournament been so far?
It's been very nice. Some very interesting high tension matches. Some salty matches also.
Some salty matches. Who was involved in salty matches?
It was Riku. His hatred for Elda is infinite.
It's unquenchable. Well,
Yeah.
he knows that you can never trust an Eldar.
Okay.
I mean, it is pure zealous. His nature that makes him hate Eldar. Nothing else.
Okay, we have the hero picks going down. It's going
Oh, it's and is Phoenix locking in now?
I'm
who's
assuming
top
he's gonna
of
go
the
to
bracket?
Commissar. Yeah, Phoenix is top of the bracket.
Okay, yeah, but they're already locked in, so
Yeah.
I'm guessing they're not making their hero picks based on.
Give me a second. I'm gonna switch to headphones because my friend says I'm echoing on your stream. So be right back a second.
Okay. Actually, yeah, that reminds me, I should do a poll on stream, see who's gonna win the finals.
Yes. Oh, and there's an announcement. Didn't Codex play as Fear Ace, but yeah, he was on the list.
Anyway, there's a poll in the chat now, so people should start voting on who they think is gonna win the finals.
You want me to call it again?
You know I'm gonna be right.
Like last time?
Exactly.
Which sides are you taking?
You know I'm gonna go for Phoenix just because.
See, I'm gonna go with Yaay, and you'll see that I'm gonna be right.
So you see, I'm right. You saw my beast predictions in the Russian tournament yesterday.
Well, I
Yaay
guess-
is already winning on the polls.
I've got the decider vote then, I suppose. Then I'm gonna go for Edja. For showing. Did he even show up?
Yeah.
He did, yeah.
There you go. So he definitely wins just because he showed up.
The
And-
moral victory.
Well, it's an important moral victory. It's a moral victory for the Dawn of War 2 community.
That is true.
They're currently 16 votes in, and that's neck and neck at 8 votes apiece. Which means we need more people to actually vote in the poll and turn this tide.
Confusion with the names, okay.
Coming from Yaay, who changes his name quite a bit.
Yeah, true that. I went.
Just-
Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I'll also say, like, back in the day when I used to have, like, a new nickname every couple of days as a joke, like, something would happen, like, in my life or world events, and I would just feel compelled to, like, make a joke about it. Now we have, like, stable names. So boring.
Everybody knows where everybody is.
Well, it's a tightly knit community in that way, eh?
So what do you think about this matchup, Wolf Spider versus Lord Commissar?
I think that it's
Glory
particularly
is loyalty
interesting
perfected.
that we're on this map, like Greentooth Gorge, because it's typically an excellent teleport map and Eldar map for the webways and just general map spread. But it's also good for Imperial Guard, so I think actually it's going to come down to how much do the early Sentinels do and how effective these Banshees are going to be straight out the gate. Because if they're just useless against the Sentinel and don't get anything accomplished, he can just get run over.
That's true. I agree. Oh, I'm so excited.
I think another aspect is in Tier 2, Eldar get a huge toolkit for dealing with a lot of the IG blob. Like, Wraithguard have been traditionally popular and still are pretty good in the matchup, despite it being a big map. So, I really think the onus is on Imperial Guard to get a lot of stuff done in Tier 1 to set the pace of the game.
You know
What I hate about this map, the Wolf Spider, he's teleporting into this one building here.
Yeah. I think he's gonna hold up the Sentinel here by quite a lot, giving a lot of wiggle room to the Dire Avengers and the Banshees.
Yeah. Phoenix shouldn't allow his Sentinel to get baited in and it moves off. I mean, there's just no point in having a Sentinel trail against a Warp Spider in a building. You need to be finding those squishies, you need to be decapping and harassing your opponent's economy with that Sentinel, and he's off doing that.
Let's see, decapping the victory
Sir, power
points.
node is ready.
Dire Avengers choosing to get into the garrison here.
Yeah, this is just garrison wars, right? And I genuinely think that Phoenix needs to, like, you know, he wanted to keep his Lord Commissar to stop the Warp Spider capping, but he could have done that from cover and, like, next to the VP. There's no point, like, just losing your shield, you know? And now these She's actually getting an advantage against Lord Commissar because he doesn't have a shield.
And the Sentinel also didn't have the Storm, so that was a very dangerous situation. So the Banshee would have gotten one lucky special on the Lord Commissar. That would have been it for
Exactly.
Lord Commissar, I guess.
critical spot.
So, Catechins, what'd you make of this choice?
Be quite nice at stopping the Banshees, the Shotgun Blast, or just reliable as well against this Guardian Whippers team is about to come out here for Yaay.
This is a great map for, when I say great map, I say that totally sarcastically, for Gold Reliable, because there's just so many, like, odd bits of terrain that it'll just fly over. So it's really hard to use Gold Reliable on this map.
At the same time, it also be nice for the garrison clear as well. If you execute one Catechin and use it to clear out some Dire Avengers, say in this garrison as well, it can be quite devastating.
I don't think Yate's gonna fall for that anytime soon, though. And unless he gets a squad wipe, it's actually a bit limited in effectiveness. Because ideally, like, Phoenix, I think he's got the squad count advantage. He should be looking to execute his guardsmen and really press, but he's gonna find it difficult if Yaay positions well.
And we can all assume that Yaay does so. If you see his grenades and his positioning, it's just really, really good. And it has been for the entirety of the tournament, from what I've seen so far.
I think is like what Yae's doing right now, which is pretty impressive, is that he's managed to control the map. Okay, she's not capping, but he's controlling the map with only 3 squads against Phoenix's, like, you know, comparatively heavy tier 1. And that's really bad for Phoenix. As I said before, he needs the pressure in tier 1 and he's not getting it done. Like, what Yaay manages to do is just maximize the synergy between his Guardians weapon team and his Dire Avengers with just grenade and suppression, and he's holding the line.
Exactly, yeah. So I'm curious to see to find out whether we're gonna see another heavy weapons, not another heavy weapons team, but another shuriken platform.
He won't get it unless he feels pressure to. Like, he wants the fast tech right now. But look at how like yaay favored this map is right now. This is absolutely crushing, considering that this is in tier 1.
Yep.
Sir, power node
Oh, this is getting worse by the second, actually. Kadachin's now being relegated to capping duty. This is not what, you know, you buy Kadachin for.
Okay, Sentinel's in risk of going down here. It's now splitting away from the guardsman. There's no repair support here.
Nice.
Direbender's firing away that Warp Spider also having the advanced target, so they should be able to finish off that Sentinel.
I think it's a
the
dead
Sentinel's
Sentinel.
dead. No. Oh, that.
But the shot blocker. And the Commissar as well is going to go down himself. He's got surrounded by Banshees. That's
very bad.
This is effectively game, actually. Because Phoenix can, yaay can tech up off this. Phoenix has to choose between teching and commander, and this is effectively game.
Yeah. Because he. Well, let's. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
a second set of Catachins as well as a bit of a mistake, I think.
I think that's Overwatch, but fundamentally though, like even without the Overwatch, yaay is completely free to go tier 2, which has been his plan the entire time, and the execution of it is just too perfect.
I've seen Tex do this yesterday versus Adila. I think it was versus Adila. Yeah. He was behind, like it was exactly in the same position right now. The army composition was exactly the same. I mean, it wasn't the warp spider, it was the waller. But he somehow still managed to actually pull it off. His biggest threat will be the Wraith Guard, I guess.
The real problem is that like Phoenix is compelled to go tier 2. I mean, either way, he's gonna go into the next game behind, but going down a generator, going down with no map control whatsoever, like into tier 2 is just you're gonna get crushed off the map in tier 2, basically.
Yeah. Also, I'm thinking dead guardsman here.
Yeah.
Guardsman, the garrison. Or...
Nah, he's let it go.
The benches weren't there. Okay, so that's lucky for me.
I mean, he could have even stayed and tried to melee, but he knew that the guardsmen were coming after him.
His Catch is getting destroyed, but that Guardian Weapons team inside that building there.
Yep.
Wow.
You can see
Sure.
This time.
Yep.
just has no hope of counterplay after yaay has the entire map and gets gens, and you know Phoenix loses commander as well. It's basically quadruple whammy.
That was very rough.
So as like forget that game. Like no matter who you are, if you want to actually win this finals, you gotta put that game behind you and just move on, right?
Yeah.
So what's the next step? What commander choice? What map?
I actually don't know the commanders that Phoenix has chosen.
Lord Commissar, the Plague Champion, and the Warlock.
So that's actually a powerful composition versus what yaay has, because he has the Warboss, the Warlock, and the Warp Spider. So considering
Phoenix has
take
to
him to
declare first, I'm
yeah.
pretty sure, but okay.
Wait, I think loser picks map, right?
Loser
Yes.
picks map and declares commander, doesn't he?
No, so Phoenix picks the map, then because Phoenix picked his commander first in the previous game, it's now yaay's turn to pick his commander first.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So loser picks map, winner picks
Wow,
commander first.
this is quick.
They've already sorted everything out.
It was just sorted out before the... Wow. This is what I like, just games the games instantly.
Yeah, fair.
Partially regretting my earlier vote.
Okay.
I told you should just trust my experience with this.
Trust me, Phoenix is going to make the comeback.
Also,
easy.
I've seen yaay play before, like this tournament, so he seems to be in great form at the moment.
We shall see. I mean, like in the end, one of the things about best of fives is form is all good and well, but individual matchups and using the maps to your advantage, and also the commander order, that's a big part of straight up one-on-one tournaments, you know.
Yeah.
But at the very least, many fewer garrisons on this map, so the Sentinels should have a much better time in this game. like should anyway. Like such a wide open space, the Sentinel really should rampage around for the first few minutes. Like honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if if this was Twilight V play, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw double Sentinels like rolling out right now.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, Phoenix is a much more standard, much more conservative player than Toil is. Alright. Okay. For me, I would have considered building the Sentinel before the Guardsman and just trying to get. I mean, this first Guardsman spot, for example, is getting forced off straight away. Like it doesn't have like map presence by itself. It needs mutual support, unlike the Sentinel, which is completely independent this early on in the game, right?
Yeah.
Early stomp upgrade coming out for the Sentinel.
I'm guessing he wants it for the Walrus. See whether he's gonna get it.
That
This
would
is
be
decent build. He went for against Tex when Tex was playing Commander Nob on this map as well. In that 36-minute game.
using Stomp on a lone war boss is a waste of that ability cooldown though. You're using it primarily for squads really. Like if you're forced to use it on a solo commander, you are in a bad position already. Anyway, let's see.
So far, so good. Well, I was checking out the power farm.
I think he needs to turn off his refractor shield because he needs to regenerate the energy, but
Yeah. There you go.
Whoa.
yeah.
Actually low on health, so lucky to escape there.
I guess you could
Okay,
argue.
so far.
I guess you could argue he retreats a little bit faster because he melee charges the sluggers.
Yeah. But doesn't it reduce your speed when you start retreating?
No, you lose the melee charge and then like you have a slower build up, or rather a less quick build up of the retreat speed. But meh, it's slightly quicker probably. The looter straight away. I think this is a good choice. It's gonna cement. Yaay is already considerable map control. Like he's in both these games, he's cemented more map control than arguably he really should have after the first couple minutes.
Just curious to see where he will park the looters. Yeah, he's gonna take it on to the top platform. That'll make a lot of sense.
Yeah, burners on sluggers, so this is just for the ever-present threat of pressure from Yaay. Like, the slugger's been mostly operating, solo, so it's just going to be able to pressure the gens whenever the right-hand side is not controlled by Phoenix. What'd you make of going heavy weapon squad for Phoenix here?
It's very nice at controlling that war boss before he can use angry bits or anything to just get into melee combat.
I agree, yeah.
And as well, so you try and control the shooters as well, try and force them into a situation where they don't want to be in.
Yeah, I feel like on the one hand it's a natural and almost necessary purchase, but on the other hand, like because Yaay has gotten so much map control early on, and he hasn't even bought double big shooters yet. He just upgraded his first big shooters now, so that like it seems to be really difficult in my mind for Phoenix to cement map control because he hasn't even got any.
Sure, he's going for another heavy weapons team.
Oh, the Sentinel!
Though.
It will live. The repairs are coming in, but if those looters reset up, though, they need to be careful.
Yeah.
I do think the heavy weapons team is really nice as well, because this map you can just try and keep it onto the high ground here and hold the two VPs and put a lot of pressure on your opponent by bleeding them with VPs.
Is this Overwatch though for Phoenix? That's the question.
I think the second heavy weapons team is really good as well, just to defend the power against the sluggers at the same time, to sit on the lower ground.
Yeah, means
try and
also
defend.
that he can take a sentinel top and not have it constantly run back to the power to prevent a power rush. But here comes the Warboss with some sluggers. Let's see, will we see angry bits? I'm not so sure.
But Phoenix sees the bash coming and is going to lose that defensive hit weapon squad almost immediately. Don't garrison. No, you can't.
So the generator is online.
But the heavy weapons team now that's been changed with 900 HP, it's very difficult for sluggers to even kill it, even if they do like get a flank and everything.
Yeah, they won't kill them outright though for sure.
Still gotta take a lot of pressure.
We're losing a victory point out there.
Fundamentally though, again the problem of like Phoenix now has the bigger tier 1 and he needs to take the initiative and he's just lost the generator, he's not really getting enough yet. So, let's see. Like, Phoenix really needs to bash, like to actually get into the game properly.
It's gonna be difficult, I guess, with double heavy weapon teams. It's gonna be
Yeah, exactly. Right, that's the point though. Like, heavy weapon squad is really good for cementing the map control you already have. If you want to sit back and you have like a tech advantage, that's great. But if you're one who has the onus on you to bash, like, it's less good.
Yeah, but we do see flamers come down on these guardsmen, and he will at least take one generator, I guess. Let's see, ground attack here, taking the node.
He's got the node. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's like it's coming out again, and there's no protection from these guardsmen.
I think that's like objectively the worst thing to hit. I mean, he's left on 2 HP, so maybe he really wants to decap that later, and I think that's intentional. But
that's very sneaky though. I don't think he'll be able to defend it if he or maybe he'll even cap it.
Yeah. I think it's objectively the worst situation actually. Like he upgraded flamers, which compromises his later game. He didn't get a single generator. Like, I think it's entering the whole like, I've gone heavier tier 1 and I'm seeing the pressure problem again. Okay, good flare. That's really solid. Can he take advantage of it though?
Yeah, definitely needs to push forward.
At the same time, Phoenix only 100 power. He's going to be quite late to tier 2 in comparison to yaay, who's already going to have like a truck out by the time that Phoenix actually hits tier 2 himself.
Yeah,
but he knows that there's double heavy weapon teams now. I'm not so sure whether he will go for a truck first.
You could always go for the reinforced placing, and the autocannon won't be enough to finish it off. Unless the commissar's sitting next to him.
I think he's going to go party truck here. Like, he just gets slug a knob and just run rampant. Like, fundamentally, I think knowing what we know, what we can see, I think more truck's the better choice. Death Dread would be the more well-rounded choice. But... Okay, Death Dread. There we go.
Yeah, I think it's
the well-rounded choice. Not the played. He's going to concede Gen Pressure as a result though, so Phoenix breathing some life maybe?
Sure,
good setup.
Set up beautifully set up, yeah.
Now I can just turn to face the base. These sluggers can't do anything coming out base now.
Yep.
And these executed flamers are wow. Destroying that generator farm so quick.
It's always nice to see execution. It's just...
It's such a good ability. It's not as good as it used to be, because like, you used to be able to execute your own units, and if the projectile shot through a tyrant guard, it would insta-kill it. Okay, one of the best things as well is that because of his aggression here, he scouted the Death Dread as early as he possibly can, so like, that's really good. He needs to consider like maybe a last cannon and maybe a sentinel missile launcher if he wants to counter that quickly. Yeah, he's already got that Q out.
Yeah, I'm guessing, yeah, missile launcher, and I'm thinking executed autocannon though, instead of the last cannon.
Snare is quite crucial though. Like, it's like the Death Dread rampaging is not fun. I mean, that you can't stop it, you can't kill it and hunt it down if it's rampaging that way.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Orbus might go down himself. He's taking quite a lot of damage here.
The last cannon. He's gonna immediately snare the Death Dread. He's gonna lose the gens though.
This is fine. This is absolutely fine, actually, for Phoenix. Like, Phoenix's economy is decent because he's got 2 heavy weapon squads who don't really bleed. And here's the last cannon. That's really good.
And I think he's gonna take down the Death Dread because the Sentinel is gonna definitely win against the Death Dread here.
Yeah, and he can chase
Already
it down.
A lot of damage. Yeah, and he should.
There should be no escape. He needs to keep moving after it.
Yeah.
This is quickly swinging around because like now it's yaay who has power. Even though all is excellent, like he needs to find some way in to actually tech. Whereas like, you know, Phoenix has given up scaling. But he's given up scaling in order to like try to get back into this game, and it's paying off big time, having gotten that bash and got a full farm himself.
Yeah. And yaay is actually just left with his tier 1 army basically and no power anymore. So that's a good thing for him.
I mean, the most fundamental problem for him is that he wants power, but then he has to invest the requisition that's coming in into that power to then get power. So
Exactly.
Phoenix is really really turned this game around, and although he's down a commander, like his composition is excellent right now.
Stormtroopers, let's see. Guessing they're gonna go for assault kit.
Yeah, the assault kit would be quite nice as well against the looters to throw a grenade and actually interrupt him as well.
Exactly.
Oh, Sentinel, please don't. Uh-oh, that's a big investment.
Needs to use a shot block of the tree. Needs to use a flare.
He's trying to. Flare.
Great flare. Hot flare. Sentinel, please go home.
Oh no.
The flag. Great flank from Yaay.
Let's see. Grenade, I think. Oh, there's
He's
no.
going for the stop. He's going for the stop. No.
Oh, he died before the stop. And the stormtrooper's unable to throw a grenade onto that looter squad. Oh, the guardsman squad is down. Or should go down. Stormtroopers might even go down.
Damn it.
Oh no.
No, you cannot concede here.
I feel sorry for all those people spamming hashtag with Phoenix till the end.
No, he should not concede that. I know he had 160 VPs left. I know he just lost the fight, but Yaay had no power. You have to play on till the end. This is a final.
Yeah.
That's,
I agree here.
That's. I mean, again, that's because we can see it here. But then if he even stopped to look at the end game screen and he realized that he had gotten more power than Yaay, he probably would have played a little bit longer at least.
Damn it.
That's
That was
That's a
unfortunate,
poor
though.
show, I think. Like, just because that concession, in my opinion, is too early.
I'm also not sure what happened there. Like the stormtroopers just tried to close in for melee combat while not being infiltrated, and the central could have just easily just backed up a little bit.
Yeah, he got impatient, and he felt the pressure of the VP, so he just went for a YOLO charge when he didn't actually have the toolkit to deal with it. Like, if he had the grenade, no problem. That situation is really no problem whatsoever, because he can just like force off the looters, then just retreat and or just round around on the sluggers and hope for a way to fight through that with Sentinel missile launcher from range. But he tried to put the Sentinel in there to stomp, which was silly because sluggers have a ranged attack.
Yeah.
And he tried to just charge through this looters who he wasn't dislodging because he had no grenade. So instead of waiting for his economy to take over the game and just win through that, he just got impatient because he was at 160 VPs.
Yeah, I agree. I think he was still. It was salvageable. The situation was salvageable. I mean, the loss of the guardsman really hurt, but.
Yeah. And I still think that even with the loss of the guardsman, like, had he lost the guardsman but kept the sentinel, let's say, I would still say that he would be advantaged to win.
Yep.
The loss of the sentinel, makes it unclear, but he's got a gen farm, Yaay doesn't.
Yeah, that is the point. Like, yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, we shall see. So, Phoenix needs this to win to stay in the game.
Yep.
In the tournament.
They actually did change heroes.
If you didn't discuss it at all, I think they just stuck with it.
I can see that. Maybe it's
I
just
would have
a
gone for
comfort
play
thing.
champion though.
Yeah, same.
Like-
Especially on this map.
Yeah. And knowing that this is like your final, you need to like bring all the advantages to your side.
Yeah.
And the plague champion is just amazing
good.
versus Orcs.
So good against WarBoss as well. Like, I really love getting the Bile Spewer and just using the discharge right where the WarBoss is and just being like, ha, where are you going?
Yeah.
It's just, if you kite the WarBoss, if you got kite for days and you got touch and Nurgle, like, WarBoss really has very little chance. I mean, admittedly, touch and Nurgle used to be like so good, and it's still really good in this, like, in a lot of matchups. But I remember back in the day when you had usual choppers and hard boys sluggers, and they would lose to touch and Nurgle heretics. You know, like
The good old days. I remember those too. Yeah.
the ones where like play champion just wipes the floor with orcs and just laughs at their dead bodies.
Damn you, Torpid! Why did you get touch of Nurgle? Nerfed.
Dude, everyone was complaining about Touch and Go for so long, and it took a leak to actually nerf it. I mean, seriously.
I played some retail games recently, and I got to use Touch and Go, and with all the complaining people have been doing, I'm so grateful to Chaos has just actually made all the changes that we made. Yeah, Chaos.
But don't worry, he's a Chaos fanboy. He stops everything. Look, it's not my opinion. It's just the common knowledge, right?
Yeah, it's just an observation.
No, it's better. It's common knowledge. Like I don't need to have to think for myself. Anyway, so Sentinel is a bit cautious. I don't see a second shooter. I would be trying to move the flank. This is the thing that you really should be doing with a Sentinel is crushing their cover, really running at them and like scouting out where they are, because shooter boys need to be facing you to shoot you. If they're like, you know, capping or running away, they can't do anything to you, right?
Yeah.
Don't trade with them in cover, because that makes their early game trading potential really favorable, because you have to repair quite a lot and they're not bleeding a lot. The heavy weapon squad again against looters.
Don't like heavy weapons team or suppression as much in this map just because it's so open, it's so easy to flank suppression teams.
Yeah,
I think it's needed against a more boss, but
I disagree. I think this is one of the best suppression maps. Like, you can lock down the center, which is yes, it's open, but the center is like the route to everything. If you hold the center, it is very hard to gen bash your opponent. It is very hard to like cap the map and decap and harass. It's one of the best maps. And if you ever got on the front foot, there are two really great suppression angles for both gen farms, naturals, and to bash them. So, no, I think this is actually one of the better ones.
I still like to. For me personally, I like to go really aggressive on the map, although.
Ooh,
No, move back further. Oh, okay.
This is basically one of the key features of this, this series so far, is the Sentinel has been conceding too much damage too quickly, too cheaply, and like, people need to see the Sentinel as like there's a trade-off, right? Like, it doesn't bleed, but it consumes repair time, and now the advanced custom shooter is really a pain for the Sentinel.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see
The
that.
Sentinel's gonna go down. I think the Sentinel has no repair support.
Oh, but he's not shooting.
Wait, doesn't it have fire on the Wii?
It does, but
Why isn't it?
it's now firing now. 50 HP. The repairs coming in just in time. Wow.
Oh, killed in base. That is so unfortunate. I mean, Phoenix does have a lot of requisition, but still.
Yeah, Phoenix is in control of quite a lot of the map. It's looking quite red right now.
Yeah. I do wonder though, like, if he's just been, mismicroing, because he's not been like, building power. He's fully distracted.
Oh, apparently the base turret killed the Sentinel. Wouldn't have been.
No, that's not true.
No, the custom shooter does 33.33 DPS. It does hit quite hard.
Are you just throwing game now?
I think he's typing. It's not the best moment to type.
He's lost his focus. He was quite focused early, in the early games, but he's just lost his focus, and he's regained it really soon if he wants to have a chance to stay in this series.
Yeah.
Signal received.
He has a nice requisition income though. Requisition and power seems to be a little bit ahead right now. Even though he lost the Sentinel.
Fine, like, the Sentinel is not a big deal lost by itself. Like, it's only if you lose 1 or 2 in quick succession, or like when you want to transition into tier 2 or tier 1.5, that's when it becomes a bit of a burden to Sentinel. Look at the loot really early on.
Well, these sluggers are getting obliterated.
They might just die.
Yeah, I think
EA relied too heavily on the enhanced custom shooter to knock over that heavy weapons team.
that was good.
Oh, that's clutch. See, this on the other hand is a big deal. Like, yaay has to get some kind of melee.
We're losing
Well, actually, he doesn't. He's got fully upgraded shooters. He should get some melee to... Oh, that Sentinel can't stand there.
Let's see, and so can't these guardsmen. That's a beautiful flare, yeah. That was perfectly timed. Still.
The Sentinel though. Can't Warboss with the shooter might be able to do it.
Oh no. Oh no, it's moving forward. It's gonna die again. Warboss gonna chase it down. It's gonna be dead.
Warboss needs to. Oh no, Sentinel stops again. Oh, this is not the time to stand at repair.
Try jump repair.
Run away.
It's actually gonna live.
The other guardsman squad.
Run away.
It's gonna live if it keeps on moving.
Run away. Okay, thank you.
So clutch.
I think it's really baiting that Sentinel out.
And all the meanwhile, the Lord Promise has just been capping.
Yeah.
So it's fine. I mean, the Sentinel didn't die. Just a few Guardsman models died. But the Sentinel does. Oh no!
I don't understand this play because he would have been better off just sitting this gen pressure and.
Oh my.
Oh. Apparently he can't be asked no more. This is too much. Shit.
The pain was serious. Okay, Edger wins then.
Wow. And I told you. Yeah, he wins.
After that series are casted between Phoenix and Tex. And then the finals are all less than 10-minute games.
That was really unfortunate.
Phoenix beat Tex to get into the finals.
Yep. 2-0, I think it was.
I guess he just lost his cool.
Yeah, 2-0 in the semis for Phoenix, and
That's a real shame. That's a real shame to get to the finals and not be able to.
It's like a MRT curse though. Like the semifinals are really intense, and then you have finals that are just boring. To
Yeah,
say the least.
that seems quite common, I will say. But I mean, I think that it really shows that how much of the game is, especially in tournaments formats, is psychological. Like, it's very easy to get demoralized and basically be tired after a series, like quite a long route to the finals, and then not cope with the pressure of winning. Like, you know, I've never won a big tournament, and I can definitely put a lot down to pressure.
to be fair, Phoenix did play a 37-minute game before entering the finals.
True.
Even after a 5-minute break, I think a 37-minute game takes it out of you.
Yeah.
Another fun fact here, I just checked that out real quick. Yaay hasn't lost a single game in this tournament. He just powered through this entire tournament.
Easy brackets.
Easy No, I mean, he had Riku on his way to the finals.
Riku? Who's that?
Riku. This guy who complains about Elder a lot.
Oh yes, the zealous one.
You might have heard of. And he beat Farzo as well. Farzo, I think it was also called Farzo 60 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who Element is.
Not sure.
Yeah, so they're not nobodies. By the way, how did Freeman do versus Phoenix? I see it's 2-1.
I didn't cast that game.
Ah.
I casted Freeman versus PaperBaG, and you missed the human waste mirror.
Human waste. It was IG versus IG.
No, it's Brother Capson versus Brother Capson.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So
It is now common knowledge that whoever plays Grey Knights is referred to as human waste.
So there was one comment on YouTube where I think it was Crewfinity playing against Harry, and someone wrote, "Anyone who plays Auto Malice is just human waste."
What?
Yeah.
Along with a couple of other comments hating on Grey Knights.
Though I still see why many people just hate Grey Knights.
So I don't find them too bad this patch.
I don't know. Purgation are just, they're still somewhat of a problem. I mean, they're gonna get tuned down, but still, as long as they aren't.
I don't know, like insta-gib gen farms anymore, so it's not too bad.
I'm sorry, you broke up there for a second.
And they don't insta-gib generator farms, but the damage got changed.
That's a good change, but it's only their damage versus generators that got changed, and their damage versus infantry hasn't been changed, and I think that's why many people just really dislike it right now.
Codex, do you want to play in the post-tournament free-for-all?
There's a free for all. Yeah,
Yes.
why not? I'll play a game.
I always host the free-for-all after tournaments and regret it afterwards.
This is so lousy.
Oh, it was worse when we done the Grey Knight free-for-all as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
all
jeez.
free-for-all.
Oh,
Who won
Jesus
again?
Christ.
I think it was Riku, right?
I don't think anyone won that, to be honest. Like,
Everyone's a moral loser. Honestly, like, yeah. Oh,
I
you
still
got
have
cast
the
it.
recording.
yeah, I'm just gonna cast.
Okay, tell me what everybody is, right?
You can find out by scouting them.
Yeah, well, I hear I have scouts, so
Look at Adila, he already knows. It's time to triple Adila, he knows.
Nothing will be worse than that 2,000 point game with Riku though. That was actually painful.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He
That's,
needed one more victory point. It was really sad to see. He needed
It was a
one
1 hour 30-minute game to cast.
and then he was finally brought down.
I was brought down as well.
The trick is to AFK and then like let everybody think that you're never gonna win, and then just like sneakily make everyone backstab each other, proper Zine style, and then win.
But
We're
there was
gonna
one
see
person
some-
who went mass Zoantropes though, wasn't there? And even a Baneblade
What
couldn't
the
kill a
fuck?
single Zoanthrope.
Yeah.
The health regen was insane.
That was when everybody thought that the health regen didn't stack, but it still did. And it's just unkillable Zoanthropes. Also with the support of Brute Nest, I believe.
Oh yes, beautiful.
This is really disgusting.
Well, at least they can't reinforce.
Well, if you have like 8 or so of them, it really doesn't matter.
Okay, who have I got next to me? I got Nuck, Chorris, and Hunter. Can I bully one of them? I know we're talking about bullying people already. I'm such a nasty person, aren't I?
It's beautiful. You have really good neighbors.
I don't really want to take on the Nids directly. That doesn't sound like
See,
it'll be good for my early game.
That's your first mistake. You know, wishing people good luck and having fun. No, this is a free for all. This
Exactly.
is no fun. It's not supposed to be fun.
I don't need to be a dickbag about the game. Okay, so
I'm too lazy to even commentate in this game, to be honest.
Oh, I've got Sluggers next to me. Oh, are we in random positions or something? Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Flanking me. Okay.
We're gonna see the evolution of Codex. It's gonna turn from a nice guy to what the fuck?
Who's a nice guy? Who's a nice guy?
You?
I have to explain. I don't understand this concept. Yeah, it intentionally did not cap that VP until like after to like, you know. Those sluggers in my face.
Oops, some scout's gonna die here for Nuck Chorris.
April too strong. Wait, how did you put it? Push one button to win.
I pressed Q to win as Apo. Who said that actually though?
That was Holy Hammer. That was the only Holy Hammer.
I don't use Q, I use E. Oh, my scouts are in trouble.
Did you see in the chat, by the way, Adeptus, the tournament chat, what was said by Vindicare?
No, I didn't have the lobby open. Why do you use it? Was he not happy about something?
He wasn't happy about Banshees.
Oh yeah, he hates the Word of Passion as well.
Let me see if I can find what he said.
Oh, that doesn't look good.
Called the game retarded and said that he should just play Tyrannus to win the tournament.
What was that to him?
Goes ahead. Wow, he's got a cap all the way on the far side. That's interesting.
That hurts!
They ain't marching anywhere now.
Come on, that's the best you can do! It's a whole pile of them.
And Phoenix is now in the Steam or the Twitch chat even.
Oh, spore mines here on these looters. Painful stuff. Wait, how are they still doing marbles?
So I'm disappointed in Stigma right now. I kind of expected something crazy out of him by now.
Maybe he's intimidated. He's like, oh fuck, I can't be.
Nobody
doing
knows
my
me.
usual
I'm expecting mass
cheesy
commandos.
shit. Yeah, something like that.
I need a sergeant to do put in counter invis.
But then again, I don't see much of like cheese potential for the commanding like in tier 1.
Not in tier 1, but you just go tier 3 and just keep on calling the commandos and spamming commandos and have your infiltrated army. Although, Adeptus, do you play in the free-for-all which we done on retail, that awful game?
No, I didn't.
Where I went for elixir spam against Ven, the beast.
Because that is still a thing.
Yes. He was playing the commander knob and he tried to go like mass. Or he tried to get some commandos and I would just mass jump in with all the elixirs. He was even able to like fight off a knob squad with just elixirs.
Yeah, elixirs were pretty fun.
It was disgusting. They cost like 10 pop as well, but I had like 7 of them. That's my entire army and just snuck camped the entire map against the Guxus.
I remember watching a replay, I think it was on either Maestro's channel or Indrid's channel, with somebody who made a comeback in a 1v1 with just lictors. Like I think it was quadruple lictors or something like that. It was disgusting to watch.
I wish mass elixirs was a thing in Elite Mod.
Ooh, the grenade!
Stigma getting a bit sandwiched there.
There'll be hordes and hordes of us soon enough.
Still, first to tier 2.
I think I should have held a vote on who was going to win this game. I can't bother to type out all the names at the same time. And the Hive Tyrant's going to go down again, maybe. I think it's going to live.
This is a G player. Oh, it's Adila. I can't wait for Adila's rage. Actually, he never rages.
Just in rage. Very rare though.
And yeah, unless you have
Everybody
him
rages.
on microphone, then you can hear him rage.
Everybody rages. Up this thing. Damage to you too. One
was-
CSM.
What did you say, sorry?
I was playing with him yesterday, and he was in a lane against Bessie. He was playing Grey Knights, and he just went for double purgation.
I think I caught a little bit of that game.
It's really no fun. Because I was really, really mad.
I think it's just Psy Cannons are explosive damage, aren't they? The same as auto cannons, and
Yeah.
they require almost no setup whatsoever.
That's I think a lot of I think that's the main drive many people have with them. It's because they do autocannon like damage, have almost no setup time. I mean, they have less range, but still, they also have the clear sight.
They did do more damage than Chaos Auto Cannon before it got nerfed.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure they do about just over 15 per model, and the Chaos Auto Cannon used to do 45 DPS.
Oh, but then you have the damage fall off if you kill the model.
True. But you can always buff the damage as well with Mind Blades by an extra 20%.
Yeah.
Then hopefully next patch as well is going to be Crusaders anyway. Grey Knights and Strike Squad will be receiving some changes.
I can't wait for that to happen. Strike Squad to finally cost some power. Oh, there we go. Stigma. Checking out the base here. Oh, watch this. He's gonna flame down the turrets. The base raid is starting. But he actually needs to use flamers.
He's gonna lose his truck hit.
Yep.
I actually think with the Nob leader that the meleeing down turret is also fairly quick as well, to be honest. If Codex lands the grenade on retreat here. Oh wow, the Nob leader died already.
Yeah. Not even necessary. ASM might just fix him off with the jump. Oh, ASM pistol's OP.
Better than the Farseer pistol, that's for sure.
True.
That was lame.
Stigma will come back against you, Codex, in greater number.
Yeah.
Very well.
It's like the sand people.
Where is that reference from? Is it Star Wars?
It is Star Wars. I think it was Freeman who said it. It was in one of her LOL matches we had with the 12 Fire Dragons.
Pretty much any match. There's a long match for us.
We got enough to lead us, boys.
I also think for Yaay's sake as well, I should enter one of these military rumble tournaments. Before he realizes that I dodged all of them.
Yes, you really should. I don't actually know why you didn't enter this one.
Because I would have lost it.
No, I think you would have gone pretty far. I mean,
No, I want to win it. I don't want to come second, I want to win it.
yeah, then you gotta get good.
I know. I'll do some practicing, even though I'm a bit busy this month, but I'll try and do some practicing at some points and maybe enter. I'll do a first person cast or something, or I'll stream it at the same time, but
Just close range, it really hurts. The damage fall off is really high, so.
don't they have like a multiplier of nearly 3 or something at point blank?
Yeah.
They're insane.
Yeah, I think they do something like 1,300 or some. Yeah,
I don't know if it's that high, is it? 1,300 is pretty insane. That should like instantly give Chaos Lords and Hive Tyrants.
Yeah, it does. Why do you think they get assassinated so fast?
I don't think it's as high as 1,300. I'm pretty sure it's like closer to 800, 900.
No. Just you watch. I'm gonna check it. I'll tell you, it's really, really high.
I reckon 900.
Or 900. That'd be 900. Still a lot.
Yeah, 900 is still a lot, but
So no, see? They do 390 damage per hit.
wow.
You multiply that by... I don't know what the multiplier is.
There should be a thing at the bottom of the codex.
So you have 390 times 5. See, that's 1,365 damage.
Wow. I don't think it was that high.
It's really, really high.
Oh, that's purification rights. I hope what's going on in this engagement, though, but I'm getting doubled. And that truck's gonna go down again. Tank buses, not force melee, not forcing melee. Commanding I'm going to go down. Stigma's going to get on the truck and drive into base.
Game is hard.
Chorris realizes. Oh wow. Wasn't he the one who lost scouts like immediately?
Nuck Chorris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has the second most victory points now.
Panzerbatallion and those in the lead.
Well, he's cheating, he's playing great.
I mean, he's picked the correct choice.
And he's next to Adila, so...
Riku's asking if you went random codex or if you wanted to lose and pick the APO.
Of course I want to lose. Don't be silly. You pick the wins because I'm like the hero.
Did somebody actually pick the APO in one of his matches? I know he has been picked twice. According to my list, no, even 3 times.
I've not seen the APO today.
Good idea. Yes.
I'm guessing...
I
I think Paige may have picked APO in his game.
I think
Using
so.
my base, that's hilarious. What are you doing? Are you setting up like bombs and stuff in my base?
Yeah,
Oh no, he's bought the wrong war gear. Remember when we tried to do the triple command and I would try and do that? But never actually got to it.
Bombs actually do quite a lot of damage. I think the booby traps do 1,300 damage to buildings.
Yep. But he bought Kaboom instead of the booby traps.
Yeah, he should have done Mega Booby and then booby traps. He's awesome. Let's see. If he's still made
Ah, Paige didn't actually show up for the tournament. So no APO,
he didn't show up. Okay.
according to Riku in chat.
So that's, I think, the second time he did not show up, and I think no EL member actually ever showed up.
Oh, that's wrong.
I don't know, has Paige played in 1v1 tournament before?
He has been signing up for them.
This Dreadnought is walking really awkwardly.
I mean, it has been snapped. Oh, let's see that power X damage.
See that OP APO just 1v1 the Dreadnought.
Wow, look at these guys.
That blessing the Omnizido, keeping that Dreadnought in the fight, but the Stigma is also coming in as well.
Wow, he's just taking it. How am I thinking? Okay. I got it.
Codex, it's like you pissed in Stigma's cornflakes this morning with the amount that he's coming into your base. The Commander Nob with the knife coming in for the snipe on that base turret.
He's gonna take it down.
I swear I just saw a model fall off the edge of the map.
I mean, it's poorly secured, so it's entirely possible.
Oh, that play champion game beasted. Okay. Panzerbatallion getting taken down by Adila.
I cannot say that I'm in this game, but at least it's fun.
I think you're just really hated by both Tech Marine and Stigma.
Yeah, you really did hate me.
I'm kind of surprised though that Tech Marine went for the blessings of the Omniziah. Not the blessings, the orb of the Omniziah. There's not really any vehicles for him to use it on.
I'm guessing it's to counter the
Oh, the APO healing.
APO healing.
I don't know. Barnox should do a decent job of knocking back the APO. I love the knockback from Purification Rights as well.
Yeah, level 4 tax. You do your shit.
Resources just for you.
Holy
Zevargel.
shit. April, such a beast. Level 5 April. Oh my god. Hurts. Hurts.
Oh, Hunter's already on 4 Zoanthropes as well.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure he could actually instigate this blood pressure across the map.
Across the
If he
map.
wanted to.
Pretty intense.
Oh, the sluggers coming in.
Just a green smear.
Let's see how.
Whoops, that's you.
I told you.
That's not dead.
Oh god. Oh, poor Adila.
Adila said that he was ready for the triple.
And he's only getting double. But then again, it's like the worst matchup ever.
Well, he's gonna instantly lose his guardsman if Hunter gets enough zoanthropes. I mean, he's already on 4. If they all land their shots perfectly onto the guardsman when set up, it's gonna be pretty big. Whoa, what the hell is going on my screen?
Look at this. Oh, beautiful.
I've got some bugs on my screen. There is like cloud trails flying across the map because Adila's got that grenade launcher.
Might be a dead blood pressure. Sentinel needs to be microed here. Let's go.
So yes, I'm nearly insta-killed by zoanthropes. Well, not killed by zoans. 4 shots brought it down to 1 HP. Never mind Zinch as well, and leveled. Well, I don't know why Stigmas decides to randomly attack Hunter now when he's got mass zoanthropes. Not the worst decision ever.
It's such a typical Hunter build though.
Typical Nids build.
Yeah. He usually goes for double Ravenous. Then again, oh, let's see, he's gonna top it off with Swarmlord maybe.
Swarmlord and zoanthrope spam. That is...
The healing on the Swarmlord alone.
Whoa, that's a lot of threats.
Yeah.
But this played the Blight Grenade and the Power Fist. That's a dead zone, or at least one of these are dead, surely.
You really want to kill my stronghold here?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's gonna do that.
Just say this is going to take a while.
Oh wait, he will be successful.
That's what you think.
Unless Beast Killing wins the game. Someone needs to go slow him down though, to be honest. Oh, these sluggers are so grouped. Oh, no grenade.
I'm going to go grenade rather.
How come he has this second victory point and this Nuck Chorris guy doesn't even bother to cut it down?
Has he noticed that he's lost his VP?
I really want to know. Like, what did I do? Is this something I did the previous night?
I told you, the evolution of Codex. you can watch it happen live.
Come on, what?
Burn, heretic.
So I think Codex is going to get taken out of the game, and then Adila's going to get taken out of the game, and no one's focused on Panzerbatallion, and he's just going to win through VPs. That's how this game is going to go. Someone needs to focus on Panzer.
That is going to be Terminators or Venerable Dread? No, that's okay. Oh, that's a drop off of Codex. I didn't know.
Venerable Dread though would wreck right now. Although expensive.
Didn't somebody say it's utterly useless? I did lose it in a very, very weird fashion though yesterday.
Riku says you picked Apo, what were you expecting, Codex?
It's just getting doubled up all day.
It's the apothecary! On him, boys!
The Barb Shrike Mechanics to top off that quadruple zoanthrope.
Look at the Lord General. He's getting wrecked so hard. Oh, he got Bob String. That is actually the perfect choice.
Honestly, I think Hunter could actually go into Adila's base right now and kill it. Kill all his guardsmen and everything.
No. I'm not sorry.
Oh no, but then again, he has organs, so it's gonna be difficult. The Lord General is handing out mech packs.
Well, the base is now down 6,200 HP. Stignet is slowly whistling it down.
We need to see a rocket run here from Adila. Oh, here comes the command. Oh, left the rocket into rocks. It's gonna be devastating. But the zones actually get away. No way.
Where does the zones get away? I told you, commando spam here from Stigma. To be fair, mass commandos that might be the only thing to counter this mass zone throws. Nothing else can get close enough if ground targeted.
Mass commanders.
Let's try to run his guardsmen in, they're already forced off instantly.
There we go, I've got the levels.
You're currently ranking 4th.
That could be worse. Could be worse.
Hunter needs to just go and fight Panzerbatallion, and Nuck Chorris needs to go fight Panzerbatallion to extend this game. Well, Hunter's actually on 800 EP, so...
They shooting our buildings!
Land
Oh shit, really? Cool. Fantastic. Fantastical.
I want to see how much damage quadruple zone probes actually do
Let me guess, quite a lot.
versus the Land Raider.
the Focus War Blast does like 165 damage, so 4 of those.
That's not that much damage.
It's like enough to bring it down to a quarter health. No, enough to take a quarter of its health away.
Oh my god, that's limey. Just, you know what? I'm just gonna just cap and just be like sneaky and not engage that directly. Yes, I'm not gonna engage that directly. Engaging that directly is doom. Doom. Protect my stronghold. That is the next phase of this game.
It's just constantly getting shot at by beamy looters.
One's a wiper.
I think we could have just got mass beamy looters and just run up to people's bases and pop them.
We've actually done that, remember? With them.
I don't remember doing that. I remember doing that in the campaign with Slash. Getting mass beamy looters, but...
5 beamy looter, die in a hole.
Oh, look at Stigma and Hunter. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful.
Are they dishing it? Oh! Yeah, the terror information was shit, dude.
Right, shit.
You don't use this to actually manage stuff. You use
No,
it
not by
to
itself.
initiate.
Yeah, exactly. Just be stuff down. I'm 100% sure what to do here. HP. Wow, that land was just still full HP. Okay, I'm not going to write that. Directly engage that. Guess just bully that.
You need to do more backstabbing. Like, while people are fighting, you just take their victory points.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who's fighting though. It's not more direct intel.
Oh god, look at these barb stranglers. It's just obliterating this heavy weapons team.
There is no glory.
I'm gonna ask the Steam chat whether he's having fun.
I think Hunter should actually sack the rest of his units from our Barb Strangler carnifexes and zoanthropes.
Your commando boss just went down! Not so sneaky now!
Yeah, come on, knob.
That's it.
Someone just needs to let Adila needs to sit in base and let Hunter and Panzer just fight it out. Since they're both in the lead with over 1,000 VPs each.
That really is doing so much damage to that stronghold, it's ridiculous.
Hey, did you
Quantum
use
Object
my
kaboomed.
crosshairs?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
He's knocking over his own sluggers. No, stop knocking over your own sluggers against Angels of Death. Stigma, what are you doing? Oh no.
Beautiful grenade. But here comes the Land Raider Redeemer.
The Angels of Death. So nice.
Oh, it
No
is actually
fun.
base locked.
because he's between two winning players, one with mass zones and the other with a great clean one.
And terminated as well.
Yeah.
Look at these zone strokes are ridiculous.
That Havoc Sword's going to melt. I don't mind.
Let's see what happens to the trading. Almost 1,000 damage done. I love that is actually a nice idea. If it weren't for the Bobstring artifacts.
Hunter really needs to start ground targeting with these zoanthropes because he's missing so many of these shots.
Look at the damage! Oh, this is it, this is it. Panzerbatallion does not have a nuke. Nuke would be really tough. One's greatly overextended.
Never Hunters decide to engage it. What do zoanthropes do? Is it psychic damage?
I'll have to check on that one. Wait a second. I actually don't know.
Oh, the Blight Grenade onto the zoanthropes, the play champion melee in, the commandos coming in. This could be rough. The zoanthropes don't have their shields.
Oh, he catches the zones. But look at them. Yep, that was...
Wait, why does Stigma repurchase the knife?
We're gonna shank some ASMs. Let's see, Germans. Units.
You're actually repairing your base.
What to do? Like,
Yeah, it's
not to repair my base? Was that my base die?
It's taking damage.
The commander not trying to get a snipe in that zone. I was wondering why they're doing so much damage to super heavy infantry.
Yeah, they do 17.65 DPS.
Which is similar to a flash kit model, except for they do AoE. I think flash kit was like 13 DPS psychic or something. For the blaster. Look at these zoanthropes regen as well with... He placed down a blue nest now. Huns are going for even more zoanthropes, it's nice.
Disgusts me. Ah, look at Adila's army, it's just getting... it's... I think it's causing psychic damage to Adila himself.
I think the zoanthrope should just push into base now. They could probably poke down the turret and base.
Zoanthropes are still kind of redonkulous. Look at the health regen.
They're redonkulous if you put them all together like this. But in 1v1s I think they're fine at the moment.
Obviously they are fine. But to get 5...
The mass focus warp blast just popped a Terminator model.
Ouch. Bad way to go. Bad way to go.
One zoanthrope might die to Adila's also can.
There's nothing you can do about that zone block.
Even the Commander Knife with the knife. The Commander Knob with the knife actually struggled earlier to take down the model.
Look at the logic. He lost so much health there, like.
Oh, Knob is my base. Okay, fantastic.
Oh, that tank is so dead.
Last time, boys.
These knobs don't do very much damage to structures.
They do a lot of damage though. There's no base turrets to stop them.
I'm disappointed by Stigma's lack of commitment to the mass commandos by buying this knob squad.
Look at Hunter. He's turning this entire map yellow.
It's turning this entire map green as well. Look at all the green on the map because of all these zoanthropes with their damage.
Oh, okay, so he's green for you. It's yellow for me.
Oh, it doesn't mean like he's the color yellow. I meant like, you know, on the ground and stuff.
Oh yeah.
It's just all green from the zoanthrope damage. You can just see every bit of ground that the zoanthropes have tried to attack.
Wow, did you seriously have nothing better to do than base lock me? And you're not even winning! These guys are not even winning!
Blue and yellow, not blue and yellow, green and yellow need to just have a big old fight. You know, it looks like they're going to go for one. Or one person wants to fight, the other person is a bit scared of the mass zoanthropes.
I'm guessing that the mass zones will actually win.
Yep, although Stigma with the flank though, and the army poisoned. These commandos stop infiltrating, throw a load of burner bombs and retreat.
Oh, that actually hurts. Or it doesn't.
Nope, the zoanthropes just walk away like it's nothing. It was just completely irrelevant. And Hunter, he has the requisition and power to actually just buy more zoanthropes, because I think he lost one.
He's actually still camping his fucking backwater right here.
Oh, the commandos are struggling here.
Come on, I think it'll go down. Oh! No! No! Everybody's turning on Hunter now.
Look at there's just one zoanthrope. I bet it's gonna live. No, wait, did he just break retreat?
Sweet.
That actually broke retreat somehow.
Oh, that was beautiful origin Zevargel. This Land Raider is dead as well.
So wait, really hit the fucking thing already.
Nah, don't forget, Land Raider Flame was suppressed now.
I know, but it missed the thing.
Oh, okay.
It missed the missile. It took a volley at like thin air. Like, okay. Cool, I can do that. Oh, my apothecary's trap.
Oh no.
Crush it with the ASM.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. What do you think I'm doing?
I think it was trapped there. Forever.
There we go.
Would be even more funny if the ASMs were trapped there as well. Man.
Yeah. With no energy.
Aw. That's cute. Adila thinking he can actually turn this around with a blade blade.
I think Adila can turn this around. He's on the nearly lowest VPs right now.
Honestly, I know I'm very behind on VPs, but I feel like I've played this game well.
Yeah, you did.
Like, getting bum fucked with it, like, just seriously, like, by, like, trucks and like, and like a Land Raider in my face.
But in all fairness, Adila still has his base turn, so there's that.
Let's say a base turret is worth 200 VPs.
This ground over here is just... This map is being tyranniformed.
It is new formation thing.
Look at this, like it's... Look at the damage.
I need to make that an emote on Twitch.
Yeah.
Greg, you want listeners vomit. Of course, it's the tech ring which is going to spam vehicles now. Oh, the Nuck on Adila. Oh, he's retreating for it. Oh, he retreated for the pure abyss.
Unfortunately, I don't have another orbital to bombard you with this Land Raider.
Why would you use the Imperial Abyss on Adila though?
The guy who's not in the game.
Exactly, there's 4 zone probes there just waiting to be nuked.
Well, Adila's in between the Zoanthropes and Panzerbatallion, so
2 of them are level 4. It's disgusting.
look at these commandos mid, about to get destroyed.
He's gonna get deleted from this game. He's gonna try to use Laughter Duck, but ultimately he's not gonna do anything.
Oh, the triple plasmas against the direct clean one would be quite good.
Oh, yes, please use the rocket run on this. Adila, please.
I think the Zoanthropes with the energy shields would be fine. Maybe the tech room, the blessing of the armors, I can run up to the Zoanthropes and drain their energy for Adila to rocket run.
I don't know why Adila even bothers taking part in free-for-alls. He's just gonna get doubled and tripled every single time. I'm not really afraid of Adila. This is one thing I've learned.
Yes, go my space, you know, kill stuff.
Steamer's lost quite a bit of his army now, after the mass Zoanthropes touched him.
They just touched him.
The heals coming out of this. Oh, Chorris, you need to take care of these zone probes.
Okay. Oh my god, wow, that's a lot.
It's fine, you just use your APOs to drain the energy, and it will go smooth.
I can see the April go down like in one salvo.
If Hunter was using ground, he's not using ground targeting with his Zoanthropes, I don't think.
He just finished off the scouts with it in my crosshairs. He's nice.
All zones with marked target on them, but doesn't really care because all the zones are together and healing. Remember when Slash actually consumed one of Max's Zoanthropes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. I had no idea you'd be there. That's a surprise.
You can kill him. Come on, level 4 ASM's OP.
Better combat kit though. Admiral's regenerating quite a bit.
No, are you serious? Oh.
He was able to out-regen the bolt pistols from those ASM.
With
Combat still, right?
combat stims on them, yeah. Overall, Jen.
Boys need themselves a knob, they do.
So this is really coming down to Panzerbatallion versus Hunter.
Plague Champion versus Mass Zones, who's more disgusting?
I am still in this game.
You've got a lot of work to get into this game.
Actually, yeah. No.
I like how you have to think about that. I like how you have to think about that.
Like, you need to go wipe 2 armies or something,
I
get
need
forced.
to wipe every single army to win this game.
No, I'm positive if you just wipe Hunter, that my landscape is gonna change a lot. Because then Adila will be able to deal with the Panzerbatallion.
Oh boy. That's
Ooh, this great on green one there. Not today. Because here come level 4 ASMs on retreat.
If the 4 players who aren't on 1000 GPs like went and grouped up on the ones who are winning, then the game would last, but it looks like Hunter's going to take this unless Adila gets some help. Or Panzer will win this if the Space Marine keeps on helping them out.
I really don't want Hunter to win this.
probably is gonna win this.
Oh, we shouldn't rule Codex out.
Yeah, man, I can cap my way back to victory.
I like how Nuck Chorris is just coming in to take out your battery for no reason.
There's some extreme salt.
I can actually taste it in my mouth.
Yeah.
Bastard.
Salty breeze of air.
So, Adila, how many BBs does Adila have?
It's 593.
Ouch. Who's on the 291?
This is a stigma.
Oh,
The
right,
orb
stop me
there.
trying. Stop me trying.
Oh, that was Shrine of Formation on top of the previous Shrine of Formation area. The masses of capillary towers. It looks like everyone's actually focusing down Tyranid play now. There's a Noxious Cloud, the Space Marines jumping in, Stigma's attacking, Adila's attacking. And Hunter's still in the fight with all his zones because of the healing.
Oh yes.
That's not
Again,
gonna do
the
much.
zones just walk away from this. Oh, actually, no. Look at this. The zones actually really don't care.
Yep, the energy shield is really strong on them. You can't nuke them unless they've like got no energy shield.
Level 4 zone probes just don't give a damn.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Look at this Bane Blade, it's taking so much damage.
Just
It
run
took
away.
nearly 900
Crack.
damage there.
That's nasty crap.
Wow, that was a good push though. I mean, he didn't lose anything, but still. That was so good.
Then it's getting a bit bummed by some bloodlessers on the other side as well.
So silly.
I'm still surprised your base is alive. I thought Stigma might try and go in for another attempt by now.
Hey, I can defend my base.
You can defend your base turrets, though. Oh, the grenade.
Nice grenade!
Damn it.
And blessings of the Omniscient. Landhead is desperate to live.
Oh,
Seriously,
hello.
if the Tech Marine would just
Hello.
use his orbs on the zone probes and then follow up with his double level 4 plasma attacks, that would be the end. Yeah, this baby is so much good. Boss, really, please look at the damage it's taken from the zone probes. Who needs Venom Brood and Gene Stealers? Where you can just get massive amounts of zone probes.
That's the spirit.
The commander would just use on my crosshairs on himself.
Nope, he used Kaboom and then I knocked him over before I finished it off. To stop
Sorry
the
for it
yellow
didn't
cat.
right now.
To stop the yellow cat. Okay, time to go tier 4, I guess.
There's a great unclean one outside one side and then mass on trips out the other.
Oh, that's the scouts getting thrown to that dude.
Oh yes, Hunter. Oh, he tried. He tried. He actually went for the orbs. 2 of them are without shield right now.
To be fair, they're all level 4, so like the energy region is not too bad actually. Just going in for the cheeky decap though. I think someone should design a free-for-all map where all the VPs are in the mid. We should hire Swift for that.
Okay, guys. My aim is to get 1,000 VPs per game.
Oh, that is going to be difficult.
Wow, the Mark's target on the zone ropes, one squad. One zone rope's just not dying, it's just healing so much.
Well, it is going to go down in retreat, yes.
It takes a knob squad to kill one zone rope on retreat.
Exactly.
Oh wow, the knobs even with 5 hits couldn't even kill a single zone.
Jesus Christ, really?
Well, things are pretty close between Panzer and... not Panzer, I said yeah, Hunter. The Zone producer.
Codex actually managed to get 1,000 victory points.
But it was gonna be difficult. You know shit.
No, you just got to win the game.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say I'd do that.
No, you
You said to give you a chance.
I didn't say I would. I said give me a chance. Very different things, mate.
Bro, giving you a chance means that we have to put all our faith in you.
But then Rick already established that the Apothecary is no hero to win with.
It's just there for lols, my friend.
All Panzerbatallion now on the same VPs. Now overtaking.
Green. It's green now. Take down green. This team has no red at all.
Another surrender formation down in the exact same spot as before.
Oh. That knockback might actually cost him the commandos. Oh, and that domino knockback. So unfortunate with the knockback here. This just can't retreat.
Adila needs to destroy his own battery hit. But he's half blocking his Sentinel on his Bane Blade.
All of this green not still got a BP going.
He's got to do his natural.
He has Adila's
Does having to sack his Sentinel just to stop him from winning. Oh, the play champion, the Pestilent Strike. Oh.
yes.
But now yellow has got a VP somewhere. Oh, he's got a sensor. Shame he can't destroy the central battery.
I got him there.
Oh, things are close.
One more as well. Oh no, he's got his natural. No.
Keep the attacks there, you'll be fine. Oh wait.
Disgusting.
Hey, I got nearly 1,200. Come on, that was the I did well. I did
Achievement unlocked.
well. They literally were just set on just but me from the start. The orc, I can't remember what his name was, just didn't even want to didn't even care about VPs, just wanted to base bait me.
He wanted to take it a bit, all of it.
That's the stigma we know.
No idea who the stigma guy is, but it's pretty lolsy. I can appreciate the lols. I was definitely amused.
You play against him in 3v3s. Let's see if you make that statement again.
What? Is he gonna base rate me in 3v3?
Yeah, he will.
See it.
He has builds that will just make you.
Whoa, 505 unit score.
I'll do a proper end in this session. I'm still in loading stream.
The same.
I'm happy
Okay,
with
good.
my 505 unit, 272 unit score with my Max, like, highest commander score. Booyah.
Oh wow, I killed 295 units.
That's one drop, huh? Hell, if it weren't for this crazy unit score. Holy fuck.
Panzerbatallion collector 2,700 power compared to Hunter only had like 1,900.
I had the second lowest in the game.
Jolly's asking 86 people watching free for what is going on.
51 minutes 30 15 minutes 30 seconds. Holy shit.
86. Wait,
Do
what
I
did you
want to save this replay even?
say? Send it to Indrid. It was actually a close game in a sense, with only 9 BP difference.
Crazy game.
It just it just goes to show that Adila shouldn't take part in free falls.
Did they just like have 3v1 or something?
Well, you just got surrounded by one person, you fast text with a grey and clean one, and then the mass zones.
Oh
it
my
was
God.
the only level 10 hero. That was awesome.
Well, he was throwing stuff and suiciding into me. Like, it's the only problem is that if I had the ability to scale to level 20, I think I could have won that game. But
Disgusting.
yeah.
I'm actually going to be coming off now, since it's been like 5.5 hours and I want some lunch.
Lunch.
Yep. I'm so
Let's see
hungry
if
right
there
now.
are any more games.
Are you streaming Adeptus still?
That game.
I was hosting you, but I think I'm not gonna continue streaming if you're gonna come off now.
Okay.
Game. I can't believe I played that game. Thanks.
Yeah.
Alright, then I'm going to come off TeamSpeak. See you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Right,
joining me at the end. Bye.
Jeez,
Bye.
mate.
Disconnected.
So I'm going to actually come off the stream now. Thank you guys for watching the stream. Thank you for the new follows today, and hope you enjoyed my tournament stream. Thank you to those who organised it. Thank you to those who actually jumped in at the very end as well to cast with me, Codex and Adeptus. And I'm going to be coming off now, and I'm going to go get something to eat because I'm hungry. And I will upload this as well, so it will be ready on Monday. Congratulations to Yaay, who actually won the tournament. And I'll see you guys around.